Liliope folded her hands in front of her, staring at the parchment scroll on the table. Your Grace, what is this? Theo lowered his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the marriage document. Our engagement contract. I heard that you have liked me for a long time, my lady. Is that not so? Liliope froze in place, her pupils trembling with shock. What? I transmigrated into my favorite long-running novel. That cold northern Grand Duke only shows tenderness to the female lead. The process of him falling into obsession was addictive to read. I had read it countless times, but the body I inhabit is that of the villainess who dies halfway through the story. In the original work, she was madly obsessed with the crown prince, even going as far as to torture the female lead he loved. Liliope eventually died at his hands. At the hands of the man she was once madly infatuated with. Liliope Stella, that is my name now. I once mourned the fact that I possessed a short-lived villainess, pounding my fists against the bed until I realized that being the daughter of a duke was like hitting the jackpot. As long as I can stay alive, this status is the perfect sanctuary. I decided to push the plot slightly to sever ties with the crown prince. I told him that the one I liked was the Grand Duke, not him. But I overlooked one crucial fact. Theo sat at one end of the bench. Just call me Theo, Liliope. Liliope nervously wrung her fingers. Your Grace, Duke Stella is an extreme daughter con. He would even pretend to die for the sake of his daughter. He burst through the door, clenching his fists. My daughter, you can certainly do it. When I casually mentioned liking the Grand Duke, my father immediately forced the engagement forward. While it's nice to see my favorite character in person, Theo Artine is the male lead of this novel. Liliope turned her head, avoiding that cold, sharp gaze. What should I do? He is destined to be with the female lead, Rosalind. That destined ending cannot be changed. Liliope lowered her eyes, her fingers fidgeting uneasily. Your Grace, actually the truth is. Theo leaned in close, shadows draping over his face. Why will my lady do such a terrible thing? Terrible? Theo straightened up, tapping his palm with his fingertip. The entire empire knows you have adored the crown prince for over 10 years. Now you suddenly say you love me? There must be another reason. He raised a hand to his nose and mouth, letting out a muffled cough. Liliope watched his strange behavior. Is he unwell? Her gaze fell on the bouquet on the table. Those are Lazelian flowers. Could it be because of those? The unique pollen of this flower is the only plant that Theo is allergic to. Theo coughed violently again, his body trembling slightly. If it's not because of the flowers, is it because of me? Liliope stood up abruptly and grabbed the white bouquet from the vase. Damn this bouquet. It's making my favorite person suffer. She pushed open the terrace door and threw the bouquet out the window with force. Disappear. Get away from him. Petals scattered outside the window. Liliope opened the window wide, letting the cool breeze flood the room. I've opened the window. You should feel better soon. Theo stopped coughing and looked up at the figure by the window. How did you know? Know what? The Lazelian flowers. Liliope's heart skipped a beat and her smile froze on her face. Oh no, you didn't know? The rumors are everywhere, saying that as soon as you get near Lazelian flowers, you start coughing, so everyone says you're allergic. Of course, that was a lie. She couldn't say she read it in a novel. She could only make something up on the spot, but he didn't seem to believe her. Theo fell into thought, resting his chin on his fingertips. Are there really such rumors? Liliope pressed her hands together and let out a dry laugh. Anyway, back to the topic. What were you asking just now? Theo picked up his teacup, his finger tracing the rim. What I want to know is, since when did my lady start liking me? Liliope avoided his gaze, pressing a finger to her cheek. It was at the Imperial Palace Ball during the Foundation Festival. Since things have come to this, I must completely seal away Liliope's tragic ending. Theo set down his teacup, his eyes cold and distant. I have never attended a Foundation Festival ball. Liliope's smile froze, and cold sweat slid down her cheek. I meant the hunting festival. Theo sipped his tea. My lady has also never attended a hunting festival. Liliope shook her head vigorously. No, not the hunting festival. It was the New Year's festival. Theo put down the cup. For the past 4 years, I've spent every new year in my territory. Liliope's face showed difficulty, her mouth twitching. Then perhaps it was 4 years ago. Theo stared into her eyes. For years ago, my lady should have still been at the academy. What was with this guy's memory? Liliope raised a hand to her forehead. It was so long ago. I can't remember exactly when it was. Theo tapped the table with his fingertip, making a crisp sound. You can't remember when it started? Do you really like me? Liliope straightened her back and gave a brilliant smile. Yes, that's right. At least I do now. She held up her index finger, her tone becoming firm. Although, I do like handsome men, but I don't just value Lord Theo's looks. Your abilities, your reliable character, I like all of it. Liliope folded her hands over her chest, her eyes sparkling. To be honest, among all the nobles, you are the most capable man. Liliope talked on and on. Managing the harsh northern territory alone is no small feat. Theo raised a hand to cover his nose and mouth, letting out a soft hum. Since my lady has no objections to the engagement, I shall take my leave. He reached out and picked up the contract from the table, his fingertips sliding across the paper. Liliope breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, the crisis has passed. Theo walked toward the door, his leather boots making muffled sounds on the thick carpet. Liliope followed closely behind. Thank you for your trust. Just now, when you doubted my sincerity, I almost felt sad. Theo stopped and turned sideways. I never intended to hurt my lady. However, as long as I walk out of here with this contract, our engagement will be finalized. He suddenly turned and approached Liliope. Even if you cry, scream, or beg me later, I will never cancel this engagement. Theo leaned down, his breath close at hand, a mysterious curve hanging on his lips. Liliope froze in place, her heartbeat as loud as a drum. Too close. Liliope's foot slipped, and her body suddenly tilted backward. She was going to fall. She absolutely couldn't lose face by falling flat on her back in front of her favorite character. Theo reached out and caught her waist, his other hand steadily supporting her back, pulling her whole body into his embrace. Liliope's fingertips touched his hard chest, and her mind went blank for a moment. Theo looked down at the person in his arms, a faint smile playing on his lips. Liliope suddenly broke free, shouting incoherently, "Please forgive me. I swear it wasn't intentional. I just stepped on my hem." Theo looked at her blushing face, and his expression softened. "It seems you aren't hurt. That's good." He gave a gentle smile. Liliope held her breath, her heart nearly jumping out of her chest. He smiled. He actually smiled at me. Liliope slumped on the bed, staring blankly at her palms. I actually touched Theo's chest muscles and even got engaged to him. Even if I died now, I'd have no regrets. No, I can't die yet. Theo holding the contract. "Even if you cry and beg later, I will never cancel the engagement." Liliope cupped her burning cheeks. That kind of line is practically a standard trope for an obsessed second male lead. Though the plan went off track, at least I avoided the ending of dying at the Crown Prince's hands. Even if Theo refuses to break the engagement now, he will eventually fall in love with Rosalind. When that time comes, he will be the one to ask to dissolve the engagement. Then I just have to agree coolly and enjoy the leisurely life of a duke's daughter. My status is higher than a baron, viscount, earl, or marquis. The noble life of a duke's daughter is beckoning to me. Liliope spun around among the flowers, her skirt blooming like petals. There was a frantic knocking at the door. Jamma pushed the door open, tightly clutching a newspaper. "Miss Liliope, you and the Grand Duke are in the newspaper." Liliope leaned over to the paper. "In the newspaper already?" Jamma unfolded the paper and pointed to the headline. "Yes, it's on the front page of today's evening edition." Liliope stared at the photo in the paper. It was a good shot. Standing next to Theo, she didn't look out of place at all. The Imperial Daily headline was particularly striking. "The Crown Prince's woman, Liliope Stella, has a change of heart. Rosalind is indeed beautiful, but objectively speaking, Liliope is the prettiest one. If it weren't for those foolish actions, this face would have been much more popular." Jamma was full of joy, even more excited than the person involved. "Because you finally stopped adoring the Crown Prince. Have you forgotten how cruel His Highness used to be to you?" Anger flared in Jamma's eyes. Just thinking about those things makes my heart ache, as if it's being torn apart. Liliope shrank her neck, unable to tell if the other was sad or angry. Actually, I can understand her. Being pursued for 10 years by someone you don't like, anyone would feel exhausted. Liliope gave a relieved smile. Jamma stopped what she was doing, her expression becoming serious. "Miss, are you feeling unwell? Do you really think so?" Liliope reined in her smile, her eyes turning serious. "Yes, I'm serious." Liliope turned her head. "His Highness indeed suffered a lot because of me. Now that I'm engaged to Lord Theo, he will surely feel liberated." Liliope stared at the paper on the table, her voice trembling slightly. "Your Highness, what is this?" Carden rested his chin on one hand, his eyes deep and charming. "Our engagement agreement. Hasn't my lady liked me for a long time?" Liliope froze. Cold sweat slid down her forehead. What is going on? This feeling of deja vu, have I completely messed up the plot? Have I ruined everything? Carden tapped his chin with his fingertip, a playful look in his eyes. "You must not believe it, but there's nothing to worry about." He spread his arms, a smile blooming at the corners of his lips. "This isn't a dream, please rest assured. This is the engagement contract you have longed for." Liliope stared at the paper on the table. "What on earth is happening? I deliberately got engaged to Theo to avoid the Crown Prince. Why did he appear with a contract?" She pressed a hand to her chest, her breathing becoming rapid. "No matter how much I struggle, will I eventually fail to escape the ending of the guillotine? No, this is the second life I worked so hard to get." Liliope suppressed the trembling in her heart and looked straight ahead. "I'm sorry, I am already engaged to Lord Theo." The smile on Carden's face instantly froze. "How? Since when did you start calling that lowly fellow by his name?" Liliope avoided his gaze. "From the moment I started liking Lord Theo." Carden let out a cold snort. "Stop lying, my lady." Liliope frowned slightly, her eyes filled with confusion. "What makes you think I'm lying?" The corners of Carden's mouth curled up, his eyes full of certainty. "Because you have always deeply loved me, even until now." Liliope let out a soft sigh. Even if she didn't finish her sentence, that arrogant subtext was clear. "Your Highness, the human heart does not always remain unchanged." She straightened her back, her tone becoming resolute. "Love is no exception. I have decided to no longer be weighed down by an unachievable love. I am already engaged to Lord Theo. If you persist, it will put me in a difficult position." Carden's pupils shrank. He had originally thought that as soon as he handed over this contract, she would joyfully sign her name. That arrogant Grand Duke's heir already possesses a stable power base. If he gains the support of the Stella family, my position will be in jeopardy. He pressed a hand to his lips, forcibly suppressing his inner anxiety. "Calm down, Carden. She has loved me for over a decade. Even if she says she likes someone else now, she will eventually return to my side." Liliope turned her face, her tone calm and distant. "That's not true. From now on, I will only look at, Look Tao. Cardin suddenly slammed the table, making a loud bang. Don't mention that bastard's name in front of me. Liliope shrank her shoulders in fear, her heart pounding wildly. She suddenly stood up and retorted loudly. Why are you shouting at me? I don't need that meaningless contract. I've already said I am engaged to Lord Theo. Cardin was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. Did you just raise your voice at me? Liliope put her hands on her hips, anger burning in her eyes. I said the one I like is Lord Theo, not your highness. Cardin clenched his teeth, his cheeks flushed with rage. Since when did this start? What's so good about that arrogant, rude brat? Liliope's brow furrowed, her eyes showing displeasure. Rude brat, are you talking about my Lord Theo? Cardin lowered his head in silence, shadows masking his face. Then when exactly did you meet? Liliope turned her head away, casually making up an excuse. We just met once while passing by. Cardin suddenly turned around, his voice rising in absurdity. Passing by? You fell in love just by passing by? Liliope folded her hands in front of her, her expression becoming matter of fact. After all, I am so beautiful. It's not hard for someone to fall in love at first sight. Jamma followed closely behind Theo, calling out anxiously. You're walking too fast. Are you looking for Miss Liliope? Theo stopped and looked forward with cold eyes. Though I don't know why you've come, the timing is perfect. Liliope froze, her pupils trembling slightly. How did you get here? Theo walked closer, his gaze sweeping over her long dress. This outfit is not suitable to wear in front of another man. You've put me in an awkward position. He turned to look at Cardin. Anyone who breaks in without permission should not be in this territory. Even if the Emperor himself came, offending my fiancé is a serious crime. Cardin suddenly clenched his fists. What did you just say? Your fiancé? Do you really intend to marry her regardless of everything? Theo straightened his back, his tone steady and powerful. The engagement is already complete. The ceremony and wedding will be held soon, including the wedding night. So from now on, stop barging into my woman's room. Cardin let out a roar. This is simply ridiculous. Liliope has adored me for years. Do you not know that? Theo's eyes held a provocative look. But now, Light loves me very much. Liliope was stunned. Light? He's calling me Light? Cardin's brow furrowed, his eyes full of indignant rage. You shouldn't call her that, Theo. Theo reached out and put an arm around Liliope's shoulder, his fingertips lightly pinching her cheek. That's a nickname only I can use, right? Light? Liliope's heart suddenly skipped a beat. My favorite character actually touched my face. Wait, since when did this intimacy start? Cardin clenched his teeth and rested a finger on his chin, letting out a cold snort. He turned and walked toward the door. Since Mother is worried, I will take my leave for today. Theo watched the departing figure. This guy actually has a curfew? Truly a hothouse flower doted on by his mother. Cardin stopped and turned his head, revealing a cold gaze. Don't think this is over. Miss, I will be back soon to finish our conversation. In the original story, Cardin clearly hated me. She recalled a scene from before where she had humbly begged Cardin, please call me Lily instead of Miss, only to be met with his disgusted dismissal. Don't loiter in front of me. Liliope lowered her eyes, lost in thought. Is it because the woman who used to chase him, that is now running toward his rival, Theo? This gap makes him feel unpleasant. She turned to look at her side. Theo was elegantly picking up a teacup, his movements calm and unhurried. But why hasn't he left yet? Liliope forced a smile and tried to ask, Lord Theo, why did you come back? Did you leave something behind? Linux suddenly flapped its huge red wings, bringing a gust of hot wind. Flames surged in the room. It let out a crisp cry and landed steadily beside Liliope. Theo watched the Firebird. Is this that graduation project from the rumors? Liliope's expression was full of pride. Yes, his name is Linux. Theo nodded slightly. A good name. Linux spread its huge red wings, flames burning fiercely in midair. He was the Firebird created by Liliope, symbolizing the fire magic she controlled. In this world where humans and monsters coexist, nobles must study elemental magic to fight against those dangerous creatures. Cardin and Theo, as the Prince and the Grand Duke, each possess more than 2 types of elemental power, making them the top experts on this continent. And as the Duke's daughter, Liliope's strength is second only to theirs. Linux folded its wings and landed steadily on Theo's arm. Liliope's eyes widened, her pupils full of shock. How could it be so naturally close to Theo? That is a creature containing high-temperature magic. Theo watched the Firebird on his arm. Since you have such talent for creating life, why don't you go to Phelan? Liliope was stunned. Phelan? Isn't that where the monster forest is located? Theo turned his head. That is the best place to hone one's talent. Liliope's mouth twitched. That kind of place is only suitable for a battle maniac like you who runs around outside all day. She suddenly covered her mouth, cold sweat sliding down her cheek. Oops, I accidentally said what I was thinking. She hurriedly waved her hands, her eyes full of panic. No, I mean, Lord Theo is always fighting on the front lines to protect humanity. It's truly great. The corners of Theo's mouth curled up slightly. It seems my dear Light doesn't like me always being away. Liliope pressed her hands together against her lower lip, her eyes full of shock. Dear Light, what is he saying? Theo's gaze was deep and focused. Those rumors about me being obsessed with battle are just rumors. After we marry, I will stay in the duchy, so don't worry. I have no intention of spending even a single day away from my beloved wife. Liliope's cheeks flushed red, and the sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears. The word wife had too much impact. Theo took a thick parchment scroll from his coat and placed it before her. These are the auspicious dates I have carefully selected. You can choose one you like for the engagement ceremony. Liliope took the scroll, looking at the densely packed dates. Did you really screen these carefully? Theo turned around naturally, his cloak swaying. The earliest date is tomorrow. Night fell. The Northern Artine Grand Duchy stood quietly in the wind and snow. Lights flickered and swayed in the cold wind. A deer pushed up his glasses. You're back, Your Grace. Theo stepped out of the teleportation array, surrounded by lingering magical sparks. A deer followed closely behind him. You've traveled between here and the capital twice in one day. You should know that opening a teleportation array costs a fortune. Theo didn't stop. Money cannot stop me. Not from seeing my fiancée. A deer stopped, his expression becoming serious. You just came back from Miss Liliope's. Do you really intend to marry her? Theo sat in a large high-backed chair, looking composed. Of course. That lady likes me very much. A deer let out a sigh. But you know very well that's a lie. Theo turned his head to look out the window, his eyes deep. To say she likes me isn't entirely a lie. Liliope is a rare genius in the Empire. Not only is she proficient in fire magic, but she also possesses the unquenchable fire and the flame of life. That is a power other fire mages cannot reach. Theo stared at the intelligence report in his hand. Liliope's abilities are of great benefit to the North, so he had always been watching her. When the proposal for the engagement dot appeared, he accepted it along the way. She seemed to know everything about him and Rosalind, which surprised him. He had thought she was a bold woman who could say words of confession without hesitation, but in the blink of an eye, she would blush and be at a loss because of his actions. The corners of Theo's mouth curled into a faint smile, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. That clumsy look is actually quite cute. He thought of Liliope's attitude toward Cardin. That coldness and distance were obvious. It seems her feelings for that foolish crown prince have completely changed. But that's not important. Anyway, I never intended to break this engagement. There's no turning back now, Liliope. Theo gazed into the void, as if whispering to her in the distance. You chose me first, and I have chosen you. Liliope sat in an armchair, her fingertips tracing the heavy scroll. What should I do? I wanted to reverse the original tragic ending, but I ended up twisting my own fate. She looked down at those dates. Is it because I acted too much like I wanted to save my life? And that Northern Grand Duke, why does he always say such shaking things? Theo's cold face appeared in her mind. This is an insult to my fiancé. Don't just barge into my woman's house. I have no intention of spending even a single day away from my beloved wife. Liliope's brow furrowed, her nails sinking into the paper. In the original setting, didn't he view women as mere stones? Before meeting the female lead, he was clearly cold to everyone. Now he's like a cunning fox. A future scene flashed through her mind. Theo holding Rosalind tightly, his eyes full of tenderness. Once his heart is taken by Rosalind, an eyesore of a fiancé, like me, will surely be made to disappear by Theo. Liliope shuddered. What is this ominous premonition? Linux let out a soft cry and tilted its head to look at its master. I have to go ask Johann directly. Since I can't avoid the crown prince, everything is returned to the starting point. Truly troublesome. She raised a hand to support her chin, her gaze becoming firm. If I want to change the ending where Liliope dies a tragic death, I must try a completely different method. The original ending was because she was jealous of Rosalind and kept harassing her, leading to her death. If I can become her best friend, there would be no reason to be killed, right? Since Theo is just as I imagined, what will the real-life Rosalind be like? I'm looking forward to it. Liliope stood before the full-length mirror, looking at the layered lace gown. Jamma, is it really necessary to make new clothes? Jamma put down her teacup, her expression serious. You know how important social activities are. You used to care about this the most. Why have you changed now? Besides, don't you like these pretty clothes? These clothes are indeed pretty, but the process of wearing them is truly exhausting. Jamma stood up and walked toward the door. The shopkeeper said they're bringing more new fabrics. Please be patient for a little longer. The door was suddenly pushed open with a crisp sound. Liliope turned her head in confusion and asked softly, "Huh?" A young woman walked in quickly, her eyes locked on the person ahead. Rosalind stopped, her eyes full of surprise. You are here. Liliope held her breath, staring at the girl who had burst in. Pale gold curls fell over her shoulders. That is Rosalind, in the original novel. Theo's destined true love. Rosalind bowed slightly, a gentle smile on her lips. Hello, princess. Liliope suddenly covered her mouth, her pupils trembling with excitement. This is crazy. I've actually met the living female lead. She stood up flustered, her hands gripping her skirt. Ilo. No, my rank is higher. There's no need to be so formal. Rosalind walked a few steps closer. I have always wanted to meet you. Meeting you here. That is truly wonderful. Liliope was dancing wildly inside. My favorite female lead actually wanted to see me. This feeling is just fantastic. Is there something you need from me? Rosalind took a white handkerchief from her sleeve. This is the crown prince's handkerchief. I thought I should return it to you, princess. Liliope froze. How shall hand go deep? Why was it in Rosalind's hand? Rosalind lowered her eyes. Last time, when I needed His Highness's help, I received this. Liliope felt like she'd been struck by lightning. They've already met? That's impossible. In the original book, they were supposed to meet for the first time during the Harvest Festival months from now. She stared intently at the handkerchief, a chill rising from the soles of her feet. Why is a plot point that wasn't in the original appearing? The plot has completely spiraled out of control. Rosalind clutched the silk handkerchief. Returning this makes me feel uneasy. Liliope tilted her head. Uneasy? Why? Rosalind lowered her eyes, avoiding her gaze. His Highness the Crown Prince is now your fiancé. I felt it wasn't appropriate to meet privately to return it. Liliope gazed at the young girl before her. Her own bad reputation flashed through her mind. In the rumors, Liliope had a crazy possessiveness and would treat any woman who approached the Crown Prince as trash. She even started bullying Rosalind at the academy, just because Cardin looked at her more than once. She just didn't want to be misunderstood, so she decided to let me handle it. Liliope screamed internally. Oh my god, not just her looks, but even her personality is exactly as described in the novel. She's an angel. She suddenly grabbed Rosalind's hand. You could have just given it to me, my lady. Rosalind froze, feeling the warmth from her hand. It's still better to give it to you in person, and thank you. Thank you. Liliope gripped the other's hands tightly. Let's do that then. Rosalind pulled the handkerchief back to her chest, her eyes curving into a smile. Thank you for your understanding, princess. Liliope waved her hands repeatedly. No, I didn't do anything worth thanking. But internally, she was in turmoil. Just because of such a small thing, she's so grateful. How much trouble did the old Liliope cause her? Her villainous image has truly hit rock bottom. I must become best friends with Rosalind and completely overturn this damn fate and reputation. By the way, will you be going to the Marchioness's tea party? Rosalind replied softly. Ah, yes. Liliope broke into a brilliant smile. That's great. I've always wanted to chat more with you. You must come and see me. Rosalind looked at the smiling face before her, her pupils trembling slightly. You've never been this friendly to me before. Are you trying to embarrass me again? She felt the warmth of the palm, and the doubt in her heart gradually dissipated. No, this feeling doesn't seem bad. Rosalind nodded. Yes, princess. I will certainly attend on time. Liliope stared at the communication crystal. Theo's cold face appeared in the light and shadow. What is it? She nervously wrung her fingers. I have a request. I want to ask for your help. Theo raised an eyebrow slightly. Asking me for help. That is quite rare. What do you want to say? Liliope touched her cheek with her fingertip. I plan to go for a walk in the city, but I don't have any guards with me. Theo let out a soft snort. Duke Stella is indeed overprotective of his daughter, but he actually didn't arrange any personnel for you? Did the Duke withdraw all the guards? Liliope gave an awkward smile. No, a few people resigned recently, so we're shorthanded. Theo was silent for a moment. Is that so? Liliope straightened her back. Jamma said that if the guards are sent by you, they will definitely be very reliable. Theo let a low laugh. I see. I understand. Liliope stared at the man in the crystal ball. That relaxed and lazy smile. In the original book, he only showed it to the female lead. Why is he smiling at me now? The corners of Theo's mouth curled up. She's become smarter. Handsome men are indeed dangerous when they smile. Liliope froze, looking at the image in the crystal ball. 10 minutes. She blinked in confusion. What? Theo cut off the communication. 10 minutes? Does he mean he's coming over right now? Liliope stared at the communication crystal in her hand. Is he sending an escort within 10 minutes? Why'd he emphasize the time? Gemma suddenly burst through the door with a panicked expression. Miss Lily, His Highness the Grand Duke has arrived. Liliope turned around in shock. He's already here? We just hung up the communication. Theo stood outside the door with his arms crossed, his expression cold and aloof. Gemma was busy with the luggage behind him. I'll go prepare the carriage. Liliope looked around. He could have just sent an escort. Why did he come in person? And where were the guards? Theo stepped into the room. The escort is already here. Liliope blinked in confusion. Huh? Theo touched his chin with his fingertip. I'm the most capable and trustworthy guard by the Grand Duke's side. Liliope stood frozen on the spot. Who would use their own fiancé as a mere guard? Besides, having the Grand Duke of the North accompanying her was far too much pressure. Theo saw through her concerns. If it feels like a burden, just treat me like an ordinary guard. He turned toward the door. Let's go, Light. Liliope watched his back, her mind screaming in protest. Treat the Grand Duke of the North as an ordinary guard? How is that even possible? The carriage sped through the streets, the wheels rattling over the crossroads. Sitting inside the carriage, Liliope still couldn't wrap her head around the situation. What on earth is going on? Why did you call me Light? My father and Gemma both call me Lily. Theo tilted his head slightly, and Liliope avoided his gaze. It feels awkward to be called by a nickname no one else uses. Just call me Lily. Theo let out a soft chuckle. Isn't it natural? I'm not a stranger. I'm your fiancé. He rested his chin on his hand. And soon, I will be your husband. Liliope snapped her head up, her pupils dilating in shock. That smile again. It was the same one in the communication crystal earlier. Why does he keep giving me that look? That treatment is supposed to be reserved for the female lead. Theo's eyes were filled with tenderness as he watched the flustered girl before him. If this keeps up, my heart really won't be able to take it. Liliope lowered her head, her gaze falling on Theo's hand resting on his knee. His fingers were well-defined, broad, and powerful. I want to hold that hand and play with it all day. She shook her head head violently. Get a grip, Liliope, you illogical adult. Beneath that rope is a churning magma of desire, an abyss called pleasure and instinct. Endure it. The Grand Duke of the North belongs to Rosalind. Liliope turned her face away abruptly, staring at the street scenery flying past the window. Her heart was pounding out of her chest. She couldn't look at him directly. Better look elsewhere. Anywhere but at him. Liliope pushed open the carriage window, her fingertips lightly touching the frame. The flowers are blooming so beautifully. Theo watched her profile in silence, his gaze deep and wordless. Liliope turned her head and collided with that burning gaze. Theo reached out, his fingers sliding through her golden hair as his palm cradled her cheek. Liliope froze, feeling the warmth of his palm. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? The corners of Theo's mouth curled up slightly. No, I was just thinking about how you could be so beautiful. Liliope cupped her own cheeks, her fingers sinking into her skin. How can he say such cheesy things with a straight face? Even if the lines are ridiculous, this man makes them sound incredibly charming. What am I supposed to do with him? She suddenly tugged up her collar to cover her nose and mouth, tears pricking the corners of her eyes. Since you don't know my feelings, why do you keep flirting? Theo tilted his head, watching her with a smile. I didn't expect you to be this flustered. If you keep acting like this, it might lead me to the misunderstanding that you actually like me, Liliope. Liliope lowered her hands, her eyes filled with daze. It's not a misunderstanding. I really do like you. Theo lowered his eyelids. I thought you were only pretending to like me for some purpose. If this is acting, then you're truly a genius actress. Liliope lunged forward and argued loudly. It's definitely not acting. Theo locked eyes with her. Then tell me, what exactly do you like about me? Liliope clenched her fists. I've already told you. You're handsome, capable, and you have a great personality. Theo pressed the back of his hand against his lips. Is that so? Did I really say that? Theo tilted his head slightly. What else? Liliope froze. With a smile on his lips, Theo leaned forward. What else do you like about me? Liliope's finger lightly touched her lower lip, and her gaze began to wander. Also, I like your jet black hair. I like your large, fair hands. I really like the sound of your voice when you laugh. She counted his charms on her fingers, her smile bright. Actually, your physique is also amazing. I don't like weak men. I prefer someone built like you, with chocolate abs. How atai? Theo let out a soft laugh, his eyes full of doting affection. How'd I not notice before that she was such a cute woman? He suddenly lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of dangerous playfulness. You see my body? Liliope froze, her smile instantly hardening as her pupils contracted. Crap. Liliope looked panicked. No, I didn't mean it like that. I just imagined it. I'm definitely not some pervert who goes around fantasizing about your naked body. Theo Artine, it's just, damn it, this stupid mouth is talking nonsense again. What do? It looks like he's angry. Theo narrowed his eyes slightly. You just said you imagine what my body looks like. Theo suddenly grabbed his collar and yanked it to both sides. In that case, I'll let you confirm right now whether your imagination matches reality. Liliope's eyes widened. No need. She jumped up. She pressed her hands firmly against Theo's, stopping him from unbuttoning his clothes. There's no need to confirm. It's really fine. Theo had a teasing smirk. If you want to see my abs, you just have to say the word. I'll let you look as much as you want. Liliope slumped back into her seat. The carriage continued smoothly along the road, but the interior fell into a deathly silence. Liliope walked down the street in a daze, exhausted from being teased by Theo. Theo had his hands in his pockets. By the way, why are we coming into town? Liliope stopped in her tracks. You finally remember to ask. We're here to buy some tea. There, what are you buying that for? Liliope looked straight ahead, her tone flat. It's a gift for Miss Rosalind. Theo followed closely behind. Rosalind? You mean the daughter of Count Melzervian? Why are you giving her a gift? Theo turned his head, his eyes searching. Then what about me? Liliope took a deep breath. Why is he always asking why? Because I want to be friends with Miss Rosalind. You might not know this, but collecting tea is her hobby. Theo looked away, his expression cold. Is there any reason I should know the hobby of Count's daughter? Liliope quickened her pace. Well, from now on, you'd better start learning these things, Theo Artine. Knowing this, that will be of great help to you. Theo stopped, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Of great help to me? Theo had a teasing smirk. Oh, are you already working hard at being a supportive wife? Liliope's shoulders slumped, and she let out a sigh. She didn't have the strength to argue with him anymore. Let him think what he wanted. She looked around, her eyes scanning the buildings on both sides of the street. But where's the shop? The uniform shop is near here. According to the original novel's description, it should be somewhere around here. Liliope stopped and pointed to a wooden building ahead. I found it. The shopkeeper looked up from behind the counter, looking surprised. Welcome. Oh my, isn't this His Grace the Grand Duke? We don't sell uniforms here. How may I help you? Theo stepped into the shop. I'm not here for uniforms today. Liliope followed closely, her gaze shifting between the shopkeeper and Theo. They know each other? It seems Theo often comes here to buy uniforms. Liliope looked directly at the shopkeeper. You have tea, right? The kind imported from overseas. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course, Your Grace. I just happened to brew a pot. Would you like a taste? He held out a patterned teacup to the two of them. The aroma of tea filled the air. Liliope looked at the cup. Wow, he offered us such expensive tea without hesitation. It must be because Theo Artine is here. Liliope took a small sip. The fragrance of buckwheat spread across her tongue. It was exactly as described in the novel. In the original story, Rosalind went to great lengths to get this tea. If she gave it as a gift, Rosalind would surely be happy. Theo turned to look at her. Is this what you were looking for? Liliope put down the cup, smiling brightly. Yes, this is it. It has a wonderful roasted aroma. Would you like to try some, Your Grace? She held the cup to Theo's lips. Theo lowered his eyes and leaned down to take a sip from her hand. Liliope froze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Doesn't he have hands? Shouldn't a normal person take the cup to drink? Is this guy just showing off how noble he is? How style? The taste is not bad. Liliope looked at his handsome profile and instantly compromised with herself. Fine. When you're this handsome, what's wrong with showing off a bit? Theo turned to the shopkeeper. Give me all of your stock. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together. This is a rare tea that's very difficult to import. Since it's Your Grace buying, it's only 300 gold coins per box. The shopkeeper had a fawning expression. The original price is actually 400 gold coins per box. Liliope's eyes widened. 400 gold coins? What kind of trick is this guy playing? Just as Theo was about to agree, Liliope interrupted. Isn't the original price 200 gold coins per box? She looked the shopkeeper in the eye, her tone cold. In fact, 200 gold coins is already 10 times your wholesale price, isn't it? The shopkeeper's smile froze, and cold sweat slid down his cheek. H, how did you know? Liliope pressed further. Think carefully. Did you misremember the price? You wouldn't be trying to intentionally hike the price to swindle His Grace the Grand Duke, would you? The shopkeeper turned pale. No, of course not. I must have been confused. Liliope reined in her anger, then settled it at 200 gold coins per box. I don't need all of it, just 10 boxes. The shopkeeper nodded frantically. The Grand Duchess is truly amazingly shrewd. Theo stood to the side, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Grand Duchess. Liliope's back stiffened, and her cheeks instantly flushed. No, I'm not the Grand Duchess. Theo interrupted her defense and looked at the shopkeeper. It's fine. Bring out all the stock. We will pay 300 gold coins per box. The difference will be covered by the Grand Duke's office. Liliope turned her head sharply. What? I was supposed to pay for this. Theo ignored her protest. Deliver all the tea to the Stella Ducal mansion within a day. Liliope waved her arms urgently. I'll say it again, it's 200 gold coins, not 300. A curve formed on Theo's lips. 200 or 300, it's all the same to me. Besides, paying a premium for rare goods from outside the Empire is proper etiquette, Grand Duchess. Liliope froze, her face turning bright red. Behind her, the shopkeeper clasped his hands and thanked her profusely. Grand Duchess, who on earth is he talking about? How can he just say things like that so casually? Sunlight spilled over the garden of the Marquis Surgeonal's mansion. The long table was covered with exquisite desserts and black tea. Several noble ladies sat around. Miss Liliope, is the rumor true? The one about you and His Grace the Grand Duke? Oh my, when did you become so close with him? The eldest daughter of Marquis, Surgeonal, picked up her teacup, a mocking smile on her lips. To be involved in rumors with the two most handsome men in the Empire at the same time. As expected of you, Miss Liliope, your methods are truly extraordinary. The surrounding noble ladies whispered among themselves. Then, what about His Highness the Crown Prince? They'll be fighting over you soon, won't they? Being the daughter of a duke, that is certainly useful. Liliope lowered her eyes. Beauty, talent, and men. I have everything. They're all scrambling to flatter me. No wonder the old Liliope became so arrogant and caused trouble everywhere. A light sound of footsteps approached. Rosalind walked into the garden, holding her skirt, her expression gentle. I'm sorry I'm late. Liliope looked up, her gaze locking onto the newcomer. She's here. Rosalind. She was as beautiful as in her memories. The eldest daughter of Marquis, Surgeonal, put down her teacup, her gaze instantly turning cold and her tone sharp. Well, young lady, do you know what time it is? Liliope suddenly lunged forward. Miss Rosalind, you look so beautiful today. The eldest daughter of Marquis, Surgeonal, frowned in displeasure. Don't interrupt and ruin the atmosphere at a time like this. Rosalind bowed slightly. I'm very sorry for being late. The eldest daughter of Marquis, Surgeonal, smiled brightly. It's fine. Come sit here. This tea tastes wonderful. You must try it. Of course it's good. I specially imported it from Dalbadia. That sweet and sour flavor is very charming. I just had to share with everyone. Rosalind picked up her teacup thoughtfully. Dalbadia? Is that the island nation where it rains all year round? The eldest daughter of Marquis, Surgeonal, froze, looking embarrassed. About that, Liliope's lips curled up slightly. Exactly. Miss Rosalind is indeed well informed. You've researched tea quite a bit, haven't you? Rosalind lowered her eyes. Yes, I do have a hobby of collecting tea. But how did you know? The eldest daughter of Marquis Surgeonal put down her teacup with a sharp clack. Oh, so you have that kind of hobby. I couldn't tell you were such a gloomy person. You never mention anything about yourself. Maybe you just look gloomy. After all, your face is just that style. Rosalind lowered her eyes, looking uncomfortable as she tightly twisted her hands together. Liliope sat to the side, her face dark as she pressed her fingertip against her jaw. She let out a cold snort. Liliope's lips curled up, but her eyes were freezing. To be honest, if we're just talking about looks, Miss Surgeonal, now don't you look the gloomiest? Miss Surgeonal's smile froze, and her mouth twitched. So it's a good thing she has the status of a Marquis' daughter, right? Liliope said calmly. I was just joking, just like you did to Miss Rosalind earlier. Did that make you uncomfortable? Miss Surgeonal lowered her eyes to hide the malice within. No, not at all. I'm not angry. She used to be Liliope's closest friend, yet she always egged Liliope on to torment Rosalind. Because she loved the Crown Prince, she hated Rosalind more than anyone. When Liliope went to her ruin in the original story, she just watched coldly and never lent a hand. I will never die like I did in the original, Theo, so you'd better watch your words and actions, understand? If you dare speak insolently to Miss Rosalind again, you're dead. Rosalind called out softly, miss. Liliope instantly switched to a bright smile and turned to Rosalind. Saw the Miss Thosalin, or we. Miss Surgeonal stared at the two of them, her eyes full of doubt. What on earth happened? Just because she's engaged to the Grand Duke doesn't mean she has no reason to hate Rosalind anymore. This is ridiculous. Liliope said in a cheerful tone, if you don't mind, please be sure to visit the ducal mansion this weekend. Miss Surgeonal grit her teeth. She's never been this warm to me. I haven't even been invited to the ducal mansion. What right does that lowly girl have? Liliope continued her invitation. A few days ago, I happened to buy some rare tea. I'd like to give it to you. A flash of surprise appeared in Rosalind's eyes. Really? Miss Surgeonal forced a smile and chimed in. Oh my, since you have such good tea, Miss Liliope, you should have invited me first. Liliope turned to her with a confused look. But you don't have a hobby of collecting tea, do you? Miss Surgeonal was left speechless. Liliope looked back at Rosalind, her smile growing even brighter. Miss Rosalind, you must come this weekend. You have time, right? If I can get Theo and Rosalind to meet on the same day at the ducal mansion, the gears of the original story will completely change. As long as I can get close to Miss Rosalind and have Theo interact with her, maybe I can fix the twisted plot of the original story. It's a perfect plan. Theo sat across from her in the restaurant, his eyes calm. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Liliope looked uncomfortable. Actually, you didn't have to come in person. If it was just a meet, a letter would have been enough. The noble ladies nearby whispered, is that Grand Duke Artine? It seems the rumors are true. He actually came out on a date. Theo watched her quietly. If possible, I prefer to talk in person. Liliope looked around. If we had a meet, why not at the ducal mansion? Why choose a place like this? Everyone's stares are suffocating. Liliope lowered her eyes, avoiding that burning gaze. Though I'm not quite ready with what to say yet. Theo held his knife, cutting the meat on his plate with precise and elegant movements. He put the perfectly square piece of meat into his mouth, chewing without making a sound. Liliope watched him, her eyes sparkling. This elegance is indeed a feast for the eyes. It's almost impossible to look away. Theo put down his utensils and looked up at her. So what did you want to say? Liliope snapped out of it. Miss Rosalind is coming to the ducal mansion this weekend. I'd like to invite you to come as well. She flashed a bright smile, trying to hide her inner calculations. It's just a simple tea party. Please don't feel pressured. I'll help create an opportunity for you to be alone with Miss Rosalind. Theo lowered his eyes. Since it's your invitation, I have no reason to refuse. But is it really necessary for me to speak with that count's daughter? Theo put down his utensils. Why must I see her? Liliope leaned in and lowered her voice. Didn't Miss Rosalind give you a handkerchief? I received a handkerchief from Count's daughter. Liliope froze, her pupils trembling. That was your fated encounter. You don't remember it at all? Theo was silent for a moment. Now that you mention it, there was something like that. Liliope smiled again. Wouldn't it be nice to come this weekend and take the handkerchief back? Of course, it doesn't have to be that day. Theo watched the server bring out dessert, his tone matter of fact. Then you take it from me and pass it to me later. Liliope looked stunned. Why pass it through me instead of meeting directly to take it back? Theo looked her in the eye, his voice low. Because I am officially your man now. So, of course, I can't just casually chat with other women. Liliope held her breath, her body stiff. It's just an engagement. It doesn't mean you can't even talk to people. In that day, you clearly took the initiative to meet the Count's daughter. The day after it had rained, Theo's carriage had sped past, splashing muddy water onto Rosalind's skirt. Theo got out to apologize and offered to take responsibility for the soiled clothes, but Rosalind firmly refused. Theo handed her a handkerchief. If you change your mind, take this and come find me. Liliope had a cold expression. I have no interest in the details of what happened that day. That's all. He was only for Liliope. Whether before or after the engagement, I have never done anything to betray you. From beginning to end, there has only been one woman in my life, and it will be the same in the future. Theo continued. I want you to think of me as the kind of trash who would privately meet other women while having a fiancé. Liliope froze on the spot, her mouth twitching. Trash? She gave an awkward smile, her finger pressing against her forehead. I didn't mean it that way. I also didn't expect you to care so much about me talking to Miss Rosalind. Theo's tone was firm. It was my mistake. It will never happen again, so please rest assured. Liliope looked dazed. Why is the conversation heading in this direction? Liliope's expression was stiff. No, really, that's not what I meant. Calden strode through the restaurant, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Why is this guy not appearing here again? He walked to the table, his fingers pressing hard against the back of the chair. I really didn't expect you to go this far. Calden looked down at Theo with cold eyes. I wonder who leaked the news of my incognito visit, allowing you to put on such a show. He turned to Liliope, his tone softening slightly. Even without these tactics, I already agreed to the engagement. Theo let out a cold snort. Nonsense. Calden's eyes widened. What did you say? Theo looked straight ahead, his voice devoid of emotion. Shut your mouth and get out. Veins popped on Calden's forehead. The one who should get out is you. Go to the end of the horizon. Theo tilted his head slightly. You're annoying. Shut up, you freeloader. Theo used his fork to cut a piece of cake. Can't you see Liliope is eating dessert? He speared the cake and held it to her lips, his eyes gentle. Open wide. Calden stood to the side, a mocking smile on his lips. What a buffoon. Liliope, come here quickly. Liliope took a bite of the cake, her eyes narrowing happily and her cheeks bulging. Calden froze on the spot, his face full of disbelief. Theo watched her, his tone soft. Is it good? Liliope gave a muffled response. Amichum. Calden suddenly slammed his hand on the table, letting out a roar. Where are you two? doing right now? He leaned toward Theo, his eyes full of rage. You bastard, what kind of scheme do you have? Why are you approaching this lady? Liliope shouted. I was the one who approached him first. Calden grit his teeth. If this guy didn't have an ulterior motive, how could he have agreed to the engagement so easily? Theo looked calm. Clearly, you're the one who keeps pestering her even though she's engaged. Theo brushed Calden's hand away, his tone cold. Your Highness the Crown Prince, how much longer are you going to play out this farce? Calden turned back sharply. What did you say? Theo looked straight ahead. The lady has liked me for a long time. Liliope stared at Calden. There's that old line again. The lady has liked me for a long time. Looking at Calden's exasperated state, she suddenly understood the pain he once felt. Being relentlessly pursued by someone you've clearly rejected is indeed irritating. Calden struggled with his memories. You clearly like me. Liliope's expression was calm. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Calden's body stiffened as he turned his head. What? Liliope's eyes were filled with apology. Because I said I like you, I must have caused you a lot of suffering, didn't I? She lowered her eyes and sighed softly. I am truly sorry. Because of that one-sided feeling, I caused you trouble. Now, this pestering feels like my retribution, so I won't blame you. Liliope looked up again, her gaze firm. But now I truly love Theo. She watched Calden, her tone resolute. So, please don't make things difficult for me anymore. Calden looked down at the girl by the table, his voice trembling. Mississippi, are you serious? Liliope looked him in the eyes, her tone decisive. I'm serious. Calden clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. How can you? His eyes turned red, tears welling up. How can love change? Liliope froze. What kind of scene is this? A new trope? Calden's knuckles were white from the force of his grip. The woman who watched me for so long. The woman who was once so passionate. How can she instantly become so cold? He dropped to one knee, looking up and letting out a wail. This is a tragedy. How can a person's feelings change so fast? Liliope's expression was cold. It's simple. Nothing changes faster than the human heart. Even if you liked someone yesterday, you might hate them tomorrow. Unrequited love is especially like that. Liliope looked at Theo, a slight smile on her lips. So if one day you fall in love with Rosalind, you don't need to feel sorry for me at all. Her eyes were clear and her tone calm. Humans are that kind of creature. When that time comes, you just have to break up cleanly like that. Calden stood up abruptly, his finger trembling as he pointed at Theo. So, you're telling me I lost to this guy overnight? Theo turned his head. Hey, it's time for you to leave. Calden turned around sharply. Why should I leave? If anyone's leaving, it should be you. Theo's eyes were icy. Get out while I'm still talking nicely. Calden's body stiffened, a hint of retreat in his brow. Fine, I have official business to attend to anyway. I'll take my leave. He pulled his cloak tight and hurried toward the door. Liliope watched his back. Finally gone. Calden stopped and looked back at Liliope. Anyway, miss, please reconsider. The position by my side is always reserved for you. He raised his voice. I never thought you were trouble, so there's no need to apologize. Theo picked up his teacup and took a small sip. It's cooked. Liliope turned her head. What's cooked? Theo speared the strawberry on the cake with his fork. I'm not a person who likes simple things. Once I made a choice, but I never change it easily. So, you, who are to become my wife, must be the same kind of person. Liliope tilted her head, her eyes showing confusion. Is that so? Theo speared another piece of cake and held it to her lips. I'm saying that in our future, besides each other, there won't be a second person of the opposite sex. Open wide. Liliope subconsciously opened her mouth and bit the fork. No, but what if I break the contract? Theo's tone was decisive. You can't. Liliope swallowed the cake. You'll regret it. Theo looked her in the eyes. I won't. Liliope's brow furrowed. Don't say it's so absolutely. Theo's expression was calm. I'm very sure, so don't worry. Liliope slammed the table. Let me finish. Theo's lips curled up slightly. If I really regret this engagement, I'll grant you one wish. Liliope froze, her pupils trembling. Any wish? Her mind flashed with images of countless gold coins. This is a windfall. Even if I can't escape the fate of death, I can use this wish to get the protection of the Grand Duke of the North. Liliope couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even if it's not for saving my life, this wish has many uses. Liliope beamed. Then please write that into the contract. Theo watched her smile, a curve forming on his lips. Okay. Liliope leaned on the windowsill, waving at the figure below. By the way, will you still come this weekend? Theo stopped and looked up at the window. I understand. Liliope unfolded the newspaper in her hand, her brow furrowed. Why did this become news? The headline read, I am your man now, detailing the Northern Grand Duke's confession in the restaurant. Theo fell into deep thought. So, I'd like to borrow Linux for a bit. He repeated the name. Linux. The voice on the other end of the communication was low. Just for 2 days. Liliope closed the newspaper. If you could take good care of him for 2 days, then it's fine. Theo let out a soft chuckle through the communicator. Good, I'll look after him for 2 days. Liliope stared at the reflection in the crystal ball. Why does he keep smiling? Was he this gentle with the original heroine too? She spoke into the communicator. So, when are you coming to pick up Linux? Theo's voice was deep. Now. Liliope froze on her bed. Now. This guy has absolutely no manners. He just says what he wants and hangs up. Gemma pushed open the door. Lady Liliope, His Grace has arrived. He is in the drawing room. Liliope stood up. I see. Wade decides to come. But he certainly moves fast. Theo stood at the edge of the terrace. Linux circled above his head, his flaming wings streaking across the sky. Liliope walked toward his back. You're here. Wait a moment, I'll call Linux over. Linux beat his wings and dove down, his fiery red plumage cutting through the air. He landed precisely on Theo's arm, flames dancing at his fingertips. Liliope stood frozen. This guy, he's acting like he's Linux's master. That Phoenix, where did all his loyalty to his owner go? Does he just fly over whenever someone whistles? Theo stroked the firebird's feathers. What a clever bird. Liliope pursed her lips and tried to whistle, but only a faint breathy sound came out. Theo turned his head. What are you doing? She looked embarrassed and avoided his gaze. Nothing. Liliope tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to hide her awkwardness. Why are you taking Linux? He isn't actually that useful. Theo gazed at the firebird on his shoulder, his eyes deep. I have some things I need his help with. Liliope pressed further. So where exactly are you taking him? Theo started walking, his boots clicking across the carpet. I'll tell you naturally once things are settled. In 2 days, I'll return Linux to you. Liliope watched his departing figure. Are you leaving right now? Theo stopped and turned his head, a smile playing on his lips. Even if you feel regretful, please bear with it for today. I am truly Busa. Liliope shook her head violently, waving her hands in front of her chest. What? I didn't ask because I was regretful. Who said I was regretful? Theo lowered his gaze, his expression tender. I know. Actually, the one feeling regretful is me. Liliope stood dazed, a flush rising to her cheeks as she watched him walk away. Suddenly remembering something, she raised her voice. Also, in the future, could you say goodbye before hanging up the communication? Theo looked back. Say goodbye? Say what? Liliope clenched her fists, her toes digging into the ground. Like, I'm hanging up now, or goodbye, or something. Hanging up directly is very impolite. Theo was silent for a moment. Fine, I will. He had intended to leave it at that for today, but this girl's smile always managed to make his heart spiral out of control. Liliope clutched her chest as if struck by Cupid's arrow. To have my heart flutter once a day is practically cheating. Her brow furrowed, her eyes showing impatience. What is it now? Contacting me without even a greeting. Cardin rested his chin on one hand, his smile elegant and confident. I thought you'd be happier with an uninvited guest. Liliope's eyes were filled with coldness. What's he talking about? If you have something to say it quickly. I am Buse. Cardin picked up his teacup with slow, deliberate movements. I came today to tell you something important. That bastard Theo took your graduation project today, didn't he? Liliope's pupils shrank, her expression becoming grave. Has the rumor spread already? This only happened a few hours ago. How does he know so clearly? Are there spies for the crown prince all over the Duke's mansion? Cardin leaned forward. See? That guy's engagement. That is just to use you, isn't it? He lowered his voice, his expression playful. Do you know what he plans to do with your graduation project? Liliope corrected him. It's Linux, not a graduation project. Cardin didn't care. Fine. Then do you know what he plans to do with Renix? Liliope emphasized again, it's Linux, not Renix. Cardin spread his hands. Oh, Linux or Renix, it's all the same. Liliope closed her eyes, her brow showing her irritation. Why do you keep interrupting me? Cardin froze. What are you doing? Liliope picked up her teacup. Sorry, please continue, Prince Cardin. Cardin's temple twitched slightly as he suppressed his anger. Cardin or Cardin. I suppose it's all the same to you too. He took a deep breath. He wants to use it to solve the cold wave in the north. Liliope paused. She remembered the ending of the original story. That lady's life was nothing more than kindling to burn for the north, ending in a tragic death. Cardin turned his back to Liliope. If you marry that man, you will eventually become nothing but kindling for the north, ending in a tragic death. Liliope's pupils contracted. So that's why Theo took Linux. The north is famous for its harsh winters, and disasters are coming one after another. The queen sits high on her throne, seeing Theo as a thorn in her side. She joined forces with black mages to send countless calamities sweeping through the north, taking many lives. As the original protagonist, Theo was supposed to overcome all this. Liliope lowered her eyes. To survive, I didn't even think about the future, but I know the plot. Perhaps I can truly help him. Cardin touched his forehead and let out a burst of laughter. It's natural to be scared. You probably never thought he'd be so despicable. Liliope looked up, her gaze becoming firm. I need to go to the north. Cardin's smile grew even more radiant. Exactly. You go to the north, and then Liliope interrupted him. I'm gonna save him. Cardin's teeth clenched. What? Where do you think you're going? Liliope stood up abruptly, her hands braced on the table. I must go to the north immediately. I can provide much more help than Linux. She walked quickly toward the door. Theo, why didn't you just ask me for help? Honestly, Cardin reached out to stop her. Wait, did you actually understand what I just said? Liliope stopped and looked back at him. You said Theo's engagement was just to use me. Cardin spread his hands, his expression incredulous. So, you think it's fine to be used by him? Liliope's lips curled into a brilliant smile. I don't care. If I could be of help to Theo, that would make me happy. Cardin stood frozen, his eyes full of shock. What did you just say? Liliope gave a slight bow. Then, please take care, Your Highness. I'm busy, so I'll take my leave. Liliope walked away quickly. The original plot hasn't started yet. This blizzard isn't the queen's doing. She stopped, her gaze determined. As long as I prepare in advance, innocent people won't have to die, right? Cardin chased after her, letting out a frustrated roar. Only I can make you happy. Theo gazed at the young girl before him. I heard you want to go to the Grand Duke's territory. Liliope's pupils trembled slightly, her expression a bit flustered. Did you hear that from my father? She lowered her head, her tone regretful. I originally wanted to go with you the day you took Linux. It's a pity I didn't succeed. Duke Stella stood with his arms crossed, his expression serious. You cannot go alone. You must wait for Julie to return. House I help, Father said we can only depart once Julie returns. He's still in Furlan. Who knows when he'll be back? Liliope picked up her teacup. It will be soon. When he returns, you will go to the north with him. Liliope set down the cup, her gaze firm. Take me to the north. Let me take Linux's place. I'll be more useful than Linux in solving the blizzard. Theo's expression turned cold. The north is colder and more dangerous than you imagine. I will never take my woman to such a place. He gazed at Liliope, his eyes deep, and I will never use your abilities to solve a crisis. Liliope's brow furrowed slightly. Taking Linux and using my abilities. What's the difference between the two? Theo let out a soft, low chuckle. I only accept your intention to help. That is all. He gazed at the girl before him, his look burning. You are so cute right now that I can hardly restrain myself. Liliope froze, her eyes confused. Hardly restrain yourself? What are you holding back? Theo suddenly reached out to cup her chin, restraining the urge to pull you into my arms right now and kiss you fiercely. Liliope's cheeks flushed instantly, her breathing becoming rapid. Wait, pull me into your arms for what? She suddenly remembered their surroundings and looked panicked. Hey, there are other people here. Theo turned his head, his gaze returning to its usual coolness. He looked at the young lady sitting nearby. My apologies, Miss Rosalind. Rosalind covered her mouth with both hands, her pupils trembling. Oh my goodness. Liliope's expression was stiff. This was not at all the original intention of me arranging for them to meet. Miss Rosalind, I'm sorry if we made you uncomfortable. Rosalind cupped her face, her eyes shimmering. Oh my, the two of you look so perfect together. Liliope waved her hands frantically. No. He and you're a much better match. Rosalind's smile widened. The two of you are truly wonderful. Theo's expression was indifferent. I know. Liliope lowered her head. This plot direction is completely wrong. Miss Rosalind, Liliope pointed at the gift boxes on the table. Do you like these tea leaves? Rosalind picked up a cup. I love them so much. I didn't expect you to give me these. I've been looking for them for so long. For you to give me so many. I am truly overwhelmed. Liliope's expression was awkward. They're all yours. Please enjoy them. I accidentally bought too much. She turned to look at the man beside her. Theo, there are many rare teas in the north, aren't there? How about giving some to Miss Rosalind as a gift? Theo took a sip of tea. Northern tea is available everywhere in the market. There's no need for a special gift. Rosalind lowered her head slightly, a gentle smile on her lips. It's really fine. I don't want to add any burden to the Grand Duke. Liliope looked at the two of them. Why are they acting so distant? I thought as long as I created an opportunity, they would fall in love immediately. Is it because I'm here? She stood up abruptly, looking a bit flustered. I suddenly need to go to the restroom. You two please continue chatting. Liliope ran quickly toward the garden, her skirt fluttering through the flowers. They just don't know each other yet, so it's awkward. As long as I give them some time, they'll naturally grow closer. After all, they're a pair destined by fate. Cardin leaned against a stone pillar, a confident smile on his face. Miss Liliope, sorry I'm late. Please forgive me for making my beautiful fiancé wait. Liliope kept her eyes forward, quickening her pace to brush past him, trying to pretend she hadn't seen him. Cardin froze, his expression shocked. I'm right here, and you're actually ignoring me? Liliope stopped, her eyes full of helplessness. What are you doing here again? Cardin straightened his cape and walked over slowly. I heard you were hosting a tea party today, but forgot to invite me. Liliope's brow furrowed. How on earth did he find out? Is there a spy in the house? This isn't a tea party. It's just a gathering of a few close friends. She put her hands on her hips. I didn't forget. I simply had no intention of inviting you. Cardin turned his head. I'm not listening. This time, I'll be merciful and forgive your mistake. But, my lady, what are you doing here? Did you want to have a garden date with me? Liliope's eyes were icy. What a wonderful timing. The male and female leads are together, and now the second male lead has found me. It seems the three of them are destined to be entangled. Theo suddenly appeared behind the two of them, his face dark. I explicitly said not to pay attention to people who come uninvited, Lily. Cardin whipped around. Huh, Liliope looked around. Theo, where did Miss Rosalind go? Theo crossed his arms over his chest. Right where I left her. Liliope's eyes widened. You can't just leave her there alone. Imagine how awkward and helpless she must feel right now. Theo pointed at Cardin, his gaze freezing. You actually left me behind to be with this idiot. Cardin's pupils shrank. Idiot? You damn bastard. How many times have I told you not to call me that? Theo remained expressionless. Many times. So what? Liliope looked like she was on the verge of a breakdown. Why are the male lead and the second male lead fighting instead of paying attention to the heroine? Cardin pointed at Theo and roared. Don't you have a pile of messes to handle in the north? Why are you wasting time chasing after a woman? House not Gonli. Thanks to her, things are being settled even faster. Liliope's shoulders slumped, her eyes filled with exhaustion. Why does it always end up like this? Why does every plan to fix the plot get messed up? Cardin slammed his hand on the table and stood up. You bastard, just how long do you plan to keep using her? Theo leaned back in his chair. Using her? Only a pig-headed fool like you that could come up with such an idea. Liliope turned to Rosalind, her eyes full of expectation. Miss Rosalind, would you like to go to the ball with me and pick out dresses together? Rosalind was slightly stunned. Oh, okay, Miss Liliope. Liliope leaned closer. Could you stop calling me Miss Liliope? It sounds too distant. Just call me Lily. Rosalind's cheeks turned slightly red. Okay, Lily, then please call me Rose. Cardin suddenly interjected. Oh, right. Miss Liliope, regarding the ball. I'll allow you to wear a dress that matches mine. Theo's eyes darkened as he gritted his teeth. What the hell is this guy talking about? Liliope's brow furrowed, her eyes full of disgust. Huh, I refuse. Cardin's smile grew even wider, completely ignoring her refusal. There's no need to decline. I'll generously fulfill your wish to wear matching outfits with me. Cardin's smile vanished, his gaze provocative. Could you please put your brain back where it belongs? Theo stood up abruptly, his chair scraping harshly against the floor. What? Theo looked down at him. If my woman is going to wear a matching outfit, it will be with me, you moron. Cardin refused to back down. Are you kidding? She's wanted to wear the same clothes as me since a long time ago. Theo let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of mockery. Just how long do you plan to remember those old stories? You're pathetic. Cardin trembled with rage, becoming incoherent. Huh, pathetic? Liliope looked at the two men arguing, her brow showing her weariness. I can't let them keep acting like this. Liliope crossed her arms, her voice clear and loud. Both of you, please calm down. I'm going to wear a matching outfit with Miss Rosalind. Theo and Cardin froze at the same time and turned to look at her, their eyes full of shock. Rosalind pointed at herself, her pupils trembling. W with me? Liliope's expression was firm. That's right, Rose. Let's wear matching dresses on the day of the ball. Theo's eyes showed his displeasure. Liliope, if you're gonna wear a matching outfit, you should wear it with your fiancé me. Cardin suddenly leaned forward. Miss, I was the one who suggested it first. Liliope turned to the girl beside her. Rose, what do you think? I won't force you. If you feel uncomfortable, you can refuse. Rosalind's eyes sparkled. Of course not. I would love that too. Cardin spread his hands. Miss, I said I wear clothes with the same design as yours. Theo pressed a hand to his chest. Liliope, think about it again. Your fiancé is right here. Liliope completely ignored the argument behind her. Then tomorrow we'll go find Madame Piroche and have her make us a set of bestie dresses. Rosalind softly repeated, bestie dresses? Liliope tilted her head and looked at her face. Rosalind, why is your face turning red? Rosalind cupped her face, her fingertips trembling slightly, her eyes full of shyness. It's just because I'm so happy. Liliope gave a brilliant smile. Then it settled. Linux landed on Theo's shoulder, his wings fluttering. Lily, I'm a greedy person. Since you already have me, do you really still want to wear the same clothes as a count's daughter? You should be very clear about what wearing the same clothes means, right? Don't you think this is too much? Liliope sat by the window. While everyone else was busy, I was still thinking about what was going on. Liliope lowered her eyes, her brow showing her helplessness. Is this kind of thing really worth getting so furious about? Me and Miss Rosalind wearing the same dress at the ball feels completely different from a couple's outfit. Theo stood up abruptly and pressed down on Linux's head, his expression angry. How is it different? Am I really supposed to just stand by and watch my woman wearing the exact same thing as someone else? Liliope stared at him, her eyes full of absurdity. You're actually jealous of a woman? I know you're sticking to the original's possessive setting, but that should be directed at the heroine. She turned her head. Miss Rosalind is a woman. She's not a man, just a female friend. So why exactly? Theo's tone was stiff. Why do you insist on being so close to that count's daughter? Liliope hesitated, looking a bit flustered. That's because she almost said, because she's my life-saving straw. She took a deep breath and looked away. Because she's pretty. Theo froze, his expression shocked. Because she's pretty? That's it. Liliope gazed into the distance, her eyes softening. It's true that I'm trying to please Rosalind to stay alive. But besides that, I truly want to rely on her for the rest of my life and share joys and sorrows with her. Rosalind is kind and considerate. I want to be friends with her forever until we're old. Theo's face was dark as he stared at Linux beside him. I'll let you have your way this time, but there won't be a next time. He looked up, his eyes full of possessiveness. I don't like my woman giving her heart to someone else, even if that person Dot is also a woman. Liliope leaned back against the sofa, her expression grave. I understand, but this is really not right. Theo rested his chin on his hand, his fingertips against his lips. I really don't like this. Liliope's pupils trembled, her expression one of alarm. The male lead actually said he doesn't like the heroine? This is definitely not something Theo would say. She looked toward the dress in the fitting room, her brow furrowed. Although it's like this, because of me, this is definitely not what I wanted. Liliope fell into thought, her eyes showing her worry. Is the original plot really going to be broken forever? Rosalind held her hands together, looking a bit uneasy. Miss Lily, is it really okay for me to wear a custom dress from Madame Piroche? Liliope stroked her chin. Of course. Since you're wearing a matching outfit with me, it has to be a custom piece. Rosalind lowered her head, looking flustered. But I'm only a count's daughter. Liliope pointed forward. It's fine. Look, Madame Piroche seems very happy too. Madame Piroche was clutching fabric, her expression fanatical. Bestie dresses. Inspiration is practically overflowing. In this top-tier Imperial workshop, there was an unspoken rule that only those of Marquis rank or above could order custom pieces. Rosalind twisted her fingers, still looking uneasy. Is it really okay for someone from a count's family to wear a custom dress? Liliope turned her head, her gaze showing her disdain. That unspoken rule only exists to make the crown prince look good when he gives gifts. We aren't breaking any laws. She raised her index finger, her expression proud. I've always hated that rule of dividing custom rights by rank. If anyone gives you trouble, I'll handle it, so don't worry. Rosalind gazed at her, her pupils trembling, her eyes full of emotion. Rosalind touched a cookie with her fingertip, her expression awkward. Miss Lily, I think I might have misunderstood you before. Lilio picked up her teacup, looking confused. Misunderstood? Rosalind lowered her eyes, her voice tiny. When you sent me tea, or when the Grand Duke and the Crown Prince both appeared at the tea party. Even when you suggested wearing the same dress at the ball. I thought all of this was to torment me. Lilio set down her cup, her fingertips pausing. From Rosalind's perspective, that's actually quite logical. After all, I used to be the leader of those who bullied her. A sudden show of kindness would bound to cause suspicion. She gazed at Rosalind, her eyes full of guilt. You must have felt offended. I am truly sorry. Rosalind looked up abruptly, her pupils trembling. No, I didn't feel offended at all. Liliope's expression softened. I completely understand why you'd think that. My past actions were indeed wrong. I'm sorry, Rose. She turned her face away, her eyes full of apology. You must have suffered a lot because of my petty jealousy. Rosalind looked forward, her eyes full of sincerity. But I hope you can believe in my goodwill. From now on, I truly want to become close friends with you. Liliope froze, her pupils trembling, the rims of her eyes quickly turning red. Miss Lily, Rosalind lowered her head, her hands tightly clutching her skirt, her fingertips turning white from the force. I am truly so sorry. It was my narrow-mindedness that made me think you were a bad person. Rosalind hurried forward, looking panicked. No, don't cry over something like this. Liliope covered her face, tears sliding through her fingers, her heart deeply moved. So pure and fragile. Oh my God, you're just too cute. Rosalind handed her a handkerchief. Here, take this. Rosalind suddenly grabbed her hand, her expression excited. Miss Lily, she gazed at Liliope, her eyes full of fanaticism. I think I've already fallen in love with you. Liliope froze on the spot, her expression shocked. Huh. Rosalind gripped the handkerchief with both hands, tears welling in her eyes, but her mouth was curled into a wide smile. I really like you so much, Miss Lily. She looked at the Rosalind before her, her heart pounding. It's the first time I've met someone with this kind of personality. What should I do? Although currently, I still prefer men. But I feel like I've led the original plot in a very strange direction. Theo's figure appeared in the crystal ball, his expression cold. The daughter of Count Melzerwayan. Why is she sending you gifts every day? Liliope sat on her bed, which was piled high with gift boxes. It probably started that day. We want to customize the ball dresses. I said I wanted to be a bit closer to her, and as a result, she started sending things over nonstop. Theo's brow furrowed, his tone displeased. What exactly did she send? Liliope opened a cardboard box. There's a lot of variety, but mostly tea. Some are of excellent quality. Do you want some too? Theo refused flatly, his tone icy. No need. Liliope picked up her teacup, looking confused. Why? You were the one who helped Rosalind pay for her tea. I just wanted to share some with you. Theo remained silent, the image in the crystal ball flickering slightly. Of all the gifts the Count's daughter sent, which one do you like best? Liliope tilted her head and began to think seriously. Which one made me the happiest? She picked up her teacup. My favorite? It should be the tea. Theo responded in a low voice, I see. Liliope narrowed her eyes. Were you just planning to say what you wanted and then cut the communication directly? Theo fell silent, the light inside the crystal ball flickering. Then I'm hanging up. He rested his fingertip against his chin, his expression cold, a gloomy aura radiating from him. Liliope let out a soft laugh. That's more like it. Lord Theo, please get some good rest too. Theo gazed at her, his eyes deep. Lilipy. Liliope gave a response. What is it? Theo's lips curled up slightly, revealing a rare smile. Good night. I'll contact you again. The light in the crystal ball extinguished instantly, turning back into an ordinary purple sphere. Liliope sat dazed on her bed, holding a gift box, her pupils suddenly dilating. Her heart skipped a beat. He actually said goodnight. Liliope covered her burning cheeks, her eyes full of joy, her pupils even turning into heart shapes. Liliope suddenly dove into the large bed, burying her face in the soft pillow, her legs kicking wildly in the air. The way he looked so flustered when he wanted to hang up just now was absolutely adorable. Why is everything he does so charming? Seriously, my favorite character really is the best. Liliope hugged the pillow tightly and rolled back and forth on the bed, her cheeks flushed, her smile uncontrollable. Her mind was entirely filled with Theo's figure. The cause of it all was something trivial. Theo's voice came from the crystal ball. Of all the gifts the Count's daughter sent, which one do you like best? Liliope had answered casually, the tea, I guess. From that day on, Theo began sending people to deliver tea every day. Gemma walked into the room carrying a tray. His Grace the Grand Duke has sent tea. Liliope put down her book, her expression surprised. Is it a thank you gift because I lent him Linux? Gemma appeared again, carrying a heavy wooden box. His Grace has sent tea again. Liliope sat on the sofa, her gaze showing her confusion. Why is it tea again? The most headache-inducing part was that Rosalind seemed unwilling to be left behind. At some point, she also started only sending tea. Gemma stood by a mountain of tea boxes, her expression excited. Our Miss Lily is truly so popular. Theo, as the Grand Duke of the North, is Liliope's fiancé and her future partner. The relationship between the original male and female leads seemed to be growing further apart. Rosalind is the Count's daughter, the person I've praised incessantly, and my savior. Liliope gazed at the magnificent palace. This situation should pass soon, right? No, not at all. Rosalind appeared at the banquet wearing a red dress, drawing gasps of admiration from the surrounding noblewomen. Miss Rosalind is truly beautiful. The power of a group is shocking. Liliope and Rosalind stood side by side, holding hands, wearing identical red court gowns. Just because the two of them were wearing friendship dresses, Rosalind became someone no one dared to look down on anymore. The socialites who had once ignored Rosalind were now busy flattering her. Miss Rosalind is truly beautiful. Oh my goodness. Liliope had a satisfied smile on her lips. The reaction was even better than expected. In this way, can my bad reputation as a villainess and my fate of death finally be brought to an end? 2 wine glasses clinked in the air with a crisp sound. Cardan walked over with a glass, a confident smile on his lips. Miss, so you were here. Liliope turned around. Your Highness, you've come. Cardan leaned close to her face, his eyes teasing. Miss, did you wear red specifically to match me? Liliope's brow furrowed slightly as she looked him up and down. But Your Highness, you aren't wearing any red today. Cardan spread his arms to show off his suit, his smile growing more radiant. No, look closely. Isn't there red here? See it? Liliope looked away. What is he talking about now? Cardan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Next time you want to wear a matching outfit, just tell me directly. Don't use the Count's daughter as an excuse to sneak out anymore. Liliope turned around abruptly, her tone icy. I was not imitating you. Please do not worry, Cardan. Cardan watched her back, his laughter hearty. Are you embarrassed because I saw through your thoughts? Liliope walked away quickly, her skirt sweeping across the floor. He's so arrogant, it's speechless. This kind of thing is completely meaningless. Cardan's tone was arrogant. I can give you much more than that guy named Theo. Liliope remained silent and let out a long sigh. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I have told you many times already. Cardan tilted his head, his smile flippant. Told me what? Liliope raised her eyes, which were filled with coldness. I no longer like you, Your Highness. Cardan, what are you talking about? Liliope's brow twitched slightly. Look at me closely. I am the Crown Prince who has loved you since we were children. Liliope stared at him. This man truly was impossible to understand. Did he really think she would fall for someone else? Or was he simply refusing to accept reality? She lowered her eyes, her tone calm. Yes, that's right. Once just being by your side and watching you was enough. I felt happy enough then. Liliope looked back at Cardan, her gaze becoming firm. Precisely because I know that feeling. Even now, Lord Theo is different. He isn't the kind of person where it's just nice to have him around and merely regrettable when he isn't. Liliope took a deep breath, her eyes burning with intensity. He is the kind of person who absolutely cannot disappear from my life. She looked Cardan straight in the eye. I don't just like Lord Theo. I love him. Theo's expression froze. So that's how it is. Cardan sensed a presence behind him and whipped his head around, his pupils shrinking in shock. You, how did you actually get here? Theo adjusted his cuffs, his voice devoid of emotion. Is there a way to only pretend to come? Cardan was exasperated. You never attend palace banquets. Why on earth are you here today? Theo stepped toward Liliope. Why else? I came because my wife is here. He stopped beside Liliope. Rosalind watched him. Lady Lily, so you were here? Why did you leave me all alone? Liliope smiled. I just stepped out for some fresh air. Rosalind stood to the side, quietly watching the 3 of them face off. Liliope looked at Rosalind beside her. You look truly beautiful today. Even a woman's heart would flutter. How Suli? That won't be able to look away today. After all, Rosalind is so charming. Liliope observed her fiancé's profile. Lady Surgeonal, didn't you see? Theo's gaze was fixed intently on the figure in front of him. Liliope let out a soft laugh. See? He really is attracted to Rosalind. Finally, the twisted original plot is returning to its proper track. Theo stepped forward and stopped in front of the 2 of them. Lady Surgeonal. He suddenly reached out, but he bypassed Rosalind and pulled Liliope into his arms. Don't just touch my wife as you please. Liliope crashed in his chest. Her expression was one of bewilderment. Liliope's mind went blank. Wait, wasn't he just staring at Rosalind without even blinking? Archduke of the North, do you plan on taking all the ill will upon yourself? Rosalind's brow furrowed. That's impossible, Your Grace. Lady Lily does not belong to you. Is it impossible to maintain this friendship without touching her? Theo crossed his arms, his eyes cold. We all desire to be close to the one we love. But I am warning you, do not even dream of laying a hand on my wife. Rosalind did not back down, looking Theo straight in the eye. Your Grace, please do not interfere in the friendship between me and Lady Lily. Heavens! Cardan stood to the side, looking horrified. Are these 2 idiots fighting over Lily? What should I do? Liliope held her head in her hands, her inner self on the verge of collapse. In my attempt to twist the original plot, I've turned the male and female leads into mortal enemies. Theo and Rosalind faced off, sparks flying in the air. My favorite novel, that is completely ruined. Gemma walked in carrying a teapot. Lady Lily, this is the tea sent by His Grace. Liliope rested her chin on her hand and gave a soft huff. Because of the argument between Theo and Rosalind, she hadn't been able to enjoy the first ball since her return at all. She could understand a conflict between Theo and Cardan, but why had Rosalind become like that? After the ball, she had even insisted on personally escorting Liliope home. Theo's face had been grim, and Rosalind had followed closely behind, neither giving an inch. The atmosphere of the 4 of them returning to the city together was a total disaster. Gemma asked with anticipation, how does it taste, Lady Lily? Liliope set down her teacup. It tastes good. It would be even better if I could drink it with Rosalind. Gemma looked troubled, but His Grace Grace specifically instructed that this tea is only for you to drink, my lady. Liliope fell into silence. Just how far is that guy Theo's possessiveness going to expand? Gemma organized the mountain of gift boxes and reminded Liliope to go for a dress fitting later. Liliope looked at the room full of gifts, confused. Why does the dress need to be modified again? Gemma stopped what she was doing. The hunting festival is about to begin. Liliope gripped her teacup. The hunting festival. Has it already come to that time? That was the first official chapter of the original plot. The Imperial family would reward the winner who hunted the most monsters in the habitats. To prevent Cardin from losing to Theo, the Empress secretly hired a dark wizard to summon high-level monsters in Theo's hunting zone. However, the situation spiraled out of control, and the number of monsters far exceeded expectations. Cardin ended up trapped in danger and was severely injured. Rosalind found him in the forest and used her healing magic. That was the starting point of the romance between the female lead and the second male lead, and the beginning of the disaster. Liliope set down her teacup, her expression turning serious. That festival didn't just affect the nobles. Even commoners suffered heavy casualties. The souls of the dead were harvested by the dark wizard to become sacrifices for evil magic. The culprit behind all of this was that dark wizard who released an excessive number of monsters. Liliope gazed out the window. I must stop this tragedy from happening. Gemma lifted the teapot. Lady Lily, would you like a little more? Liliope was preoccupied. Now is not the time to worry about Theo and Rosalind's romance. No one will believe that high-level monsters will appear in a low-level habitat. I have to. Let's stop them myself. Liliope stared at her teacup. According to the original setting, her level among fire tribute mages was nearly at the top. But Liliope bit her fingertip. How exactly do I use a tribute magic? She opened a thick book on the basics of magic and sat on the floor. She concentrated her senses, searching for the attribute elements within her body. She gathered the sensed elements into her palm. Liliope stared at her hand. Will this really work? Just as she spoke, a ball of scorching fire suddenly erupted. Liliope let out a scream. The flames danced wildly in her palm. My hand is on fire. Liliope froze, staring at the flickering flame in her palm. There was no burning sensation, and her skin left no mark. So, but this is magic. Liliope raised her right hand, her fingertips gathering power once more. One more time, the flames burst forth, and a golden red light instantly consumed her vision, burning fiercely in the air. It was truly incredible. A human could actually ignite fire in their palm. Liliope watched the fire snakes dance between her fingers. Finally, it felt real. None of this was a dream. She sat among the piles of books, letting a massive fire dragon swirl around her body, illuminating the entire library. The corners of Liliope's mouth curled up slightly. I really am in this fantasy world. Lady Surginal, a girl noted, looking ahead. Lady Rosalind is so beautiful today. Are you wearing matching sister outfits with Lady Lily again? Rosalind replied softly, yes. This dress for the hunting festival. That is a gift from her. She's always thinking of me. I am truly grateful to Lady Lily. Another brown-haired, noble girl chimed in. Grateful? That's far from enough. It's thanks to Lady Surginal that we could wear Madame Perroche's custom dresses. If I could, I would be willing to offer everything I have to Lady Surginal. Long live the kind Lady Surginal. Rosalind looked awkward. Ah, I see. The brown-haired girl pressed on. What's with that reaction? Don't you know the value of these dresses? Is your gratitude only at this level? If you really want to express your thanks, you should go thank Madame Perroche. Liliope suddenly appeared, a chill in her eyes. The brown-haired girl recoiled in terror. My lady. Liliope stood in front of Rosalind, her gaze icy. Madame Perroche is indeed the creator, but shouldn't I be the one to decide who the honor belongs to? If you want to repay someone with your life or wealth, then do it yourself. Why distort the facts to make Lady Rosalind look like an ungrateful person? The brown-haired girl turned pale, waving her hands frantically. Distort the facts? I absolutely didn't mean that. Liliope pressed forward. Oh, then are you saying Lady Rosalind is naturally rude? The brown-haired girl was so scared she trembled, grabbing her companion and fleeing in a panic. Rosalind spoke softly, thank you, Lady Lily. Liliope turned around. Don't worry about such trifles. It's not worth making a scene over. Rosalind lowered her eyes. Actually, you don't have to step up for me every time. I can handle it. Liliope frowned. Handle it? If someone is looking for trouble, just hit back. Rosalind shook her head. It's fine. I can endure this much. Liliope let out a cold laugh. Endure? You were full of fighting spirit in front of Archduke Theo. Why back down now? That's different. His Grace wants to steal you away from me. How could I just sit by and do nothing? Rosalind clenched her fists. I will protect Lady Lily with my life. Liliope, watch her back. Does she really love me that much? Rosalind was as confident as ever. Liliope urged her softly. Rosalind, someone is calling you over there. Go ahead. In the distance, two noble girls wave. This way. Lady Lily, please come over too. Liliope raised her hand in refusal. I still have things to handle. You guys go ahead. Liliope ran alone toward the distant tents. Liliope spread out a map. According to the original plot, high-level monsters would appear concentrated in Theo's hunting ground and the crowded festival square. Since the powerful mages had all gone to their respective hunting zones, the defense at the square would be extremely weak, leading to heavy casualties. Liliope stood at the edge of the camp. She gazed at the distant spire. Currently, the camp only had a basic defensive barrier. If the situation worsened, the people in the tents had to be evacuated immediately. Flames ignited at Liliope's fingertips, golden red light wrapping around her body as her gaze sharpened. Liliope watched the distance. Defensive forces had already been increased at the locations where monsters might appear. Theo raised his hand, a blue rune appearing in his palm. It's best to layer a wind attribute effect over the fire barrier. Wind can enhance, but the power of fire. Liliope was a bit surprised. Lord Theo, he smiled slightly. Your outfit today is very pleasing to the eye. Liliope remembered his previous persistence. You nagged me nonstop just to get me to wear this matching outfit. It seems that nagging wasn't in vain. Theo pointed to the distant tents. Do those tents over there need the barriers reinforced as well? Liliope nodded in response. I've already set them up over there. Theo flicked his cloak. In that case, I'll use the wind attribute to reinforce them too. Liliope hurriedly stopped him. Wait, why don't you ask for my opinion first? Theo stopped. What? Liliope stared into his eyes. You aren't doing all this just because you're bored, are you? Theo allowed a soft laugh, even if it were out of boredom. But it wouldn't matter. Whatever you do, I will support you to the end. Liliope stared into his eyes. Really? Even if I kill someone? Theo tilted his head slightly. Killing isn't okay, of course. But if there's someone you hate, just tell me. He raised his hand in a cutting motion. I will handle it cleanly. There's no need for you to get your hands dirty. Liliope's mouth hung open, her soul feeling as if it were about to leave her body. What? Are you crazy? She took a sharp step, not backward. Why would you go to such lengths for me? Theo pressed his hand on her shoulder, signaling her to be quiet. I am yours. He cupped Liliope's face, his gaze deep. From my hair to my toes, everything about me belongs to you. You can use me however you wish. Liliope's heart hammered. From head to toe, use him however I wish. The corners of Theo's mouth curved. Lily, don't tell me. He slowly leaned down. Do you want to start by trying my lips? Your gaze has been fixed there for a while. Liliope's face turned beet red as she stammered in protest. What? No, I haven't. Liliope pushed Theo away. Lips aren't something that can just be used casually. A horned blast echoed through the air, announcing the official start of the 182nd hunting festival. Liliope turned and ran into the distance. Lord Theo, see you later. She disappeared from sight without looking back. Rosalind waved her map. Lady Lily, let's go hunting together. Liliope stopped. If we stay together, the number of capture monsters will be split. That wouldn't be good for the rankings, would it? Rosalind gave a bright smile. I don't care about the rankings, as long as I can be with Lady Lily. But that's enough. Liliope shook her head gently. The more monsters defeated, the better. If Rosalind takes first place, I will be very, very happy. Rosalind froze, an unusual light shining in her eyes. I must win. I must make Lady Lily happy. She charged toward the depths of the forest like an arrow from a bow. Liliope watched her back. This way, Rosalind. That should be safe. Liliope stood alone. No matter how many high-level monsters appeared, Theo wouldn't get hurt. As long as she guarded this place, she could prevent the disaster. A brown-haired boy pulled her hand. Come on, let's go that way. Liliope shook her head gently. No, you can't go there. If twisting the plot had already affected the festival, perhaps nothing would happen today. Liliope leaned down and looked into the boy's eyes. It's dangerous over there. Stay near the tents, okay? Play right around here. If the festival could just end peacefully like in previous years, how wonderful that would be. The boy nodded obediently. Okay. A flicker of hope rose in Liliope's heart. Then, a sharp scream tore through the air. A high-level monster had appeared. Liliope whipped her head around. As expected, it was just a futile fantasy. A massive shadow loomed over the camp. A crimson monster opened its bloody maw, its sharp claws tearing through the air. The disaster arrived on schedule. Piercing screams filled the air. Liliope shouted at the top of her lungs, "Everyone, get into the tents." The crowd fell into extreme chaos. Mothers tightly hugged their young children. Nobles stumbled as they ran. Fear spread through the air. A man collapsed in the corner of a tent, holding his head tightly, his body trembling violently as shards of wood flew everywhere. Duke Stella turned his head sharply, his pupils shrinking in shock. A massive pillar of fire soared into the sky. The scorching flames instantly consumed the afterimage of the monster. Liliope stood in the center of the blaze. Even though I don't belong to this world, this is a story I once loved, and it is the reality I am about to live in. She spread her arms, and a massive golden magic circle expanded beneath her feet. Intricate runes flowed and shimmered. A powerful light enveloped the entire camp. I don't want to see innocent people die. I want to make this place a more peaceful world. Liliope faced the giant monster. Purple mist swirled around the creature as its claws tore through the air, but she showed no fear. To stop the Empress's conspiracy and that dark wizard, if it's necessary to twist the original plot, I will do it as many times as it takes. She stood amidst the roaring flames, fire snakes licking the air, her gaze turning sharp. Get back. Liliope closed her fingers, and the fire transformed into a massive sphere, completely swallowing the monster. Liliope faced the beast as it opened its maw, its crimson eyes locked onto its prey. Fearless, she gathered a dazzling light at her fingertips. Liliope swung her arm, and the fire lashed out like a long whip, instantly piercing the monster's torso. The explosion was deafening as a heat wave swept through the surroundings. The monster let out a mournful wail, its massive body consumed by flames. It struggled violently in the fire before finally collapsing, turning into charred remains. Liliope clenched her fist. It worked. One down. Not a bad performance for a first real battle. She stood in the empty camp, her skirt fluttering in the wind. A scream came from the distance. Lilyope turned sharply, her pupils contracting. That bastard, it's not over yet. She looked toward the depths of the forest. More shadows were approaching. Facing the giant beast, she knew she had to attract its attention first. She raised her right hand, gathering a faint light at her fingertips. Summon fire, just like before. Lilyope watched as the spark at her fingertips flickered and then quickly went out. What's happening? Why isn't there any reaction? I practiced so many times before coming here. Lilyope looked around the empty camp. She was the only one left. Cold sweat slid down her cheek. This is bad, especially at a time like this. A massive shadow loomed over her. A multi-limbed monster reared up its massive shell, the sound of its carapace scraping together, chilling to the bone. Lilyope looked up at the monster. Why won't the fire ignite? Lilyope swung her arm. Come out. She repeatedly urged the power within her. Hurry up and come out. Move. Lilyope stood frozen, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. I should have practiced controlling my power more. I burned it to ashes before. What'd I do now? A massive pillar of fire soared into the sky, its scorching light piercing the clouds. The monster instantly evaporated in the flames, leaving only charred residue on the ground. A silver-haired knight hurried over. Lady Stella, are you injured? Lilyope hesitated. The Imperial Army? The knight nodded. Yes. We heard high-level monsters had appeared and rushed here immediately. The massive monster corpse lay across the camp as soldiers gathered with spears. No one expected high-level monsters to appear. If you hadn't stepped in, that the consequences would have been unthinkable. Lilyope touched her chest, a humble smile on her face. Only I could deal with high-level monsters. Of course, I had to step forward at a time like this. The young soldier bowed respectfully. Leave the cleanup to us. There may be other monsters about. Please go to a safe place to take shelter. Lilyope nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. She turned and left the camp. I'll let the Imperial Army handle this. I need to go help Theo. A violent boom came from deep within the forest. Lilyope stopped. The sound of battle is nearby. Where exactly is it? She pushed aside the lush foliage, following a strange noise ahead. Lilyope looked toward the sound. Cardin was standing in the center of a storm, surrounded by a forest of sword chi. Cardin dodged to the side, his face stained with blood as he gritted his teeth against the impact. Why is the Crown Prince here? Lilyope pressed her hand to her forehead, remembering that he had intentionally gone to Theo's hunting ground to take first place. She'd been so busy saving people she'd forgotten about this. She stopped. He won't die anyway. This is his destined path to meeting the female lead. Lilyope turned to leave, but a violent explosion sounded in the distance. She gritted her teeth and turned back. I can't just leave an injured person behind. That useless fool of a crown prince. I need to find Theo quickly. The monster opened its jagged maw, blue light gathering in its throat. Cardin knelt on one knee, sword in hand, his pupils shrinking in shock. Lilyope leaped into the air, crimson fire drawing an arc flames instantly wrapped around her body. The fire exploded against the monster, sparks flying everywhere as the creature let out a piercing scream, its massive body completely engulfed in flames. Lilyope reached out and grabbed Cardin, pulling him behind a tree with swift, decisive movements. Cardin was stunned. My lady? Why are you here? It's dangerous. Leave quickly. Lilyope observed the surroundings. That spot looks good. She slapped her hand over Cardin's mouth. Shoo, the monster will hear you. Cardin was pressed against the tree trunk, panic in his eyes. Lilyope's expression was grave. I saw 2 corpses on the way, including the one he was fighting. That's 4. She looked not far away. There's another one there. Lilyope's brow furrowed. The numbers are wrong. The Crown Prince usually looks mediocre, but in critical moments, he actually acts like a member of the Imperial family. Lilyope stared at the distant monster. He had actually killed 3 high-level monsters alone. Cardin looked bewildered. My lady. He leaned against the tree, panting. His gaze couldn't leave her. Lilyope pressed on his shoulder. Your Highness, you're badly hurt. Stay hidden here and don't move. I'll handle that monster. Leave it to me. She suddenly stood up and glared back at Cardin. You're absolutely not allowed to move a single step. Do you understand? Lilyope ran into the dense forest without looking back. Cardin slumped in the shadow of the tree, watching her receding figure, his heart thumping violently in his chest. He raised a hand to his chest, his fingertips trembling slightly. The place where she had just pressed was still warm. Cardin fell into silence, a confusion he had never felt before showing in his eyes. Now was not the time to think about this. Lilyope leaped into the battlefield. Crimson fire erupted from her palms, turning into a massive pillar of fire that pierced through the monster's body. Lilyope stabilized her center of gravity, observing the monster's movements. It seems to be a wind attribute monster. No wonder Cardin. That was struggling. Cardin possessed both water and wind attributes, but his wind attribute was stronger. Fighting a monster of the same attribute was always tricky. Lilyope watched the monster. It seemed to be reaching its limit. The monster let out a low growl, its movements becoming sluggish. It couldn't even fully block the attacks. Lilyope panted heavily. My mana is almost exhausted. I can't drag this out. I have to end it in one blow. Cardin hurried over from behind, clutching his injured shoulder and shouting, My lady. Lilyope raised her right arm, and crimson fire soared into the sky, turning into a wild pillar of flame flame that swallowed the monster. The creature struggled in agony within the blaze, letting out a final scream. She stood in the center of the storm, her long hair flying wildly in the air currents. Her gaze was cold and firm as the mana completely erupted from her fingertips. Carden was pushed back by the shockwave, staggering as he steadied himself with a grunt. He looked up at the scene ahead, his pupils shrinking in sheer awe. A wild wind swept through the entire forest, dry leaves and dust flying everywhere. Liliope stood alone on the scorched earth, her silhouette looking remarkably upright amidst the smoke and dust. Carden stood frozen, a flush rising to his cheeks. So cool. Carden staggered forward, shouting, "My lady!" Liliope stopped and turned around, her expression hesitant. "HM, your highness?" Carden suddenly leaned in, a fanatical look in his eyes. "I've fallen for you." Liliope stood frozen, her pupils trembling in shock. What kind of nonsense is this now?" She stared at Carden's blood-stained face, her expression turning complex. You must have hit your head." Carden gave a bright smile, blood trickling down his forehead, yet he seemed completely oblivious. Liliope pointed at his head, her voice urgent. "Your highness, your injury is severe. You're bleeding here." She reached out to check the wound. "You must receive treatment immediately." Carden was in a state of excitement. "I'm perfectly fine." Liliope's brow furrowed. "Fine. Blood is spraying from the top of your head." Carden waved his hand dismissively. "Anyway, it's a waste for you to be with that bastard Theo. Even if you like him now, it doesn't matter. My lady, I will make you fall for me again." "No." Carden took a deep breath, his expression becoming incredibly solemn. "I will make you love me." Carden sat on a wooden stool, allowing the physician to wrap bandages around his head, but his eyes remained locked on the person in front of him. "Liliope, what exactly do you see in me? Think about it carefully." He raised his bandaged hand, his expression excited. "No, I mean I like you. Isn't that enough to make you fall for me again? Besides, I'm the crown prince of the empire. Soon, I will be the emperor, and you'll be the empress." He turned his head contemptuously. Compared to that guy who only knows how to guard the northern barons, how can his wife compare to the position of empress? "I'm saying this because I've truly fallen for you this time. That's why I'm saying this." Liliope stood in the corner of the tent, her arms crossed, her eyes full of doubt. "So, all the times you said you liked me before were lies?" Carden snapped his head around, looking confident. "The past isn't important. What matters is now. You just saved my life. This is proof that we are destined." A strange image popped into Liliope's mind, her standing before a giant dragon, declaring loudly, "I will protect my man." This romantic fantasy made her snap back to reality instantly. Carden clenched both fists, his expression feverish. "That's right. We were destined from the very beginning. You were destined to love me, and I am destined to love you." Liliope's face darkened, her brow twitching and her mouth contorting. "You're destined to love me, and I'm destined to love you?" Liliope suddenly threw open the tent flap, spread her arms, and shouted, "Priest, where's the priest? The crown prince has gone crazy. He just finished fighting a high-level monster, and he's been possessed. Get over here, quickly." A priest clutching a scripture stumbled over, looking terrified. "The crown prince is possessed. Quick, bring the holy water." Carden sat there with a blank expression. "Possessed? I'm Fine." The priest rushed in front of Carden, waving his arms and splashing holy water. "Evil spirit, leave the crown prince's body at once." "You wicked demon." Carden, soaked in holy water, protested loudly. "I told you I'm fine." "Priest, stop it. Enough. Get out." Liliope stood to the side, her gaze icy. "Is the exorcism not over yet?" Carden wiped the water from his face and leaned in again. "Lily, since I'm injured, stay in the palace for a while to take care of me." An attendant handed him a towel. "Your highness, please use this towel." Carden took the towel and wiped the water off his face, his expression becoming somewhat roguish. "Since you saved me, you should take responsibility to the end. If you personally care for me, I think I'll recover much faster." He watched Liliope, his tone suggestive. "Didn't you want to come play at the palace before?" Liliope's expression remained cold. "That was a long time ago. I have no interest in the palace now. Besides, Theo would hate it." Carden suddenly stiffened. "Why do you care about him?" Liliope responded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Because he is my fiancé. Of course I care." The physician finished treating Carden's wound and turned to Liliope. "His highness's treatment is finished, my lady. Would you like me to treat the wound on the back of your hand?" Carden's pupils shrank as he suddenly stood up. "The back of your hand? Lily, you're hurt." Liliope instinctively pulled her hand back. It's nothing." Carden rushed forward, his expression anxious. "How can you say it's nothing? Let me see." Suddenly, a majestic female voice came from outside the silver tent. "Crown Prince, are you in here?" Liliope froze in place. "The Empress?" The Empress pushed aside the curtain and walked in. Her magnificent gown trailed across the floor as her gaze locked onto Carden. "Crown Prince." Her eyes were rimmed with red, and tears welled up within them. Her expression was full of worry. Carden looked moved and softly called out, "Mother." The Empress cupped his face, her eyes filled with terror. "Carden, my baby, what on earth happened?" She stepped closer and tightly hugged Carden's shoulders. "It's enough that you are safe." Liliope stood to the side, quietly watching the two embrace. Is this some kind of long-lost family reunion scene? The Empress let go. I heard that high-level magic beasts appeared at the Grand Duke's hunting grounds. Why were you in a place like that? Cardin lowered his gaze, his expression showing his resentment. Father is always comparing me to that despicable guy. He said if I lost to him again this hunting season, it would be an embarrassment. Liliope watched Cardin. That idiot. His thoughts are just as childish as they were in the original novel. He must have thought there would be more magic beasts in the area Theo chose. Cardin gestured with his hands, his expression exaggerated. But mother, 4 high-level magic beasts appeared there. The Empress gasped. What, 4? She turned her head. That lunatic. She suddenly covered her mouth, her body trembling with shock and horror. Cardin turned his head in confusion. Mother, what did you say? The Empress managed to squeeze out a smile. No, it's nothing. Liliope stared at the Empress's back. Even if she was the mastermind behind all this, it made sense for her to be this surprised. The Empress saw Theo as a thorn in her side, but she hadn't intended to kill him yet. The Empress knew nothing about it. The black mage she hired was using her orders to deal with me for his own selfish gain. Cardin pointed at Liliope, his expression excited. It was really dangerous just now. Lily saved me. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid I would have died. The Empress turned around, her gaze falling on Liliope. Miss Stille. This young lady is my son's savior. Liliope smiled awkwardly, sweat beading on her forehead. You flatter me, your majesty. Liliope was full of confusion. Why is she overreacting? You killed 3 high-level magic beasts yourself. Cardin leaned toward the Empress, his voice full of pride. Lily even took care of the magic beast that appeared at the festival plaza. Isn't she amazing? As expected of the Academy's top student. Liliope stared at Cardin's bright, smiling face, a chill running down her spine. What's wrong with this guy? The Empress's eyes sharpened as she watched the girl before her. Duke Stella certainly has a remarkable daughter. Not only did she save countless citizens of the Empire, but she also saved my son. She lowered her head slightly. I never realized before that you were such a talent, possessing virtue, wisdom, and strength. Liliope waved her hands repeatedly. No, you're overpraising me. I'm not that kind of person. The Empress gave a kind smile. You're fully qualified to be my son's partner. The position of the next Empress should be reserved for a lady like you. Cardin cheered from behind. Lily, you'll become the crown princess first. Liliope walked out of the tent, her steps heavy. The original plot is starting to twist again. Although I was prepared for it, this deviation is way too far. The crown prince is already enough of a headache, and now, even the Empress is joining in. What are this mother and son up to? Liliope let out a long sigh, her brow furrowed with helplessness. Every time I try to fix the original relationships, they just become more chaotic. Honestly, I don't even know how to repair them anymore. She stopped and looked toward the distant camp. Even so, I must at least protect the most important emotional line, making sure the Northern Grand Duke and Rosalind end up together. Theo's face was grim, his eyes cold. He looked very angry. Theo strode toward Liliope, his tone questioning. You saved that fool? Who gave you permission to do something so dangerous? Liliope followed behind him, her expression a bit sheepish. The situation wasn't dangerous at the time. How suddenly? That stopped and turned around. What if you've been hurt? Liliope spread her hands and gave a bright smile. I'm perfectly fine. See? I'm doing great. Theo's sharp eyes stared at the back of her hand. Doing great? Then what is that on the back of your hand? I've already seen it. Give me your hand. Theo lifted her right hand, his fingertips lightly touching the red, swollen wound. You're injured. Liliope tried to pull her hand back, her tone light. A small injury like this will heal in no time. Theo looked down at the wound, his voice deep. What is so special about that fool that it was worth you taking such a risk? Liliope froze, staring at Theo's profile, her expression full of shock. How? He still held her hand tightly, his grip steady, but his gaze never left the wound. Even so, can she still not forget that guy? Theo looked down at the girl, his gaze cold. Have you still not forgotten that guy? Liliope hurriedly shook her head. No, it's not like that. Theo interrupted her. Whether you've forgotten him or not isn't important. Liliope lowered her head. Wait, can't you listen to my explanation first? Theo took a document from his coat, his finger pressing against the paper. You should be clear that this was all your own choice. Liliope stared at the paper. This is the marriage contract. A cold curve hung on the corner of Theo's mouth. If you ever have the thought of returning to his side, I will make you understand just how much power this piece of paper holds. Liliope looked at the contract in his hand, speechless. Since you don't plan on listening to my answer anyway, why did you even ask me? She pointed at the paper. Have you been carrying that with you this whole time? What if you lose it? Theo held up the paper, his expression proud. This is just a copy. The original is deep in the dungeon of the Grand Duke's territory. He looked at her again, his gaze firm and forceful. Lily, I'm warning you one last time. Even if you cry and beg, I will never cancel this contract. Liliope sighed, her expression becoming serious. It's not what you think. I just happened to run into the injured crown prince on my way to see you. I couldn't just leave an injured person alone, so I helped him out a little. Lord Theo, Liliope spread her hands. Besides, that magic beast was almost dead anyway. I just finished it off with a sword stroke. Theo's eyes were sharp, but he treats you like his savior. Liliope shook her head repeatedly. The crown prince is exaggerating. It wasn't dangerous at all at the time. How his expression became pleasant. So that's how it was. Liliope remained silent. I finally managed to fool him. I was really worried you'd do something stupid for that guy. A red-haired girl. Dot came running over, waving her arms and shouting loudly. Miss, she stopped in front of Liliope, her eyes shining. You were so cool today. To think you took down 2 high-level magic beasts all by yourself. Liliope froze, cold sweat trickling down. I just managed to calm Theo down. Why did you have to mention this now? The red-haired girl cupped her cheeks, her expression enchanted. Standing tall in a life-and-death situation like that. I've truly fallen for you completely. Liliope smiled awkwardly, trying to stop her from saying more. Hey, it really wasn't a big deal. How? Dot turned his head, his gaze falling on Liliope. 2 magic beasts? Liliope avoided his gaze, her fingers nervously twisting together. I am doomed. Theo's eyes were deep, his tone low. It seems I need to hear the details of my woman's heroic deeds. Theo's brow was furrowed, his tone stern. Lily, why were you so reckless? He pointed at the massive corpse of the magic beast in the distance and continued his lecture. In that situation, you should have retreated to a safe area and waited for the Imperial Army to arrive. Listening to the nagging in her ear, Liliope's expression went blank. This feels so strange. It's like I've experienced this exact scene before. She looked at the scene before her and fell into thought. Is this deja vu? Theo stood by the table. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? You got seriously injured because you meddled in things that didn't concern you. Liliope's expression was calm. This isn't a serious injury. It's just a scratch. Theo's eyes were dark, and he radiated a cold aura. You were just lucky. What on earth was the Imperial Army doing to let someone get hurt like this? In Liliope's mind, a distorted image of Theo appeared, imagining her being chased by magic beasts and crying out. It was entirely his subjective delusion. Theo's face was solemn as he muttered to himself. I must immediately petition His Majesty. The discipline of the Imperial Army is a complete mess. Liliope rested her forehead on her hand, her face full of helplessness. How can he be exactly like Carden? Always jumping to his own conclusions. She watched the backs of Theo and Carden as they argued, sighing to herself. These two are surprisingly similar in some ways. No wonder they're always fighting. A doctor packed up his medicine bag. The treatment is finished. Liliope nodded. Thank you. Theo watched the doctor leave, his tone solemn. Lily, promise me one thing. Promise you what? Theo looked her straight in the eye, his expression serious. Promise me that you will never put yourself in danger again. Liliope was silent for a moment before looking away. I can't promise you that. Theo's brow furrowed, his eyes showing confusion. Why? Liliope turned around, her expression becoming resolute. I am the daughter of a duke. The privileges and power I enjoy as a noble all stem from the Stella families. That powerful magic. Liliope watched the churning sea of fire. Since I enjoy these privileges, I have a responsibility to step forward when people are in danger. This is my duty. She clenched her fists, her gaze sharp. I will use all my power, wealth, and influence to overcome the coming disaster and create a peaceful world. Liliope stared at Theo, her tone unwavering. So, if today's situation happens again, I will still fight to protect the people. Only then can my favorite characters live happily with their destined partners. This is the only way. Liliope was full of confusion. Why? Did I mess up the plot again? Why is the story heading in this direction? Theo opened his arms. You're asking why? Do you know how shocked I was when I heard you went to fight a monster alone? He watched the girl before him, his voice low. Only by holding you in my arms can my startled heart find peace. Liliope covered her cheeks, her fingertips touching her burning skin. Hug me? Now. She stared at Theo's outstretched hands. His arms were long, and his chest looked so broad. It felt like her entire person would be buried in there. Liliope covered her mouth, screaming internally. The scream almost broke through the clouds. No. She suddenly widened her eyes, her pupils trembling. Theo is Rosalind's man. Wasn't I just thinking about letting him be happy with his destined one? Liliope struggled with her thoughts. That's right, that's definitely it. A little figure with demon wings appeared in her mind. It's just a hug. Don't make a big deal out of it. A small hug won't cause any trouble. Liliope's eyes wandered. Is that so? Is it really okay? In Liliope's mind, 2 little figures were wrestling. Demon Liliope grabbed the angel's hair. I'm right. I'm the one who's right. Liliope's expression was conflicted. What should I do? Angel Liliope struggled desperately. Absolutely not. If you compromise now, you'll never escape the fate of the original story. Demon Liliope threw a punch. Shut up. Don't listen to her. Just do whatever you want. Liliope watched the man before her. To him, I'm just a passerby. If I follow my instincts, all my patience until now will have been meaningless. Theo softly called out, Lilipy. Liliope suddenly snapped back to reality. Yes? Theo opened his arms, his gaze gentle. Will you let me hug you once? He had a slight smile on his face, radiating a charm that was impossible to refuse. Demon Liliope let out a victory cheer. Go on, hug him. A one-hit kill. Angel Liliope gave a final cry. Liliope. No. Liliope's body reacted before her brain could, and she suddenly lunged forward. Theo caught her firmly, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. What do you mean, no? Theo wrapped his arms tightly around her and lowered his head to whisper. Dot, little one. Liliope buried her face in his chest, feeling that solidity. It feels so good. His chest is so firm. She greedily sniffed his scent, her cheeks flushed. He smells good, too. Theo's lips curled up slightly. Lilipy, shall we move the wedding day forward? word? Liliope froze, her pupils suddenly shrinking. Wedding? Theo stroked her long hair. I want to make you my partner as soon as possible and take you back to the Grand Duke's territory. Liliope looked up. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Theo's expression turned cold. The Empress has been spreading strange rumors lately, saying she wants you to be the next Empress. As long as we get married quickly, those ridiculous statements will disappear. What do you think? Theo observed her reaction, his tone carrying a hint of testing. Or do you really want to be the Empress? If you want to be Empress, the only way is for me to start a rebellion and take the throne myself. Theo looked her straight in the eye, his expression serious. What do you think? Do you want me to flip this world upside down for you? Liliope suddenly reached out and covered his mouth, her expression terrified. Are you crazy? She looked around and whispered a scream. What if someone hears you and misunderstands? It would cause big trouble. Theo took the opportunity to bite her finger. Liliope pulled her hand back sharply, a moist sensation remaining on her fingertip. You just licked my finger. She jumped away like a startled cat, struggling desperately in Theo's arms. Stop it. What are you doing? Liliope pointed at the man, her face flushed bright red. Hey, why are you acting like a pervert? Theo looked composed, slowly straightening his collar. It's really unfair to be called a pervert just for something like this. If you want to see, I can show you what a real pervert is like. The corners of Theo's mouth curled into an arc, his voice deep. I'm ready for you anytime. Liliope froze, her mind a complete blank. Ready for what? How on earth did I twist the original plot? Why did it turn out like this? Did I not only rewrite the story, but also raise its age rating in the process? Theo pressed the tip of his tongue against the corner of his lip, his expression wicked, as if savoring the taste from earlier. Liliope let out a scream. No, the hunting festival was indeed dangerous. Liliope sat alone at her desk, staring at the letter in her hand. Where exactly did it start going wrong? Lynx was pecking at the stationery, flames dancing between its wings. It dropped the torn pieces of paper onto the desk. In the original story, Theo wasn't this cunning. Liliope recalled the man. He exuded far too much charm. Liliope rested her chin on one hand. Luckily, I held back. I almost tore the Northern Grand Duke's clothes off. She gripped her quill and scribbled randomly on the paper. Well done. I bravely held on until the end. Suddenly, the crystal ball lit up with a pink glow. Theo's figure appeared in the sphere. He rested his chin on one hand, his gaze deep. Liliope, what are you doing? Liliope's brow furrowed slightly. The Northern Grand Duke again. Why does this man contact me so frequently? Liliope sat at the desk. I'm deciding on a date for the engagement ceremony. Then when is it set for? The day after the Harvest Festival. Theo's eyes widened in the crystal ball. After the Harvest Festival? That's too late. He had originally planned to get married immediately. I only reluctantly agreed because you insisted on having an engagement ceremony first. If it's set for after the Harvest Festival, the wedding will only be delayed even longer. Liliope lowered her eyes, avoiding his gaze. I'm postponing the date because I know you'll fall in love with Rosalind at the hunting grounds during the Harvest Festival. She had a smile on her lips. After all, it's only once in a lifetime. I want to prepare properly. Theo's tone was helpless. Since you're so insistent, there's no other way. Then his tone shifted. I heard Miss Melzevian visited earlier. Liliope froze. How'd he know? Did father tell him? Rosalind must have heard about the hunting festival and come specifically because she was worried about me. As soon as she saw me, she hugged me tightly. She cried very sadly. Liliope recalled that hug. Rosalind had held her, her eyes full of tenderness. Miss Lily, thank goodness you're safe. Theo's face changed in the crystal ball, his mouth twitching. She hugged you? Liliope showed a look of yearning. Rosalind was really cute at that time. Theo suddenly waved his arm and shouted in the crystal ball, I forbid you from playing with Melzevian. Liliope blinked. Did he just let that slip? Theo roared through the communication. I'll send mercenaries to guard the Duke's mansion. If she dares to approach again, just kick her out. Liliope looked confused. Why? Rosalind is my friend. Theo's brow twitched slightly. I just hate her clinging to you. Lately, she's been more annoying than that bastard Cardan. He got more excited as he spoke. Liliope, hugging and things like that. You can only do them with me. You hesitated when I reached out to you, but you lunged straight into her arms. To outsiders, Rosalind looks more like your fiancé. Lynx was charging around the room, letting out sharp cries. Liliope pressed down on the restless firebird. Don't move, Lynx. I'll untie you right now. She looked at Theo's angry phantom and fell into thought. He actually thinks Rosalind is more troublesome than Cardan. A hint of playfulness flashed in Liliope's eyes. When he falls in love with Rosalind later, he'll probably want to tie up his current mouth. She sighed softly. Lynx, how did things turn out like this? Liliope held down the struggling Lynx, her fingers fumbling with the tangled ribbon. Can I untie it? Theo's unusual attention toward Rosalind meant that fate was drawing them closer. Liliope watched the burning firebird. Just burn it off. She didn't hate the way Theo was jealous. Whether it was toward Cardan or Rosalind, she was even a bit indulged by it. Lynx spread its wings and flew high, the flames drawing an arc in the air as it let out a clear cry. Liliope lay on the grass, letting Theo's small phantom act spoiled in her arms. I forbid you from playing with them. His childish complaint echoed in her ears. At this moment, it felt like he really liked me. She even had the thought of staying by Theo's side forever. But the love between Theo and Rosalind in the original story, that perfect ending that overcame hardships, had brought her countless moments of happiness. A black-haired girl held a book high and cheered while sitting in the void. That is their story and my most real salvation. It was the precious story that supported me to keep living before I came to this world. Just like Theo and Rosalind, I will never give up. How can I destroy it with my own hands? Liliope sat by the window. My feelings for Theo aren't important. As long as I can guide them toward their ending, that's enough. Theo smiled in her memory, his gaze gentle. Gemma pushed open the heavy wooden door. Miss Lily, Lord Jur has returned. He is waiting in the first floor hall. Gemma appeared slightly. Liliope suddenly stood up. Really? I'll be right down. Lord Jur is back. I can finally set off for the north. Liliope walked quickly down the steps, her heels clicking on the floor. Jur was the Empire's strongest magic swordsman and a loyal subordinate willing to give his life for the Stella family. In the original story, after Liliope was executed by the Crown Prince, Liliope walked down the stairs, her heels clicking on the marble surface. Jur had always protected her father and spent the rest of his life in sorrow. Previously, she had only seen him wearing a helmet in the communication ball. Liliope covered her mouth and giggled. His eyes are so beautiful. He must be a handsome man. A tall figure stood in the hall. Silver-gray, long hair fell to the waist. Liliope stopped in her tracks. Heavens, he actually has long hair. A long-haired handsome man sounds great. Liliope expectantly walked around to the front. Jur turned around, a hint of gloom in his eyes. Miss Lily, have you been well during this time? Liliope froze in place. Wait, isn't he a man? She stared at the bulge in the armor on Jur's chest and fell into thought. Aren't those the same things I have? Gemma stepped forward quickly and circled Jur. You aren't hurt, are you? You said you'd only be away for a week, but you made me wait for months. Jur's tone was flat. I wanted to stay a bit longer myself. Nothing happened here, right? Gemma put her hands on her hips. Still the same as always. All right, the miss gave me a new dress a few days ago. Liliope watched from a distance. They seem really close, and they don't use formal etiquette at all when speaking. Jur gave a hearty laugh. Gemma urged, don't always wear your uniform. You should change into a skirt once in a while. So it's an older sister. Then I should have contacted her first. Liliope froze. Sister? Lord Jur is indeed female. Her voice was raspy and deep. I never considered this possibility. Liliope stared at Jur's profile, looking dazed. Jur turned her head. Miss Lily, the Duke mentioned you were going to the north. Liliope snapped back to reality. Ah yes, father asked me to go with you. Jur stepped closer. Why are you so stiff? Is it because we haven't seen each other for a long time, and it's awkward? Liliope laughed awkwardly, still not having recovered from the shock of Jur being female. And so, I set off on the journey north. Snowflakes danced in the air. Theo stood in a courtyard surrounded by flowers, frost hanging from the edge of his cloak. We've arrived. Lynx circled in the sky, its wings stirring up hot air currents and letting out a loud cry. Jur stood by Liliope's side and bowed slightly. Greetings, your grace. Theo turned around, his gaze falling on Jur. It's been a long time, Sir Jur. Liliope hid behind Jur, quietly observing. It seemed he also knew Jur very well. Liliope was wrapped in a thick pink fluffy cloak, only her rosy face showing. Father told me to dress warmly, otherwise I'd catch a cold. Theo looked down at the girl. You look like a snowman. Liliope puffed out her cheeks. I'm not that fat. Hell, the corners of his mouth curled up, his eyes full of tenderness. I meant you very cute. He reached out both hands and cupped Liliope's face. How long do you plan to stay? Liliope blinked. Probably 3 or 4 days. Theo applied some pressure with his hands. Only that short? Stay longer. Preferably, never leave. Jur stood behind them, witnessing everything, her gaze turning sharp. Is this why the Duke told me to keep an eye on him? Liliope felt a bit uneasy under the gaze. Don't suddenly make the atmosphere so strange. Theo put his arm around her shoulder. It's cold outside. Let's go inside first. Liliope stopped. She looked up at him. Before that, there's a place I want to go. Theo looked confused. Liliope pointed into the distance. Lord Theo, I want to go see Icefang first. Icefang. Liliope looked up. Just the 2 of us. Lord Theo, the conspiracy of the Empress and the Black Mage is about to descend on the north. The first disaster will arrive. The entire Icefang will completely melt, triggering a flood enough to swallow everything. A massive dam must be built to block that terrifying flow of water. I must confirm if there's enough space to start work here. Liliope stopped. Icefang was right before her eyes. The elemental's ice wall pierced the clouds, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Theo looked down at her. Lily, you have something you want to say to me, right? What exactly is it? Tell me. Theo's gaze was searching. Liliope reached out her finger and pointed at that magnificent glacier. After the harvest festival ends, Icefang will melt. I've been troubled by this for a long time. We need to build a dam. The capacity must be equal to the amount of water in the entire Icefang. Liliope pointed into the distance. We must not let the Empire find out that a dam is being built here. What lie should I use to convince Theo? No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't find a reasonable excuse. Theo silently watched her, his gaze deep. Liliope lowered her eyes. I know this is hard to understand. You must have many questions. Even if I accuse the Empress of being the mastermind, there's no evidence right now. If we rashly target the Imperial family, Theo might be charged with rebellion. Liliope gripped the edge of her cloak tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. I have no choice. For now, please don't ask anything. Liliope looked up, her eyes full of pleading. I can only beg him. Don't say anything, just believe me. Theo reached out both hands and firmly held Liliope's shoulders. The two looked at each other in the snow. The corners of Theo's mouth turned up slightly, his gaze showing unquestionable trust. As long as you say it, even if you say the sun rises from the west, I will believe it. Liliope looked up, her cheeks flushing with a faint red hue. She stared at the man before her. The tension in her heart instantly loosened. Theo leaned down close. Say whatever you want to say. I'll be listening. Theo watched the girl, a gentle curve on his lips. Speak frankly. You can say anything you want. Liliope froze. This wasn't like Theo's character. He should have been colder. Theo's childhood was filled with despair. The previous Grand Ducal couple had died young, and he was forced to inherit the title as a child, standing alone in the wind and snow to face relatives who coveted the territory. He gritted his teeth and endured everything, struggling through blood and betrayal. He fought to protect his people, eventually becoming the respected shield of the North. Light gathered in Theo's palm. Although he possessed power and status, he had no family around him. He never easily trusted anyone. Rosalind had been his only support. Only she could enter his heart. Theo turned his head, his gaze lingering on Rosalind. Whether during the hunting season or at this very moment, he always held Rosalind's hand tightly. Liliope watched the man. Why does he trust me so much? Well, this is fine too. It saves me the trouble of explaining the Black Mage's conspiracy. Anyway, please build the dam as soon as possible. Theo's lips curled up. I will. Liliope continued to instruct. From now on, everything that happens in the Grand Duke's territory must be sealed within the territory. It absolutely cannot reach the ears of the Imperial family. Theo looked relaxed. I will. Liliope frowned and stared at his matter-of-fact look. Hey, why is your answer so easy? Theo spread his hands. It's not hard for me. Your fiancé is just that capable of a man. Do you understand now? Liliope fell silent. She turned toward the castle. That's all I wanted to say. Let's go back. Theo followed behind her and softly called out Lily. Liliope stopped and looked back at him. What is it? Theo's smile vanished, and his gaze became sharp. There's only one thing I'm curious about. Instead of guarding against the Black Mage's conspiracy, wouldn't it be faster to just kill him? Liliope avoided his gaze. About that. I don't know what he looks like or where he is. Theo narrowed his eyes. I see. You know what that bastard is going to do, but you don't know his identity. Liliope nodded stiffly. Yes. Theo showed a sly smile. I understand. Leave it to me. Theo raised a white flag. Walking down the spacious corridor, he said, Welcome to the Grand Duke's castle. Liliope looked around. This place was exactly like the illustrations in the novel. Theo tilted his head. If there is anything you don't like, tell me in advance. I'll have someone modify it. Liliope stopped in her tracks. Why modify it? Even the parts one don't like. Theo suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Because this place will soon become your castle. Liliope's pupils trembled. Why was he looking at her with those eyes? Why was his face getting closer and closer? Liliope suddenly leaned back, her hands pressing against Theo's chest. Was he really going to kiss her right here? Has the plot logic completely collapsed? Hey, why are you suddenly trying to kiss me? Theo extended his fingers, his fingertips brushing past her temple to remove a small, withered twig. What is this? A twig was stuck in your hair. Liliope froze on the spot. So that's all it was. How embarrassing. Theo stared into her eyes, the smile on his lips deepening. What did you say just now? Akish. Lily, did you want me to kiss you? Liliope's face instantly turned bright red. She waved her hands frantically in front of her chest. No, I didn't. Theo turned and walked toward the gallery. There are eyes everywhere here. I didn't intend to do anything in front of everyone, but it seems you were more open than I imagined. Liliope quickly chased after him, arguing loudly. I told you it wasn't like that. It's a misunderstanding. Theo led her through the hall, his laughter echoing in the corridor. If you need anything, just call me. I'm staying right next door to you. Liliope stopped in front of the guest room door, watching Theo enter the room next to hers. He has his own master bedroom, so why sleep in a guest room? Since the host had already decided, she, as a guest, couldn't say much more. Liliope pushed open the door and walked into the empty room alone. Liliope. She knelt by the window, watching the night scene outside. The night in the Grand Duke's territory was more beautiful than the day. Suddenly, the distant lights went out, and darkness instantly swallowed the streets. What's going on? Why did the lights over there go out? Liliope pressed against the window pane, her expression grave. Something was wrong. She had to tell Theo. She hurried through the corridor and stopped in front of the room next door, raising her hand to knock. Theo, are you asleep? Jur emerged from the shadows, startling Liliope. My lady. Liliope patted her chest. Sir Jur, I'm sorry if I woke you. Jur watched the girl before him with sharp eyes, showing no signs of sleepiness. My lady, it's so late. Why are you in front of the Grand Duke's door? Liliope smiled awkwardly and waved her hand. It's nothing big, just something I must tell Theo immediately. Jur's gaze swept over Liliope. Lord Theo, please don't leave me alone tonight. Could that be what the lady wants to say? Jur bowed slightly. Forgive me, Lady Liliope. I was too slow. Liliope froze. No, you don't have to go that far. Jur walked away quickly. Please don't worry about the Duke. Go do what you must. I'll be on your side. Liliope looked confused. The Duke? Why did he suddenly mention my father? The door suddenly burst open. Theo walked out bare-chested, a white towel draped over his shoulder. He had just showered, and water droplets were still dripping from his hair. Light? Theo looked down at her, wet strands of hair hanging over his forehead, his voice deep. What is it? Liliope froze on the spot, unable to take her eyes off him. Although she knew he had a good build, she didn't expect his muscle definition to be so clear. He was like a meticulously carved piece of art. Liliope covered her mouth, her heart pounding wildly. Is this the male lead of a romance fantasy novel? He's practically a living statue of David. Full marks. How thou win. What on earth happened? Liliope suddenly snapped out of it, remembering the matter at hand. The lights in the village. That small village to the right. They've all gone out. A deer ran over with a panicked expression, his shoes clicking urgently in the corridor. Your Highness, all the fires in Senari village have been extinguished. Theo's expression turned serious. Senari? A deer adjusted his glasses. Yes, just like when the fires in the outer districts went out last time. If only we had the everlasting fire. Liliope's heart skipped a beat. Everlasting fire? Was it like when Theo borrowed Linux? Theo turned to look at Adir. I understand. You go ahead. I'll be there shortly. Adir bowed and withdrew. Understood. Theo looked at the girl beside him. Lipe, I'm sorry. We'll talk about this later. Liliope reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Theo, wait. The situation is dangerous right now, isn't it? You need the everlasting fire. Theo put on a shirt, covering his solid chest, his movements showing no hesitation. Liliope's gaze was firm. Let me go with you. Theo's hand, fastening the buttons, paused. He refused decisively. No. Liliope quickly stepped in front of him. Why not? Only I can create the everlasting fire. Although I can't conjure it directly, I can manipulate fire attribute magic. If I go, the problem will be solved much faster. Theo put on his coat and turned his back to her. I had you stay at the castle, not for you to go through things like this. Liliope raised her voice. I'm the one who said I wanted to come. No matter what, I'm going. Theo's gaze was icy. That village has lost its last spark of fire. You can't imagine how cold it is there right now. Theo turned around, his boots stepping onto the red carpet. This is my territory. I will handle it personally. He adjusted his shirt collar with brisk movements. Stay here and don't get involved in this. Liliope argued loudly. I refuse. She was so angry her face turned red, her hands clenched into fists. You just said this was my castle and that I could do as I pleased. Why are you changing your mind now? Theo froze on the spot, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Liliope pointed at his nose, pressing closer step by step. What kind of man says one thing and does another? Is this the time to be stubborn? Her eyes were full of anxiety. Have you forgotten your people? They're shivering in that cold place. All the fires are out. Is it really that hard to ask me for help? Every second is vital, yet you still have a leisure to maintain that useless pride. Theo remained silent, watching the angry girl before him. Liliope froze. Those words had just slipped out without passing through her brain. What an idiot. She watched the silent Theo. He hadn't responded at all. Was he angry? Was it too late to apologize? No, if she backed down now. That he definitely wouldn't take her to the village. Since she had already gone this far, she had to see it through. Theo stood tall on the carpet, complex emotions visible in his eyes. Theo tried to break the dead silence. Liliope suddenly interrupted him. Be quiet. Liliope's gaze was cold. Don't say a single word. Do you understand? Go change your clothes. I'll wait right here. Liliope watched his back and let out a long breath. It seemed those words worked. If he was still angry, she would apologize later. The most important thing now was to save the freezing northern citizens. Senari village had fallen into a deathly silence. The cold wind wailed between the wooden houses. The wood in the fireplace had long since gone out, leaving only cold ashes. A young mother tightly wrapped a blanket around her shivering child. Are you cold? Hurry, crawl into the covers. His Grace the Grand Duke will be here soon. Just hold on a bit longer. The child's eyelids were heavy. Mom, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. The mother shook the child in terror. You absolutely cannot fall asleep now. Outside the window, a red light suddenly streaked past. The sound of flapping wings pierced the long night. The child pressed against the cold glass window, their pupils reflecting the colors of fire. Liliope stood in the middle of the street, her right hand raised high. A blazing ball of fire bloomed in her palm. The flames soared into the sky, transforming into a giant Linux. Linux circled down, its wings scattering countless sparks, instantly igniting the life of the entire village. The darkness was forcibly torn apart. The mother stared blankly at the figure outside the window. She was wearing a dark cloak, her blonde hair flying in the firelight. Mom, look, who is that lady? The mother's eyes grew moist, her voice trembling. It's the Saintess. Linux circled in the night sky, its wings scattering hot sparks, igniting the frozen hope of the North. The Saintess who saved the North had arrived. Liliope stood in the snow, constantly waving to the grateful villagers with a bright smile. How many times do I have to say hello before it's enough? Okay, hurry inside. Liliope walked into the last house. Is this the last one? Thank you. As she walked out the door, her steps were a bit unsteady. Lighting fires house by house was more exhausting than she imagined. Her head was so dizzy, she had overconsumed her mana. Liliope's body crumpled toward the snow. Theo suddenly rushed forward, reaching out to catch her waist, shielding her steadily in his arms. Light, are you okay? He looked down at the girl in his arms, his eyes filled with uncontrollable worry. Your face is so pale. Was it too much for you? Liliope leaned against his chest and managed a small smile. I'm Euphine. She suddenly froze, her pupils contracting slightly. Strange this feeling is. Theo suddenly rushed forward to catch a falling body. Rosalind. The doctor pushed up his glasses, his expression calm. She has simply exhausted all the mana in her body, which is why she fell into a coma. He looked at Theo, who was guarding the bedside. Sleep will allow the mana to recover on its own. She'll be fine once she wakes up. Theo stared at the sleeping Rosalind. His tone was cold. I understand. You may leave. It's a relief. It's only mana exhaustion. He stood alone by the bed, his eyes full of complex emotions. If I had known she would work so hard, I never would have brought her here. Theo leaned down and gazed at that pale face. Is it really that hard to ask me for help? You stubborn fool. I just didn't want to accept that lady's help. Theo gazed at Linux. He had borrowed it once for an emergency, but after that, no matter what happened, he insisted on handling everything alone. Cardin's words lingered in his mind. How much longer do you plan to use that lady? He had questioned with a sharp gaze. I hate this feeling, as if the engagement was only to use her. But do I still have the right to hold onto this useless pride? Theo curled his lips in self-mockery. I really don't know who this Grand Duchy actually belongs to. Liliope lay quietly among the flowers, deep in sleep. Actually, it's not that he never thought of using her. From their first meeting, she didn't seem to truly like him. Considering her long-term admiration for the Crown Prince, how could she suddenly approach him without a purpose? At the ball, Theo had held her waist and taken that document. No matter what her purpose was, as long as they used the engagement as an excuse to get what they each needed, it would benefit both. He held that slender hand. Yet, Liliope only showed endless affection and never asked for anything in return. She waved a flag with Theo's name on it, her smile pure. Every move Liliope made was endearing. She watched him with ease. Lord Theo, I told you I don't like the Crown Prince. She pouted. Lord Theo, why do you always think my relationship with Miss Rosalind? She's just my friend. Her cheeks flushed. Lord Theo, you can't do this kind of thing here. Liliope made a heart shape with her hands. Lord Theo, I love you more than anyone in the world. That brilliant smile was only for him. She also had a kind heart and couldn't turn a blind eye to those in trouble. Liliope's expression was firm. When the people of the Empire are in danger, I have a responsibility to protect them. She was more compassionate and more courageous than anyone. How could one not adore her? Theo gazed at the sleeping face, his eyes full of tenderness. I want this woman to belong entirely to me. He reached out, his fingertips lightly stroking her hair. Whether it's Cardin or Delzebian, I will never let anyone covet her again. Theo leaned down and placed a kiss on Liliope's forehead, his movements careful. This is great. Theo's embrace is so warm. I really want to stay like this forever. Liliope murmured in her sleep, Theo. She suddenly opened her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. Her vision gradually focused on an unfamiliar ceiling. Liliope propped herself up and looked around. Was it just a dream? It was just getting the good part. She grabbed the corner of the quilt in frustration. But where is this? This doesn't seem to be the room I was staying in. Liliope picked up a pillow and took a deep breath. The pillow was filled with Theo's scent. Could it be that this is Theo's bedroom? She stared, at that closed door, her heart beating like a drum. Although she didn't know why, she was lying in Theo's bed. That's right, this is the place. This simple, modern furniture style perfectly matches Theo's taste. Liliope looked at the nearby desk. Does he usually handle official business there? Imagining him working there, he must look incredibly handsome. Just thinking about it makes one happy. Liliope buried her head in the pillow, a bit of drool escaping her lips. She fell into a silly laugh. What are you fantasizing about? Liliope yelped. Theo was standing by the door with his arms crossed. Lord Theo, what did you get here? Theo walked to the bedside. He pressed her shoulder down. Don't move around. Okay, but what happened to me? You exhausted your mana and fainted. Theo leaned in close. Why did you push yourself to that extent? Do you know how worried I was? So running out of mana makes you faint. She'd have to be careful in the future. Theo's expression softened slightly. The doctor said you're fine, but just to be safe, rest well here today. Liliope stared at the face so close to her, her heart racing. She couldn't rest at all. He was simply too dazzling. I'm much better now. Since I'm awake, I want to sit up. Theo gazed in her eyes. You want to sit up? Theo reached out, grabbed her waist, and lifted her directly onto his lap. Sit steady. Are you satisfied now? Liliope, hugging the red pillow, froze on the spot. I just want to sit up on the bed. Aren't you sitting now? Theo had a smile on his lips, his eyes full of tenderness. Liliope let out a short gasp, her cheeks instantly flushing. Since I'm here, that you don't need a pillow. Theo pulled the pillow from her arms and tossed it aside. Take it away. Liliope watched the pillow fly, her mind a blank. If we stay like this, Lord Theo will be uncomfortable, right? I don't find it uncomfortable. Theo reached out and stroked her long hair, his fingertips running through the golden strands. Holding you is the most comfortable and the best thing. Liliope's heart pounded like a drum, a violent thumping echoing in her chest. What happened while I was unconscious? Why did he suddenly become like this? Theo gazed into those emerald eyes, his voice low. Rosie and the people of Sendari are all safe now. This is thanks to you. If you have a wish, tell me, and I will fulfill it for you. Liliope froze in Theo's arms, a blush creeping up her cheeks. I don't have any wishes. I didn't do it to get something. Theo tightened his arms. Don't back down, say it. Don't be like that. Who doesn't have a wish? Liliope avoided his gaze. Then, I'll tell you when I think of one. Theo reached out and cupped her cheek, his thumb brushing against her delicate skin. Don't wait until later. He leaned down, their noses almost touching. Tell me what you're thinking right now. Liliope held her breath, her pupils trembling. Theo's gaze was deep as he watched the person in his arms. That gaze was impossible to escape. His lips drew closer. Liliope held her breath. Is it for real this time? Her cheeks flushed. She let Theo cup her face, her heartbeat deafening. No, Theo is a man with a woman. I can't be led by the nose, by instinct. I must resist. Liliope's fingertips gripped his sleeve. Is it not a bad thing to kiss my fiancée? Theo, isn't this betraying Rosalind? Maybe once or twice is okay. A voice deep inside her screamed, just once more. Theo kissed her cheek. Liliope closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly. He suddenly stopped and looked down at the person in his arms. A rumbling sound came from Liliope's stomach. I am hungry. The corners of Theo's mouth curled up slightly as he let out a light laugh. Theo released his embrace. I've been waiting for this moment. Liliope answered softly, her heart about to explode. Theo turned and walked toward the door, his footsteps echoing in the corridor. The timing was perfect, although I don't know if this counts as a good thing. Or a bad thing. He stopped at the door, his back straight. The sound of the door closing was crisp. Theo leaned against the door, his cheeks flushed. He pressed his fingertips to his lips, his breathing becoming rapid. This is really hard to resist. Liliope showed a brilliant smile. Theo lowered his head and covered his face, trying to calm his erratic breathing. Duke Stella pressed against the communication ball, tears streaming out. Lily, are you okay? Liliope turned her head, her expression calm. I'm Fina. Duke Stella shouted into the sphere. It's all the fault of that despicable Grand Duke. If he hadn't taken you to that village, none of this would have happened. He must have planned this from the start, deliberately trying to get engaged to you. Liliope lowered her eyes. That's a misunderstanding. Theo didn't want to take me. I forced him to lead the way. Duke Stella was red with anger. Even if he is your fiancé, you don't need to protect him like this. Liliope looked straight ahead. I yelled at him, even called him stubborn and stupid before he would take me. Duke Stella froze. You yelled at him and insulted him? He fell silent, his eyes full of confusion. My daughter, let me confirm one more time. You just said you yelled at Theo Atrain, the Grand Duke, and insulted him? He is the second in line to the throne after the Imperial family, the Grand Duke of the North. Liliope closed her eyes and pressed her fingertips to her forehead, falling into a long silence. Liliope nodded in admission. If he weren't a Grand Duke, I would have even wanted to slap him. Duke Stella's mouth fell open in the communication ball, his expression terrified. Dad, I plan to return tomorrow. No, absolutely not. He shook his head frantically in the sphere. Wait until the Grand Duke is in a better mood before you come back. I will go and explain personally. Rest well there first. Liliope sat by the bed, looking at the darkened communication ball. And so, she stayed in the north for a few more days. Theo seemed very welcoming, taking her to play all over the territory. The two of them skated in the snow. He held her waist steadily from behind. Liliope spun in the snow, her skirt flying. Theo followed closely, his gaze always fixed on her. The two of them built a snowman side by side. Liliope laughed brilliantly. Theo's cheeks were slightly red as he held a round snowball. Night fell, and outside the window stood two snowmen wearing scarves. Theo stood by the window, gazing into the cold winter night, lost in thought. Theo stood alone in the corridor. Liliope said she would return to the Duke's mansion tomorrow. He didn't want her to go, but he couldn't find an excuse to make her stay. What should he say? Jur pushed open a door. Grand Duke. Theo turned around. Jur, you're not asleep yet? Did I wake you? Jur walked out of the room. I wasn't asleep. I sent someone nearby and came out. So it was the Grand Duke. Theo looked away. I didn't make a sound. No wonder the Duchess Stella wants to keep you by her side. Jur looked directly at him. Grand Duke, aren't you going to rest yet? If you have something to say to Lady Liliope, go in. Why are you standing at the door? Theo lowered his head and covered his face. It's nothing special. I just want to see her more. Jur froze on the spot, surprise in his eyes. Theo whispered to himself, even though we spend the whole day together, I still miss her when I can't see her. She's cute, but it's not just because she's cute. What am I doing? Guarding a sleeping girl's door like a madman. Theo lowered his eyes. Ever since I met Liliope, I have indeed become a bit strange. Jur let out a soft laugh. I don't think it's strange. It's probably because the Grand Duke loves her. Theo's expression stiffened, and he fell into silence. Jur watched him. When Liliope likes something, you also feel happy. You want to give her everything she wants, don't you? Theo nodded slightly. Yes, exactly. Jur spread his hands. If that's not love, then what else could it be? Lady Liliope has looked really happy lately, and I'm also relieved. I'm glad she met you. Jur turned and walked toward the depths of the corridor, his footsteps steady. Don't hide it. You must tell her personally. I'm sure she feels the same way. Theo stood alone on the spot. Do I really love Liliope? Liliope stopped in front of a portrait. Theo was very handsome as a child, and his parents were also stunningly beautiful. As expected, genes determined everything. Her fingertips that lightly touched the frame. She turned to look at the end of the corridor. Is Theo's work finished? Theo walked to her side. No, I ran away. Liliope blinked. Skipping work? Theo gazed at the portrait. You're leaving today, right? Is your luggage all packed? Liliope nodded and smiled. There's still a little time, so I took a look around the Grand Duke's mansion. Theo watched her profile. He wanted to do something for her. He wanted to see her smile. The former Grand Duchess was indeed beautiful. What kind of place would Liliope like? If it's that place. Theo took a deep breath. Liliope, Theo looked elsewhere. There's a greenhouse garden here. Would you like to go see it? Liliope stopped. A greenhouse garden? That was the place in the original novel where Theo and Rosalind had secret dates. Rumor had it that it was. That even more beautiful than the gardens in the south. She crossed her hands over her chest, her eyes sparkling. Come and catch me. I'll definitely catch you. Scenes of the original male and female leads playing together flashed through her mind. Liliope suddenly looked up and responded loudly, I want to go. She couldn't believe she could see it with her own eyes. This is the joy of transmigration. Pushing open the heavy doors, heat and the fragrance of flowers rushed toward them. Pink and white flowers hung heavy on the branches, spreading out in layers like rosy clouds. Liliope held her skirt and ran toward the flowers, spreading her arms as her hair brushed through the floral shadows. Wow. Theo stood under a flower tree, watching her back. Do you like it? Liliope turned her head. It's not even a matter of liking it or not. It's like an entire forest has been moved here. She walked through the flowers, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. There was even a lake in the garden. Butterflies danced over the water, and sunlight pierced through the glass dome, spilling onto the shimmering lake. Lilyope stood in the sea of flowers, her hands crossed over her chest, a smile dancing in the corners of her eyes. This is the most beautiful place I've ever seen. Theo watched her smiling face. Jure's words echoed in his mind, probably because the Grand Duke loves her. His heartbeat vibrated in his chest, and his cheeks flushed. He looked away and responded in a low voice. I see. This wasn't originally built for show. I just wanted to build a haven in the cold north. But seeing how much you like it, I'm glad I built it myself. Lilyope turned light-heartedly among the flowers. It's truly beautiful, Lord Theo. Theo walked to her side. Let's have a cup of tea here. Lilyope stopped, her expression turning serious. Was I too noisy? Theo gazed in her eyes. His look softened. No, not at all. Lilyope covered her cheeks. Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Theo gazed in her eyes. I just confirmed one thing. Lilyope lowered her hands. Confirmed what? Theo took a step forward. These past few days, I've always been thinking about you. Thinking about what I could do to make you smile. When you're happy because of something I did, I also feel happy. He stopped in front of Lilyope. When bad things happen to you, my heart aches as if it has stopped beating. My heart races. I'm at a loss, feeling anxious and confused. Theo's mouth curled up slightly. But the strange thing is, I don't hate this feeling. I didn't know what it was before, but now. That I understand. His eyes were full of tenderness. This is love. Theo gazed into her eyes, his look no longer calm. Lily, I truly love you. Lilyope froze on the spot, her cheeks instantly flushing. Theo stood before the flowers. I love you. That day, I stammered in confusion and then fled. Lilyope went straight back to the Duke's mansion. The invitations she hadn't had time to check were piled up like a mountain. She tried to calm her chaotic heart by organizing the letters. This letter was from the Kingdom of a Clean, sent once a year. Ever since that day, Theo had acted as if nothing had happened. Although she was curious why he didn't mention it again, she didn't ask. Even if she did, it wouldn't change anything. Lilyope opened the envelope. It wasn't an invitation, it was a chain letter. She had received one a few months ago too. She didn't doubt the sincerity of his confession, but once the harvest season began, his feelings would change. In the original novel, he would be sent by the Emperor to guard the streets. Theo had a smile on his face. During the harvest season, everyone will be free. Do you want to come play the Grand Duke's mansion? Lilyope stopped and turned to look at him. The harvest season? Don't you have work then? Theo looked natural. Work? What work? I don't have work. Lilyope frowned slightly, her eyes full of doubt. No work? That's impossible. In the original story, the Emperor ordered Theo to guard the streets during the harvest festival. An anonymous report revealed a conspiracy. People using forbidden black magic would threaten the safety of the public on the day of the festival. This was merely a childish trap he set to make Theo suffer. Theo was therefore forced to go to the festival. It was there that he first met Rosalind and fell in love. That was the starting point of fate in the original novel. Lilyope sat in front of the bookshelf, her fingertip against her lower lip. Although they already know each other now and don't get along well, I'm certain that as soon as an opportunity arises, they will eventually be attracted to each other. Red threads intertwined in the void, tightly connecting Theo and Rosalind. The meeting at the festival should have been that miracle. Theo should have been busy with official duties on the day of the festival, but Lilyope gazed at Theo, her eyes flickering with hesitation. Could it be that because of my appearance, their relationship has vanished like this? If the original plot is completely distorted and can no longer be repaired. She clenched her hands tightly to her chest, her fingertips turning white from the force. Does this mean I never have to part with Theo again? Theo waited quietly for Lilyope's answer. His heart drummed like a stallion, and his breathing grew shallow. Theo stared at the communication ball. Lily, why are you so quiet? Do you want to go to the festival? Then, shall we go together? Lilyope shook her head repeatedly. No, absolutely not. Theo, if you really don't have work, we can just spend time together at the Grand Duke's mansion. Adil suddenly appeared behind Theo. He leaned in and whispered in his ear, Your Grace, about that. Theo's expression stiffened. Now, Lily, wait a moment. What's wrong? Who is it? Theo gritted his teeth. That idiot. Why is he here? Sorry, Lily. It looks like we won't be able to meet at the Grand Duke's mansion. That idiot Carden is insisting that I patrol the streets with him on the day of the festival. Lilyope froze. Carden, wasn't it because of a report letter? However, we only agreed on the first day. I'm still free on the second day. Since I have to stay in the capital, can I stay at the Duke's mansion during the festival? Lilyope broke into a smile. Of course you can. Theo cut the connection. I'll see you then. I'm hanging up now. Lilyope stared at the darkened communication ball. In the end, he still had to guard the streets, just like in the original story. I'm such a fool for actually having expectations. She lowered her eyes. Although the cause had changed from a report letter to Carden's request, the main plot remained unchanged. Even if the details shifted, the direction of the original work would not waver. Carden rested his chin on one hand, a playful smile hanging on his lips. Just as I am still entangled with Carden, even though I am engaged, I cannot sever the connection with him. Lilyope sat at the table. It had to be this way. Everything was proceeding according to the original plan. The streets were draped with colorful flags. Clowns juggled red balls amidst the crowd, and laughter echoed everywhere. The harvest festival had begun. Rosalind took Lilyope's arm. Thank you for coming to the festival with me, Lily. I thought you would be with the Grand Duke. Lilyope looked toward the distant patrol guards. Theo was currently on duty with the Crown Prince. He should be somewhere nearby right now. Rosalind smiled. I see. I'm sorry to say this, but I'm happy to have you all to myself without the Grand Duke interrupting. Today was the day Theo and Rosalind were destined to meet. I will witness them falling in love with my own eyes. This was the ending I had known all along. A smile played on her lips. I had originally planned to withdraw at this moment and leave Theo without any regrets. I was once so certain. Why, now that the moment is here, do I feel so conflicted instead? Lady Sergionelle approached from the front, her shoulder slamming hard into Rosalind. The candied fruit skewer in her hand nearly slipped. Oh my, Lady Sergionelle had a mocking smirk on her face. There are too many people I accidentally bumped into. Who? She took a bite of her candied fruit, her eyes sweeping forward with contempt. What a coincidence. I didn't know you were here too. Rosalind lowered her head and wiped her skirt, her expression awkward. Lady Sergionelle let out a snicker. Miss Rosalind, why are you wiping that thing? Such a shabby ready-made dress. Wouldn't it be better to just throw it away? Liliope's face was expressionless, but her eyes were cold. That shabby ready-made dress is mine. Lady Sergionelle's smile froze, her finger pressing against her lower lip. What? Liliope took a step forward, shielding Rosalind. That dress belongs to me. I specifically lent it to Rosalind today. Is it wrong for me to wear ready-made clothes? Lady Sergionelle turned pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead. No, I didn't mean that. I will compensate you for the dress. Liliope's gaze was sharp. Instead of compensation, shouldn't you apologize to Rosalind first? Lady Sergionelle bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry, Miss Rosalind. I really didn't do it on purpose. It was just an accident. She grabbed her companion and fled, disappearing into the festival crowd. Liliope watched her retreating back. A leopard never changes its spots. Truly hopeless. Liliope asked softly, are you okay? Were you frightened? Rosalind's eyes were rimmed with red, her fingertips tightly clutching her handkerchief as tears welled up. Rosalind suddenly threw herself into Liliope's arms and wept loudly. Thank you, Lily. Liliope gently patted her back. Why are you crying again? This is nothing to cry about. Rosalind sobbed and looked up. This dress isn't yours at all. You told such a lie just to protect me, Lily. You are truly so cool. Liliope froze, looking at the other girl's adoring eyes. It was as if Rosalind saw a princess on a white horse charging into enemy lines to save a maiden in distress. Rosalind wiped her tears and laughed. You're like a princess who descended just to protect me. Liliope took her hand. To make you feel better, let's go buy something delicious. There's cotton candy over there. I'll go get some. I'll also help you deal with the stain on your skirt. Wait for me here. Rosalind nodded obediently. Okay, my princess. Lily. Liliope stood before the stall. 2 cotton candies, please. Though she looked fragile, she always showed a strong will when necessary. No wonder Theo would fall for her. The vendor handed over 2 sticks of cotton candy. Liliope took them. Rosalind was about to face the most important moment of her life. She couldn't meet it with those red, teary eyes. I have to go comfort her quickly. Liliope walked quickly through the crowd, softly calling Rosalind's name. She looked around, but there was no sign of her. Where did she go? Liliope. She stopped at the end of the street. Rosalind was standing in the middle of the road, staring ahead with a terrified expression. The sound of horse hooves was deafening as a carriage careened out of control toward the crowd. Rosalind lunged toward a boy on the road, shielding him tightly in her arms as they both crashed heavily to the ground. Liliope held her breath, her pupils trembling violently. This scene was exactly the prelude to Rosalind and Theo's meeting in the original story. The carriage thundered past. The boy was unharmed. Rosalind sat on the ground, her elbow scraped by the pavement, blood seeping through her sleeve. After thanking her, the boy hurried away. Liliope watched this scene, the pages of the book turning in her mind. A man witnessed the whole process. He would walk toward Rosalind and reach out his hand. He is. Carden leaned down and reached out to the fallen Rosalind. Miss Rosalind, are you all right? Liliope was rooted to the spot, the cotton candy gripped tightly in her hand. Carden, why was it him? It wasn't Theo. Then where is Theo now? Theo had stood behind Liliope at some point, a smile on his face. Lily, so you were here? Liliope turned abruptly to look at the Theo before her. What kind of man says one thing and does another? Is now the time to be stubborn? She raised her hand and pointed into the distance, her voice trembling with anger. Have you forgotten your own people? They're shivering in the cold, desolate ashes, begging for help. Is it really that hard to ask for assistance? Liliope pressed forward, fire burning in her eyes. Every second is crucial, and yet you have the leisure to maintain that meaningless pride. Theo remained silent, his cold, handsome face showing a hint of bewilderment as he allowed the rain of scolding to fall upon him. Carden instructed the doctor, please take good care of her. Don't let her be left with a scar. Originally, Theo should have been attracted to Rosalind at this moment. The trajectory of fate had shifted. If it continues like this, the two of them will never cross paths. This deviation from the original work was not surprising. Liliope peeked sideways, feeling a sense of relief instead. Theo took a bite of cotton candy, his cheeks puffing out slightly. He stopped when he noticed her gaze. Theo tore off a small piece of the sugar puff and stuffed it into Liliope's mouth. You should try it too. How's my... Tastes good, right? Haha, Lily is so cute. Liliope held the sugar in her mouth, her cheeks flushing a deep red as her heart thundered in her chest. Theo reached out and pulled Liliope close, staring coldly ahead. Stay away from Lily. Carden waved his arms and shouted, Lily will become the Empress one day. Show me some respect. My mother said she wants her to be the Empress. How shall Fudao? Didn't I tell you to stop talking nonsense? Cardin, if that stupid head of yours could think for a moment, you'd understand. If Lily becomes the empress, I will naturally become the emperor. Cardin froze. Liliope's mouth hung open in shock. Theo, looking as calm as ever, continued chewing the cotton candy. Cardin burst into a fit of laughter. Did you hear that? You didn't hear wrong, right? Don't be flustered, Lily. Cardin patted his chest to catch his breath. The guy always says things like that. Like it would be better if I were emperor or I could rule more brilliantly. It's just his usual talk. Liliope looked dazed. Can words like that really be taken as a joke? Theo expressionlessly chewed his cotton candy. The flavor changed again. By the way, why don't you just give the throne to me? Cardin jumped in anger. No way. You just stay in the north for the rest of your life. The doctor stepped forward and bowed. Your Highness, the treatment is finished. Rosalind curtsied slightly and bid Cardin farewell. Thank you for your help. Your Highness. Cardin gazed at her face. I simply admired your courage to charge straight at the carriage. He suddenly stopped, his gaze falling on Rosalind's skirt. What is that stain? Did it get dirty when you fell? Rosalind looked down. No, it was from before. That when I bumped into something. Cardin frowned. Your beautiful dress is ruined. He reached out to support Rosalind's arm, his fingertips lightly touching the dark stain. Rosalind let out a small gasp. A blue light surged from Cardin's palm, and water appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the damaged fabric. The stain vanished. Rosalind stared at the clean skirt, her expression one of disbelief. Cardin withdrew his magic. Please wait a moment. I'll use wind magic to dry it immediately. Rosalind stood dazed. So magic could be used like this? This was exactly like an ability from the place where I used to live, power wash and power dry. Liliope gave a thumbs up. Cardin, I'm seeing you in a new light. Rosalind bowed again. Thank you, Your Highness. Cardin shrugged. It's nothing. I'm always working for the welfare of the Empire's citizens. Rosalind turned abruptly and reached out to Liliope. Miss Lily, let's go. Theo's eyes were ice cold. Miss Malzevian, Lily will be with me. Please stay away. Cardin yelled in anger. Hey, don't be so rude to a lady. He turned to Rosalind. Just as this guy said, I also want you to stay away from Lily. I'm taking her now. Liliope was caught in the middle, her gaze darting between the two. What are you two suddenly saying? Rosalind and I are enjoying the festival. Liliope watched the chaos. I was wondering why this scene hadn't happened yet today. Both of you stop it. She suddenly grabbed Rosalind's wrist. Today, I'm staying with Miss Rosalind. You two didn't come here to play, right? Go back and work for the welfare of the citizens. Cardin and Theo froze. Liliope pulled Rosalind away and looked back. Nothing had changed. The fact that the original plot was being twisted didn't bother her at all. Cardin pointed forward. Hey, let's go over there. Theo replied coldly. By what right do you command me? I am a crown prince. Can I give orders? Liliope stopped and looked at Theo. The fact that he still only smiles at me makes me very happy. Theo watched her back, a gentle smile on his lips. Lily, see you later at the Duke's mansion. Liliope closed her eyes, her face radiant with joy. Liliope gazed at Theo. What? You want to go to the festival? Theo, didn't you say you hated festivals? She remembered yesterday's promise. We clearly agreed to spend the second day of the festival at the Duke's mansion. You said you wanted us to be alone. Theo avoided her gaze. I changed my mind. Yesterday at the festival, Theo had witnessed everything. Countless couples being intimate on the streets, feeding each other, hugging, and even kissing in public. Those irritating acts of intimacy filled every corner. Theo stood in the center of the crowd, his expression stiff. I should try it too. Seeing those people chatting away like the happiest couples in the world, a strange sense of defeat welled up in his heart. I absolutely cannot lose to them. Liliope was stroking Phoenix, her fingertips brushing the firebird's red feathers. She turned her head, a hint of realization on her lips. In other words, Theo, but jealous, right? Theo clenched his fist. Let's go, Lily. We have to show the other couples that we won't fall behind. Liliope sighed helplessly. This isn't a competition. On the second day of the festival, she accompanied Theo back to the streets. The two wore animal-shaped headbands and wove through the stalls side by side. Theo raised an air gun and precisely shot down prizes. Liliope held the large teddy bear they won and leaned into his arms, taking a photo to record the memory. Night fell. Fireworks exploded in the sky one after another, colorful points of light covering the entire heavens. Theo and Liliope stood side by side, looking up at the brilliance. Liliope asked softly, are these fireworks all made by magic? Theo watched the sky. After all, ordinary mages can't cast fire attribute magic of this level. This magic is used more for viewing than for repelling monsters. Just now, the shape of a giant dragon had even appeared. Liliope's eyes sparkled with excitement. Magic is truly amazing. Theo turned his head, his gaze deep. Since you have the fire attribute, you should be able to make countless fireworks, right? Didn't they teach this at the academy? Yesterday, Cardin's display for Miss Malzevian was indeed impressive. Theo lowered his voice. Sometimes, you really don't act like a noble. Liliope's heart jolted. That make it too obvious? The fact that I don't originally belong here. Theo gazed at Liliope. I didn't mean any harm. You don't care for tedious formalities and can befriend commoners without hesitation. That is what I truly like about you. Fireworks continued to burst in the night sky. A giant teddy bear sat by the wall, witnessing the silence on the terrace. Actually, this is my first time walking the festival streets with someone else. He turned around, his eyes locking onto Liliope's face. I feel fortunate. Fortunate that my first time is with you. Liliope softly repeated, fortunate. A gentle curve formed on Theo's lips. Yes, because I can experience every one of my firsts with the person I love. He reached out, his fingertips covering the back of Liliope's hand as they felt each other's warmth. Lily, from now on, can I ask you for all of my firsts? Liliope froze, her cheeks flushing red as her pupils trembled slightly while looking at this cold yet affectionate man. Theo was a man who shouldn't have been longed for. This engagement was initially only for survival. Liliope knew that one day she would have to let go. Yet, the time spent as his fiancée made her feel a happiness she had never known before, even creating the illusion that it could last forever. She had never thought of possessing him, much less rewriting the original story out of selfishness. That was his truest story. The opportunity for Theo and Rosalind had vanished. Perhaps there would be another chance in the future, or perhaps their fate ended here as the gears of destiny shifted. However, even so, Theo still stood before Liliope, his gaze never leaving her. Theo took her hand. Lily, from now on, can I entrust all my first to you? Theo had a faint smile, his eyes full of tenderness. I don't want to push this man away anymore. Not even for a moment do I want to go against my heart. Liliope gazed at him. Lord Theo. Theo let go of her hand. You don't have to answer me now. Whether in the greenhouse or at this very moment, I don't want to burden you. I only want to convey my feelings. I will wait until your heart is the same as mine. Theo lowered his eyes. Because I love you, nothing else matters. Even if you saying you liked me before was all a lie. That wasn't a lie. Liliope suddenly looked up and interrupted him. Theo froze, his pupils contracting in shock. Liliope recalled the moments they spent together. Those laughs and confessions flashed through her mind. Every word of I said to you. Every word of love, I said to you. Not a single word was false. From the very first moment I saw you. Liliope gazed at the man before her. A character that originally only existed in a book now possessed a warmth identical to hers, breathing vibrantly. I love you. Liliope crossed her hands over her chest. At the time, she couldn't say it because she was flustered. But when I heard you say you love me for the first time in the Duke's reception room, I was truly happy. Liliope stopped thinking about the original plot or fate. She only wanted to stay by this man's side. Theo suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms wrapping tightly around her. Liliope let out a cry of surprise. Lord Theo, amidst the fireworks filling the sky, he leaned down and cupped Liliope's face. He kissed her deeply. What are you doing? Liliope's voice trembled. Theo didn't let go. What do you think? I'm kissing you. Liliope's cheeks were burning. Why so suddenly? Theo released her. It's not sudden. Instinct told me that just now was the best time to kiss you. Liliope turned red. What does that even mean? Theo looked down at her. You just said you loved me. Did my kiss not feel good? Liliope's eyes darted away. No, that kiss. You were very good at it. She screamed internally. Oh my God, what am I saying? Theo's lips curled up. Really? As long as you like it. I liked it very much too. He tightened his arms again. Then, shall we do it again? Lily, can I kiss you? Liliope lowered her eyes. Why ask that kind of question? Just do it. Theo allowed a soft laugh. So that's how it is. Since it's my first time, I didn't quite know the rules. Liliope whispered back. It's my first time too, okay? Theo took control of the situation again. Then I need your answer now. Liliope looked up. What answer? Theo cupped her face. From now on, share all your firsts with me. You'll say yes, right? I will, Liliope replied softly. Fireworks exploded one after another in the night sky, light and shadow covering their figures. Theo held her tightly in his arms, leaning down to claim all her firsts. Liliope closed her eyes, her arms wrapping around the Grand Duke, allowing love to spread between their lips and teeth. Back at her current residence, Liliope pushed open her bedroom door and froze. Lord Theo. Theo bit a flower petal, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. I'm ready for bed now. Come here and lie down, Lily. Liliope clutched her skirt. I clearly prepared a separate guest room for you. Theo rolled over, pressing a rose against his lips. I don't want to go there. It's too cold. I feel uncomfortable. Then do you want me to change rooms for you? Theo rested his head on his hand. No. Theo lay back on the bed. If we sleep apart, the time I spend with you decreases. You must sleep here. At times like this, he was exactly like Hardin. Liliope stood by the bed. Tomorrow I return to the Duke's territory. Since I've decided not to care about the original plot, there's no need to be too formal. If this is his scheme to strike while the iron is hot, I can perhaps pretend not to notice. I could just go with the flow. But if something really happens with Theo, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. My heart was racing like crazy just from kissing. What if he finds out I'm a pervert and runs away in fear? I absolutely cannot let that happen. Then I'll sleep on the sofa. Lord Theo, please sleep here. Liliope grabbed a pillow. No. Theo suddenly sat up. If you do that, I won't be able to sleep either. Liliope let out a long sigh. All right, but if someone moves around next to me, I won't be able to sleep. Please sleep quietly. No problem. Theo gave a bright smile. I'll just sleep while holding your hand. The two lay side by side on the large bed. Theo turned his head while Liliope stared at the ceiling. Neither of them closed their eyes. Lily, Theo called softly, turning over to gaze at the girl beside him. Lily? Liliope's eyes were tightly shut, her breathing even and steady. In this situation, she had actually already fallen asleep. Theo propped himself up and leaned close to her face. Lily, are you really asleep? Liliope murmured in her sleep, Lord Theo. Hell, I like him. She rolled over, snuggling into Theo's arms as if seeking a heat source. Her hands tightly wrapped around his waist. Mine, Theo's body went stiff, his cheeks instantly flushing as his heart thundered violently in his chest. Lily, he breathed shallowly. Lily, morning sunlight spilled into the bedroom. Liliope sat up and stretched. I slept so well. Is Theo not awake yet? She turned her head to look at the man still lying beside her. Even in sleep, he looked so handsome. Liliope smiled and quietly admired his sleeping face. My fiancé is truly too handsome. Liliope rested her chin on her hands, leaning over to gaze at Theo's sleeping face. God is truly biased, letting such a perfect man fall in love with me. She reached out her finger to lightly touch the back of Theo's hand, but it was suddenly caught and held tightly by him. Liliope let out a yelp. She was pulled down onto the bed. Lord Theo, you were awake already? Theo opened his eyes, his gaze clear. I've been awake for a while. It seemed you slept very soundly. Theo rolled over and pressed her down, his hands supporting him on either side of her. It's just that because of certain someone, I didn't close my eyes all night. Liliope felt a bit awkward. Did I snore? Not at all. Liliope's heart raced. Then why couldn't you sleep? Theo leaned down, his nose touching her forehead. That's not important. As long as you slept well, it's enough. He lowered his head and kissed Liliope's neck. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Miss Lily, are you awake? Zemma walked in, and upon seeing the scene on the bed, she let out a scream. Oh my God! Liliope slammed her hands against Theo to push him away. Zemma covered her eyes and stepped back repeatedly. I'm sorry, Miss Lily. I didn't know His Grace was here. I didn't see anything. Liliope scrambled off the bed. Zemma, listen to me. I really didn't do anything. Zemma looked terrified. We absolutely cannot let the Duke know. Even if they were engaged, sharing a bed before marriage would cause a huge uproar. Don't tell my father. Liliope pleaded with her hands clasped. We just slept. Theo adjusted his shirt collar. It seems we need to get married as soon as possible. Zemma patted her forehead. Right, I came to deliver this. She handed over an envelope with a wax seal. Liliope took the envelope. It was an invitation from the Empress. Why would the Empress suddenly want to see me? The main palace was magnificent, its white dome piercing the clouds. Liliope looked up at the building and marveled at its splendor. It was beyond imagination. The carriage stopped in front of the palace gates, its wheels rolling over the stone path. She stepped off the carriage. Although she never thought she would come here, Rosalind followed closely behind, holding her skirt as she stepped up the stairs, her eyes slightly red. Thanks to you, I have the chance to step into the palace in this lifetime. Miss Liliope, I am truly grateful. Liliope took Rosalind's arm. Jur stood by their side. Having been invited this time, she specifically brought Rosalind along. Theo was extremely dissatisfied with the Empress's invitation. Liliope recalled the letter. To the future Crown Princess, you must enter the palace within 3 days. It was signed by the Empress. Crown Princess? Does the Empress want to see me overthrow the Empire with her own eyes? Theo's figure appeared in Liliope's mind. He had hugged her tightly from behind and leaned down to kiss her. Such entanglement was hard to handle. It took a lot of effort to soothe Theo. Liliope withdrew her thoughts and led Rosalind and Jur deeper inside. Guards blocked their way. Only those invited by Her Majesty the Empress may enter. Guard must stay outside. Liliope's brow furrowed. What? Jur pressed the hilt of his sword. It's okay, Miss Lily. I'll wait here. The Empress clearly insisted I come, yet she's giving me a cold shoulder first. Truly severe. Rosalind looked around. The flowers in the garden were in full bloom. Miss Lily, isn't it beautiful here? Liliope nodded in agreement. It is indeed beautiful, but the greenhouse in the Grand Duke's territory is still better. Carden stood in the distance, waving with a bright smile. Lily, come over here. Liliope stopped, her eyes full of doubt. Your Highness, why are you here? Carden chuckled. Since you've entered the palace, it's only natural you'd see me. Today, let's sit down and have a good talk about our future. The Empress appeared from behind the flowers. Carden, save your afternoon tea time with this lady for later. More importantly, I must speak with her first. Carden's smile faded, his tone dissatisfied. No, Mother, I want to have tea with Lily first. The Empress caressed Carden's face. Be good, dear. Listen to your mother, okay? She turned and gave a flawless smile. While I talk with this lady, you take Miss Malzevian to see the garden. Carden's brow furrowed. Fine, but you must finish quickly and give her back to me. Liliope watched this scene. When would he ever escape his mother's control? Let's go, Miss Malzevian. Rosalind curtsied. See you later, Miss Lily. The Empress's smile vanished, her eyes becoming sharp. Miss, follow me. Liliope followed closely behind, having to be alone with the villainess of the story. This feeling was truly terrible. The Empress picked up scissors and pruned the blooming flowers, her movements elegant. Yet cold. Liliope stared at those scissors. Do you personally tend to these flowers? The Empress cut a rose. I like to personally care for and nurture things. Miss Liliope, you should know why I called you here. She put down the scissors and turned around, looking straight ahead. I will be blunt. Break off your engagement with the Grand Duke. Liliope held her breath. A cold arc hung at the corner of the Empress's mouth. Submit the application for cancellation. I will handle everything else, the Empress stated bluntly. Liliope was secretly shocked. The request was far too abrupt. She picked up her teacup, her fingertips trembling slightly. Forgive my impudence, your majesty. I will not break the engagement, because I love Lord Theo. The Empress let out a light laugh and took a sip of black tea. I knew the Grand Duke was eloquent, but I didn't expect him to use such means to deceive a woman. Liliope set down her teacup. In fact, I was the one who seduced him. The Empress's gaze turned cold. Do you know what a great blessing it is to become the Empress of the Empire? Liliope rose and performed a salute, her movements elegant and resolute. I already belong to the Grand Ducal house. I am not worthy of such a blessing. The Empress reached out and snapped a white flower. Such naive thoughts. Is it because you are still young? Do you think your feeling for the Grand Duke can last forever? She let go of her hand, allowing the withered petals to scatter. Love is nothing more than an illusion that fades with time. Even the Stella family, however prominent, cannot ultimately defy the orders of the imperial family. Liliope simply met the Empress's gaze. As far as I know, imperial law does not mandate that a marriage must be approved by the imperial family. She straightened her back, her tone steady and powerful. I do not believe that the wise Empress would abuse imperial power for personal desire. The Empress's smile stiffened as she toyed with a flower bud. Exercising rights not granted by law? What did you just say? Liliope remained composed. Regarding what you said about love not lasting long, I agree with you to some extent. She lowered her eyes, her gaze gentle yet firm. But even if this feeling eventually fades, I am willing to dedicate the rest of my life to this illusion. Liliope pressed a hand to her chest, a smile playing on her lips. That is my answer. Cardian hurried to the side of the carriage, reaching out as if to hold her back. Lily, stay a little longer. We haven't even had tea together yet. Liliope lifted her skirt. My mother spoke with you for so long that I had no time for you at all. She turned around, her eyes cold. Enough. I will say it once more. I have absolutely no intention of marrying your highness. Please relay this to the Empress, so she understands my position. Cardian stood rooted to the spot. Lily, don't reject me so decisively. Cardian tightly gripped the front of his shirt. I will wait for you until you change your mind. I will put in every effort. Liliope furrowed her brows. Please do not do that. Do not waste your effort. Cardian questioned her loudly. How can you be so cold? I have endured in silence, thinking this was punishment for ignoring your true heart. But I feel pain too. She covered her chest and let out a long sigh. Lily, at least give me a sliver of hope. Rosalind suddenly spoke up, interrupting. Prince Cardian, forcing someone to accept something they do not want is not love. Cardian snorted coldly and turned to look directly at her. Miss Rosalind, you speak as if you understand love very well. Rosalind folded her hands in front of her. I actually don't understand what love is very well, but she paused for a moment, her tone becoming firm. I know that Miss Lily is troubled because of your and the Empress's proposal. Cardian fell silent, his profile hidden in the twilight. He clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Cardian turned to leave. I have matters to attend to. I'm returning to the palace first. I'm sorry I couldn't see you off, Miss Lily. Liliope watched his retreating back. Rosalind actually managed to handle that spoiled fellow. Well done, Rosa. Rosalind usually never spoke harshly unless the other person was close to her. It seemed her relationship with Cardian had also grown closer. The carriage sped through the streets, the wheels making a rhythmic sound as they rolled over fallen leaves. Normally, he would have been furious, but now he's kept his mouth shut. Liliope turned her head. Rosa, you've been getting close to the Crown Prince lately, haven't you? Rosalind waved her hands repeatedly. Not all. Today was the first time I've talked to him this much. Liliope pressed further. Really? What did you talk about? A smile hung on Rosalind's lips. Mostly about you, Miss Lily. Like how long we've known each other and what you like. She continued reminiscing. He also told me stories from your time at the academy. Liliope's expression shifted slightly, a flash of unease in her eyes. Those memories were likely not pleasant for Cardian. If it was during the academy days, Cardian was curled up in a locker, his body shaking uncontrollably. Hide, hide, or my hair will show. The locker door was suddenly wrenched open, and Liliope's face appeared in the gap, her eyes feverish and distorted. Found you, darling. A piercing scream cut through the air. Liliope sat in the carriage. The original assistant hadn't mentioned these details, but she could well imagine them. That fellow Cardian. Surely he didn't speak ill of me in front of Rosa? Rosalind lowered her eyes. He said every moment at the academy was spent with Miss Lily. I really envy her. Liliope froze. What? Rosalind raised a hand to wipe a tear from the corner of her eye, which was turning red. I have no memories of spending time with Miss Lily at the academy. She had clearly misunderstood the meaning of every moment. Liliope laughed inwardly. If only we could go back to the past. No, Rosa. We can start creating memories from now on. So many that you won't be envious anymore. Academy days. Rosalind nodded heavily. All right, Miss Lily. The carriage crossed the twilight streets, leaving a trail of crisp hoofbeats. Cardian sat at the table, his fingers tapping the surface irritably. What if Lily really marries that bastard Theo? The Empress stood by Vase. You should have gotten engaged to her earlier. That way, the Stella family would be on our side. She set down a flower branch. The two families had already reached an agreement. It was you who kept refusing. Now things are a mess. Cardian rested his chin on one hand. I really hated her back then, but now, I truly love her. Don't worry, Mother will handle it. Cardian interrupted her. No, I will handle this matter personally. Forcing someone to accept what they don't want is not love. Cardian's expression was gloomy. If you continue to interfere, Mother, Lily will only be more troubled. Forcing someone to accept what they don't want is not love. The Empress's brow furrowed slightly. Where did he learn such words? Cardian leaned his face on his hand, a hint of obsession in his eyes. I will make Lily return to me of her own free will. I don't want to use power to crush her. The Empress walked behind him and placed her hands on his shoulders. Do you think your mother would do something so despicable? Trust me, dear. You don't have to worry about anything. Cardian brushed her hands away. I said I would handle it. And stop calling me dear. The sunset dyed the palace spires red. What exactly was so special about the love between a young lady and a Grand Duke? Liliope returned to the manor. Julie immediately came forward. Lord Theo is here. Theo stood in the courtyard, his cloak fluttering slightly in the wind. When did you arrive? Liliope walked quickly toward him. Theo's eyes were soft. I heard you went to the Empress's palace. I was worried, so I came over as soon as I finished work. Love is just an illusion that fades with time. But even if a heavy heartbreak falls, as long as we stand side by side. Theo opened his arms and pulled Liliope into a hug. Theo leaned in close, his arms wrapping around her shoulders, locking her entire being in his embrace. Liliope looked up, a happy smile on her lips, and hugged him back tightly. The Empress's eyes were filled with coldness. Young lady, I'll just have to see. The Empress stood by the table and reached out to pick a white rose. She squeezed the stem hard, the sharp thorns piercing her skin. Blood dripped from between her fingers. The blood droplets fell onto a black briefcase. A red magic circle appeared on the lid, and the latch made a clicking sound. The box slowly opened, emitting a purple light. My respects to you, Your Majesty the Empress. A mysterious person hidden under a winter hat had a twisted smile on their face. The Empress watched him coldly. I thought you would never come to see me again. The mysterious person let out a light laugh. I thought you had already forgiven me. The Empress's eyes were icy. Do you think I would forget? The Crown Prince almost died because of you. I have never forgiven you. The mysterious person bowed his head. I have always felt deep remorse for the mistake during the hunting season. The Empress folded her hands over her chest. Very well, I will give you a chance to make amends. The mysterious person touched his chest. Thank you for your grand grace. So what should I do? The Empress's gaze was cold. Create a disaster in the north. Any disaster will do. The larger and more frequent the scale, the better, until the north is completely devastated. Glaciers collapsed, floods swept through villages, and people fell in pools of blood. A smile hung on the Empress's lips. In this way, the more people who die, the better. The mysterious person watched the magic ball. How long should I continue? The Empress fell into thought. How long? There's a young lady who wants to marry the Grand Duke. Until that child is terrified by the misery in the north. Until she changes her mind. A flash of malice appeared in her eyes as she gazed into the distance, as if she could already see the end. Theo held Liliope's hand as they strolled through the manor's courtyard. Lily, I have something I want to confirm. Liliope tilted her head. Confirm? Confirm what? Theo reached out to cup her cheeks, his fingertips brushing through her hair. He leaned down and kissed her lips, his movements forceful and undeniable. Liliope's eyes widened, her body trembling slightly as she indulged in the kiss. Theo pulled back slightly, their breaths mingling. How does it feel? Liliope's face flushed. Lord Theo, your kissing is very good. Do you really need to confirm it again? Theo let out a light laugh. Lily, didn't you feel anything? Liliope was a bit confused. Besides feeling very good, do you really want to confirm something else? Theo opened his palm, and a ball of fire suddenly flared up. Look at this. Liliope watched the ball of fire. The flames danced in his palm, and although the surrounding water magic constantly washed over it, it could not be extinguished. The fire didn't go out. Theo watched the light in his palm, his gaze deep. Even surrounded by water, this fire is still burning. Theo held up the fireball in his palm, surrounded by water, yet it could not be extinguished. That's right, this is the eternal fire. Liliope looked up at him. Since when were you able to do such a thing? Theo lowered his eyes. It was after I kissed you. Liliope suddenly covered her mouth. What? Theo opened his hands. At first, I wasn't sure, but now I'm certain. Every time I kiss you, the fire attribute mana in my body increases. Liliope was enveloped in a flame-like light. It seems your power is transferred to me through kissing. In the original novel, there was no such setting at all. Liliope's brow furrowed slightly. Was it because Liliope died too early in the original story, so it was never mentioned? Theo withdrew his magic. But this ability doesn't last long. At most, it only lasts for a few hours. Liliope lowered her hands, a serious look in her eyes. Then what if we kiss more often? Would the duration become longer? Kiss more often? Liliope folded her hands over her chest, her cheeks flushing. I didn't mean anything else. I just thought that if Lord Theo could use my ability, it would be more helpful to the north. Theo reached out to pull her waist, leaning down to whisper in her ear. You're already acting like a Grand Duchess. It's truly admirable. Since we have to test your hypothesis, it seems there's only one way. What should we do? Theo suddenly pulled her into his arms, his chin resting on her shoulder. You're so cute. You're practically the death of me. Liliope closed her eyes, her hands tightly gripping his shirt. There's nothing to hesitate about. We just need to do it more often. The two embraced tightly among the flowers. Theo lowered his head and kissed the side of her neck. Liliope tilted her head back, letting him take what he wanted in his arms. Heavens! Liliope let out a startled cry. Liliope looked in the mirror, her fingertips lightly touching her lips. They looked too swollen. Thinking back, they really had kissed too many times on the swaying bow of the ship, not embracing lingeringly by the fountain, and even in more private moments. Liliope sat at her desk, holding a quill, mana transferring during a kiss. Such a setting is practically unheard of. The author of this novel That is truly a genius. She closed the heavy book, a smile on her lips. To make Theo stronger, I must kiss him more in the future. That way, even if a disaster happens in the north, we can pass through it safely. Liliope's pupils suddenly contracted as she remembered something. Has the flood in the north not happened yet? She stared at the notes on the table, her expression becoming solemn. According to the original plot, the glaciers will melt after the harvest season. We need to build a dam to intercept that melted snow. Liliope gripped her quill, the tip sliding rapidly across the paper. It's a relief that the flood hasn't happened, but as long as the Empress is still checking Theo, the disasters in the north will never stop. If the flood is avoided, a plague will surely follow. There is no means of prevention other than catching that black magician. Liliope wrote the word plague heavily on the paper. We don't even know where the source is. We can only respond after the outbreak. And to stop all this, Rosalind is indispensable. Liliope stopped her pen and gazed out the window. The attribute Rosalind possesses is holy power. It is an ability that only the Malzevia family in the Empire can use. Holy power is the only nemesis of black magic, and this power only awakens in females. Rosalind stood in the light, her fingertips flowing with a pure aura. She is the only hope, the one who can stop the black magician from devouring the Empire. Only Rosalind, who is at the Academy. She is the precious daughter of the Malzevia family. In the original story, Rosalind solved the plague in the north, and thus became closer to Theo. Now, they have no chance to become close. Holy power is crucial to the Empire, but my understanding of it is limited to the novel. I even know very little about magic itself. I only recently discovered that magic has various uses besides fighting monsters, like washing clothes. Cardian, wearing an apron, balanced a spinning sheet on his fingertip, self-proclaimed as the prince of the laundromat. Liliope rested her chin on her hand. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to research my own attribute abilities while learning about holy power. Theo rested his face on his hand, watching Liliope before him. You've decided to research attribute abilities again? Liliope showed a brilliant smile. It's too boring alone, so I persuaded Miss Rosalind. Tomorrow we are going to the temple library together. Theo's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. Didn't you learn everything at the Academy? Why are you reviewing? Liliope huddled under the covers, a drop of cold sweat on her temple. Review. Theo stared at the communication orb. Is it because of those monsters corrupted by black magic during the hunting season? Liliope's eyes snapped open. How did you know that was black magic? I also investigated what happened during the hunting season. A large number of high-level monsters gathered in the area where I was hunting. And you mentioned before that a black magician would cause a flood. It seems a black magician is indeed causing trouble everywhere. Theo pressed his fingertip to his temple. To avoid exposing the North secrets, I haven't reported to the Imperial family yet. I will personally hunt down that black magician and make him pay for hurting you. Liliope rubbed her eyes and yawned. I said I wasn't hurt. Listen to me. I'm really sleepy, and I'm going to bed now. The corners of Theo's mouth curled up slightly. All right, do that thing before hanging up. Liliope's gaze darted around. Is it really necessary? Theo's tone brooked no argument. Of course, we promised. We have to do it every time before hanging up from now on. Liliope lowered her head helplessly. Goodness. Liliope hesitantly raised her hand, her fingertips touching her lips as she closed her eyes. She blew a kiss toward the communication orb. Is this okay? Laughter came from the other end of the communication orb. Good night, Lily. Liliope lay flat on the bed. To think she had to kiss the communicator. Time to sleep. Sunlight spilled into the manor. Gemma ran quickly toward the room. Miss Liliope, Miss Rosalind has arrived. Liliope lifted her skirt and ran down the stairs. I'm coming. Rosalind, I've already found a few books that will be useful at the library. Rosalind was wearing a wide sun hat and holding a huge gift box, a bright smile on her face. Rosalind, are we going on a picnic? Liliope tilted her head. Rosalind, we are indeed going to the temple library today, right? Rosalind nodded vigorously. That's right. You said we'd study together today. I was so excited I couldn't sleep last night. Liliope looked at her excited appearance. Is going to the library really worth being this excited about? Rosalind approached with the gift box. I said before, at the Academy. It was a real pity I couldn't become close to you, Lily. She lowered her eyes, her fingertips brushing her cheek. During those days at the Academy, I had no memories of you at all, Rosalind. She smiled again. So you remembered that, and even took the initiative to invite me to study together. I'm really so happy. Thank you for being so thoughtful. Liliope responded somewhat awkwardly. Yes. Then let's head out. Rosalind walked quickly toward the carriage. Okay. The temple library stood in the sunlight, its white stone walls exuding solemnity. Rosalind pushed open the doors. Look at this, Lily. Rosalind opened her arms and looked up at the towering bookshelves. There are so many ancient books from the Stella family here. Liliope looked at her cheerful figure. Are you this happy to see old books from my house? Rosalind turned around. Just being able to see your family's ancient books makes me feel like we've become closer. She kept pointing at the bookshelves. I want to read this one. And that one. This one looks interesting too. Julie took the heavy books. Please let me carry them. Mississippi Rosalind smiled and thanked him. Thank you, Sir Julie. Liliope watched Rosalind's back. Learning holy power is more important right now now than my own attribute magic. Why is she so energetic today? Rosalind linked her arm with Liliope's. I'm going to read all the ancient books here about your family, Lily. Liliope pointed to the other side. The ancient books of the Rosalind family are over there. Should we go take a look? I want to learn about holy power. Julie followed behind with a stack of books. Holy power sounds very boring. Liliope shook her head. No, it will be very interesting. Let's go over there. The three sat around a long table and opened the heavy ancient books. Liliope stopped her pen and looked up at the girl beside her. Rosalind, if I touch you, I can see evil spirits, right? Rosalind nodded with a smile. Yes, that's right. Evil spirits controlled by black magicians are usually invisible, but as long as a person touches someone with holy power, even an ordinary person can see those distorted outlines. The reason evil spirits are troublesome is only because they are good at hiding. Once they are revealed, they can be easily eliminated. Rosalind pointed to the records in the book. The blood of a holy power holder has the same effect. Look, that's what it says in the book. Did you know that, Lily? Liliope was deep in thought. Indeed, in the era when black magic was rampant, the women of the Malzevia family even had to donate blood frequently. Rosalind's expression turned somber. That must have been very hard. Liliope watched her. Holy power is truly a remarkable ability. Rosalind closed the book. You are the only one who has said that to me, Lily. Ever since black magic was banned, this power has been seen as useless. Her fingertips brushed over the rough paper. The men in the family can't even join the Knights because this ability simply doesn't manifest in them. The Academy even considered canceling the Holy Power course once, thinking it was worthless. Julie, standing behind them, said, at that time, almost all noble families agreed. Rosalind turned a page, but the Imperial family and the Grand Ducal House firmly opposed it, so the course has been preserved until now. Liliope looked down at the ancient book. Holy power was once ranked alongside water, fire, and wind as a representative elemental ability of the Empire. Now, however, it is gradually declining within the Malzevia family. People only treat it as a symbol and no longer think of it as a necessary power. Liliope suddenly slapped the table. To think holy power is being treated with such contempt, an unnecessary power? That's absolute nonsense. Rosalind lowered her eyes. From our situation, as long as our title isn't stripped, we should be thankful. Liliope's expression was serious. Black magic is only banned within the Empire. There is no evidence that it has completely disappeared. One day, this country will definitely need your power. She looked directly into the other's eyes. So have confidence, Rosalind. Rosalind's eyes turned red, but a smile was on her lips. Thank you, Lily. She raised the back of her hand to wipe her eyes. I've been looked down upon by countless people. They said someone like me with no elemental ability is no different from an ordinary commoner. Liliope watched her. Why are you crying again? Truly a crybaby. Snow fell on the castle spires. A snowman with a blue bucket hat stood in the courtyard. Theo pushed open the window. Aedier, only bring me the files that must be handled today. Theo sat at his desk. I'm going to the temple library. Prepare the teleportation array. Aedier stopped in his tracks. The temple library? Why are you going there? Theo opened a file. My fiancé has decided to study there. Aedier pushed his glasses. Study? The corners of Theo's mouth turned up. Isn't it admirable? Even after graduating from the academy, she is still delving into elemental abilities. He took the urgent file Aedier handed him, his eyes filled with fervor. She is a genius who graduated at the top of her class, and the only person in the Empire who can control the eternal fire and the fire of life. Aedier remained silent, his expression stiff. Theo continued to flip through the files. Even so, she works harder than anyone to hone her abilities. No noble in the Empire is as diligent as she is. Aedier folded his hands in front of him. Must I keep listening to this? Theo closed his pen. There really isn't a single part of her. But that isn't lovable. Aedier turned toward the door. I'll go prepare the tea. Theo watched out the window. Good. He casually tossed the files into the air. Papers flew around the room. Maybe I should skip the engagement ceremony. And just hold the wedding directly. Kissing through a communication orb is completely insufficient. Theo stared into space, a golden fire burning in his pupils. Imnosatik. Endurance has its limits. I must get married as soon as possible to make her my wife, and then spend a long night together. Aedier walked in with a teacup. This is quite unexpected. I thought you had already crossed that line. Turns out you haven't. Theo turned his head sharply. When did you come in? Didn't you say you were getting tea? Aedier placed the teacup steadily on the table. When I came in with the tea, you didn't notice at all. It seems you were really immersed in reviewing files just now. He had a mocking smile. Engaged, but have only kissed. Such gentlemanly innocence. Theo gripped his red quill. We intended to continue, but it didn't work out because Liliope fell asleep. He continued to talk to himself. Though that's fine too. Progressing too fast isn't necessarily a good thing, right? Aedier watched the Grand Duke. As long as your hearts are connected, what does the speed of progress matter? He paused, his expression turning strange. Your Grace, surely you're not thinking of more mushy things? Like she's too precious, so I must protect her or something. Theo fell silent, his gaze passing through the flying petals toward the distance. Aedier put his hands in his pockets. If you continue to say things like that, women will misunderstand your taste or even think you're incompetent. Theo suddenly slapped the table and stood up. I'm not that old-fashioned. impassioned. Adier pushed his glasses. Then why haven't you made a move? Theo avoided his gaze. I just feel, if it really comes to that moment with Lily. He lowered his head, looking flustered. I'm afraid I'll lose control. Adier had a look of disgust as he stared at the man caught in his delusions. Theo clenched his fist. I can't let Lily find out I'm a pervert. What if she's scared away? I plan to make all the legal preparations, first to ensure she absolutely cannot escape before the marriage. Adier handed him a file. So you had such a grand plan. Sunlight spilled over the temple garden, the fountain splashing water. Liliope walked on the grass. Rosalind, was that sandwich earlier really made by you? Rosalind linked her arm. Yes, I heard the food sold at the temple is quite average, so I tried making some. I don't know if it was to your taste. Liliope showed a brilliant smile. It wasn't just to my taste, it was simply delicious. Rosalind let out a sigh of relief. Really? Then I'm relieved. Liliope linked her arm. You must teach me how to make it next time. Rosalind nodded with a smile. I will. Julie stopped and looked toward the end of the corridor. Miss Lily, His Grace the Grand Duke has arrived. Liliope turned her head in pleasant surprise. Theo is here? She looked in that direction, and he really was there. Theo, wearing a dark cloak, crossed the sun-drenched courtyard, a gentle smile on his lips. Liliope waved her hand back. Julie, take Rosalind inside first. I want to talk with Theo for a bit before going in. Julie bowed slightly. As you wish, Miss Lily. He turned to the girl beside him. Miss Rosalind, let's go. Rosalind answered softly, okay. Liliope ran over and threw herself into Theo's arms. The two embraced tightly in the middle of the courtyard. Rosalind stopped and looked back at the couple, a flash of complex emotion in her eyes. Julie noticed something was off and asked softly, Miss Rosalind? Rosalind withdrew her gaze. Sorry, Sir Julie. Let's go. She lifted her skirt and stepped onto the stone path, her footsteps echoing in the corridor. Julie stood before the library bookshelf, holding a stack of heavy books. Miss Rosalind, I'll put the books you've finished reading back first. He turned around and found her resting her chin on her hand, daydreaming. Miss Rosalind? Julie's brow furrowed slightly. It was like this just now. She looked a bit downcast, even though she was so happy when she was with Miss Lily. He turned his head and glanced out the window toward the courtyard. Theo was holding Liliope's waist, and the two were whispering intimately among the flowers. Their laughter could almost be heard inside. Could it be? Julie's eyes widened as he watched the dazed girl by the window. Rosalind was staring blankly out the window, her hands cupping her face, her eyes full of longing. Julie held his breath, his gaze moving between the scene outside and the room. Does Miss Rosalind have those kinds of feelings for His Grace the Grand Duke? A white bird flew past the curtains. Rosalind rested her chin on one hand, gazing at the floating clouds outside. Sir Julie, the two of them will eventually get married, right? Julie held the heavy books, his gaze moving from the leaves to her side. Yes, I think they will. Rosalind lowered her eyes. The days I can watch them like this are already numbered. Julie pressed his lips together, his brow furrowing. With a hint of hesitation, I wondered what I should say. Miss Lily, even if you go to the north, will you still see me as often as you do now? Juror whispered softly to Miss Rosalind. Rosalind lightly stroked her cheek. Of course. More than anyone, I want Lily to be happy, but seeing you two together, it always makes me feel a bit restless. Liliope ran through the courtyard and suddenly bumped into Theo's arms. Then, she nimbly turned and ran away. Come and catch me. Rosalind watched the receding figure. Miss Lily really likes the Grand Duke. If she lives too happily in the north, will she completely forget someone like me? That thought makes me anxious. Jor stood by the bookshelf. So, that was the reason for her dejection. If that is what you were worried about, I think it is quite unnecessary. Liliope likes you very much, Miss Rosalind. Rosalind suddenly turned around. Really? How can you tell? Was it that obvious? Jor shrugged. Of course. Aside from formal social occasions, you're the only woman Miss Lily meets with privately. Whenever she is with you, she always feels happy from the bottom of her heart. Jor fell into a memory. Before I went to Perrin, Miss Lily had a perverse personality. She was a notorious villainess in the social circles. Liliope, holding a folding fan, was surrounded by a crowd. That was how she used to be. Jor watched the scene before him. But after I returned, I found that she has become gentle and considerate in everything she handles. I think this is because of your influence. Liliope sat on the steps, leaning over to feed a stray kitten with a peaceful expression. Jor smiled. Being able to change Miss Lily's behavior and character is proof enough that Miss Rosalind is very important to her. Rosalind clasped her hands under her chin, her eyes shimmering. To think that I am an important person to Miss Lily. She suddenly stood up, as if the world had brightened again. Thank you, Lord Jur. Thanks to you, I feel much better now. Rosalind grabbed Jur's hand and shook it vigorously. I have to get back to my studies. Jur watched her walk away, standing alone before the bookshelf, his fingertips touching a book. I should get to studying as well. Green leaves swayed in the breeze. Theo put his arm around Liliope's shoulder as they walked side by side along the courtyard path. How are your studies progressing? Liliope turned her head. Yes, Rosalind and I were just reading books about holy power. Liliope frowned slightly. To think that people nowadays feel holy power is no longer necessary. It's simply ridiculous. Theo looked down at her. That is because holy power is indeed not as effective as it used to be. Liliope looked away and gave a light huff. Just you wait. The moment when holy power is needed. That will arrive very soon. She closed her eyes, crossing her hands over her chest. A sacred light overflowed from between her fingers, enveloping her white inner dress as if a miracle had descended. Theo let out a light chuckle, his eyes full of doting affection. Liliope suddenly suddenly looked up. What? Do you not believe me? Theo tightened his arm around her. No, of course I believe you. I will believe whatever you say. At times like this, you really seem like a prophet. Lilio put on a black cloak, clutching a heavy ancient tome. Black magic will surely rise again, she proclaimed loudly. Theo pulled her closer. Could it be that our second elemental ability is foresight? Lilio turned her face away. There is no such elemental ability. Theo burst into a hearty laugh. But no other word describes you better than prophet. Lilio pressed a fingertip to her lower lip, lost in thought. Since the hunting season, her performance had indeed seemed like she possessed foreknowledge. No wonder he found it strange. She looked up at the man beside her. Theo, who believes my words without reservation, is the strangest one of all. Lilio stared into the void. Perhaps I should take this chance to tell Theo everything, even if he never doubts me. If I say this world is actually a novel, would he really believe it? Grand Duke, an urgent shout came from a distance. Adil came running through the long corridor, looking panicked. Theo, turn around. Adil? Adil leaned against his knees, gasping for air. The temple, the library. I've been looking for you for so long. Theo shielded Lilio behind him. What are you saying? Adil straightened up, speaking intermittently. Is it some document I missed that needs approval? Adil suddenly looked up, horror visible behind his glasses. It's not a document. Something has happened in the north. A plague is spreading. Theo's pupils contracted, his body freezing in place. Lilio hid behind him, her hands tightly clutching his sleeve. Adil spoke rapidly. The speed of transmission is staggering. One village is already entirely infected and is currently under emergency lockdown. In a dark village, the villagers' skin was festering, their hands covered in purplish-black blotches as they struggled in despair. Adil looked at Theo. I believe you must set out immediately and return to the Northern Grand Duchy. Theo's expression was grave. What was the cause? Adil spread his hands. It's under investigation, but it's hard to determine at the moment. Theo furrowed his brows. To find the right cure, the cause must be identified as soon as possible. Liliope stepped forward from behind him. I know the cause. Theo and Adil turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes locking onto her. Liliope had a solemn expression. It is black magic. Black magic is at work. Action must be taken immediately to stop it from spreading further. Liliope raised her right hand, her expression serious. The black mages might target Rosalind's life because she possesses holy power. Therefore, guards must be sent to protect Rosalind at all times. Rosalind turned her face, her gaze firm. She would focus on treating the patients. Liliope continued assigning tasks. I will provide assistance to ensure patients receive treatment in a warm environment. Theo listened in silence, his gaze deep. Liliope turned to look at him. Theo, you're in charge of commanding on site. The moment a new infection is discovered, notify us immediately. Understood? The purple crystal ball on the table suddenly vibrated, emitting a piercing light. Lady Liliope, an urgent cry came from within the crystal ball. Adil's voice came from the communication orb. Are you still at the Duke's mansion? Theo crossed his arms over his chest. Yes, I am preparing to depart for the north. Adil's face filled the communication orb screen. He stammered, his expression hesitant. Theo's brow creased slightly. What is it? Adil pushed up his glasses. The lights have gone out in a village on the northern border. Theo's gaze instantly turned cold. Of all times, it had to be now. Liliope stood to the side. The lights went out. From the situation, this was clearly the work of a black mage. In the original story, no other accidents occurred when the plague spread. Liliope's brow furrowed. No floods had happened either. Why were things always slightly different from the original? Theo turned his head. First, redirect part of the personnel handling the plague to the northern outskirts. Liliope hurriedly waved her hand. No, Tao, I will go to the northern outskirts. Jur will be responsible for escorting me, so no extra personnel are needed. Theo gazed at her, concern in his eyes. Are you sure you'll be all right alone? Liliope nodded. No problem. Adil, tell me the exact location of the village where the lights went out. Adil's voice came from the communication orb. My lady, please wait a moment. I will contact you again shortly. Theo stood up from the sofa. Lily, since the situation has turned out like this, can you please not go to that plague-ridden village? Rosalind stood by the door, remaining silent. Theo walked up to her and held her shoulders. I know how stubborn you are, but I don't want to put you in such a dangerous environment. Even if the plague can be treated, it is still a plague. Liliope's expression was defiant. Even Rosalind volunteered to go to the north. As your fiancé, how can I just sit by and do nothing? I must go with you and provide what help I can. Once the situation in the suburban village is handled, I will return to the royal capital immediately. Theo lowered his eyes and fell into silence. He reached out and held Liliope's fingers, gently rubbing the tips. All right, be sure to be careful. Theo stood in place, watching her back. I'll contact you again when I have time. Rosalind turned toward the door. Miss Lily, then we shall set off first. Rosalind, stop her pace and turned back to advise. Don't push yourself too hard. Liliope waved her hand. Okay, you take care as well, Rosalind. The heavy door closed behind them. Liliope stood alone, her fingertips tightly clutching her collar, her knuckles turning white from the force. She suddenly pushed open the heavy door. Theo called out her name. Theo stopped and looked back toward the door. A bright smile appeared on Liliope's face. I forgot, I still have something to say. Let's talk privately. Gemma stood by the empty staircase. Where are Miss Lily and the Grand Duke? Aren't they supposed to go to the north together? The teleportation array is already prepared. Rosalind walked down the steps. Miss Lily said she had something to discuss, so they're communicating privately. The lights went out in a village in the northern outskirts, and she decided to go there. Gemma, That was thoughtful. I see. It seems to be a very important conversation. Theo braced one hand against the doorframe, pinning Liliope in front of him, and leaned down to kiss her lips. Liliope's hands tightly gripped his collar, her fingertips trembling slightly as she closed her eyes in response. Theo supported the back of her neck with one hand, leaning down to kiss Liliope's lips. His arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Liliope closed her eyes, her fingertips trembling slightly, indulging in this moment of tranquility. The communication orb suddenly emitted an urgent ringing, breaking the silence in the room. Theo released his embrace. He turned to look at the flashing purple sphere on the table. It should be Adil. Liliope steadied her breathing. Rosalind is still waiting outside. You should head out, Theo. Theo gazed at her, his eyes filled with reluctance. All right, don't push yourself too hard, either. Theo wrapped his arms around Liliope's waist and lowered his head to rest his forehead against hers. I will contact you again. The original plan was to go to the village where the lights went out and reignite hope there. I wanted to help her in the plague-ridden area, but in the end, it didn't happen. Liliope leaned against the doorframe, watching him leave. If the lights of one village are lit, another village's lights will go out. One must travel tirelessly between villages, constantly repeating the action of lighting the fires. Liliope stood in the empty street, letting the light burst behind her. It was a never-ending cycle. Rosalind extended both hands, palms hovering over a patient, releasing holy power to purify the infection. It spread rapidly across the entire north. Monsters appeared in swarms near the villages. Theo put on a dark cloak, facing a massive black dragon alone. The north fell into a desperate situation. Gemma picked up an exquisite teacup and handed it to Liliope. Miss Lily, please drink some of this. It will help you recover your strength. Gemma crossed her hands in front of her, watching Liliope as she leaned against the headboard. Every time you return from the north, you are exhausted. Liliope picked up the teacup and took a sip of hot tea. It's just mana depletion. I'll be fine after some rest. Gemma's brow furrowed. Disasters have been frequent in the north lately. It's all so sudden. Liliope lowered her eyes. It is indeed strange. The original novel mentioned disasters in the north, but the frequency and scale were far more severe than in the story. Liliope leaned against the pillow, her gaze falling into the void. The disasters in the original didn't erupt simultaneously. What exactly caused this deviation? Gemma's hesitant expression interrupted her thoughts. Miss Lily, an invitation to a tea party has arrived from the Empress's palace. Liliope's brow furrowed. Again? Tell them I can't go. I'm in no mood to attend any tea party right now. Gemma stood by the bed, looking troubled. Is it really okay to keep refusing? After all, it is the Empress's invitation. Liliope picked up her teacup and took a sip. It's fine. There's no point in going anyway. They'll only bring up those rumors to upset me. Gemma lowered her eyes, her expression worried. Is there still no news from the Grand Duke? Liliope set down her teacup. With the north in such chaos, how would he have time to contact me? After the news of Rosalind purifying the north with holy power spread, rumors began to fly as well. Liliope stared ahead, a hint of loneliness in her eyes. Theo and Rosalind were dancing in each other's arms amidst flowers. The rumors claimed they had long since fallen in love. People never cared about the truth. Noble women gathered together, whispering. I heard they spend every night together in the Grand Duke's carriage. That's just too absurd. Then what about Miss Liliope? What else can happen? The engagement will surely be broken. Rumors spread out of control like a plague. People only chose to believe the script they had imagined. Since the Grand Duke is ignoring his fiancée and has instead had his heart stolen by Rosalind, there must be some unspeakable reason. In the eyes of the world, I had become that pitiful woman betrayed by her best friend and abandoned by her fiancé. Gemma's brow furrowed. The Grand Duke is really being too much this time. How could he not contact you even once? Liliope had a faint smile on her lips. It's fine. Those are just idle rumors. I won't take them to heart. Gemma, this tea is good. Pour me another cup. Gemma bowed in response. The crystal ball on the table suddenly vibrated violently, bursting with brilliant light. Adil's face appeared in the sphere, his eyes full of exhaustion. Miss Lily, it's me, Adil. Liliope set down her teacup. Adil, what's happened? Has another village's light gone out? Adil stammered. There is indeed one, but... Liliope stood up. Where? I'll head there through the teleportation gate immediately. Adil hesitated, but there might be no survivors left there. I'm not sure if you should go, Miss Lily. Liliope's smile froze. What did you say? What do you mean by no survivors? Liliope stared into the void. When did the lights go out? Gemma held the teacup, her expression full of worry. Your mana is depleted and hasn't recovered yet. Are you gonna rush there again? Adil stammered on the other end of the communication. 2 days ago. Liliope's eyes snapped wide. Adil explained urgently. The plague is spreading across the entire north. We've mobilized all manpower, and now we are severely shorthanded. Yesterday, the ice buds melted, nearly causing a flood. Fortunately, Theo built a levee in advance, so no damage was caused. But we had to send people to assess the situation, so it wasn't until just now that we received the report that the village's lights had gone out. Liliope's brow furrowed. The ice buds melted just now? Now is not the time to think about those things. Liliope sat on the edge of the bed, her expression grave. I'll go to the village where the lights went out first to check for survivors. Tell me, which village is it? Adil, in the communication orb, was covered in cold sweat. As you command. Also, about that rumor, about the Grand Duke and Miss Melzerbian. Gemma stood behind, holding the teacup, staring sharply at the communication orb. Liliope froze in place, letting out a confused sigh. Adil shook violently in the sphere. That is absolutely not true. The Grand Duke is busy subjugating monsters, which is why he can't contact you. A few days ago, he even said he'd skip the engagement ceremony and hold the wedding with you directly. Gemma grumbled inwardly. What a loyal subordinate. The village had fallen into a deathly silence. Snow covered the empty streets, without a single light. A white wolf lay in the snow, its body stiff, long since dead. Jur walked through the snow, his boots crushing the ice with a dull sound, and stopped beside the fallen carcass. Liliope looked around, her expression solemn. It's too quiet. It seems we arrived a step too late. Jur placed his hand on his sword hilt, his sharp gaze scanning the shadows. Just in case, let's search for survivors. Liliope suddenly turned her head. Jur, look over there. A young child was hiding behind a door, eyes full of terror. To think there were still survivors amidst the ruins. Liliope checked the houses one by one, confirming if there were still faint breaths. She raised her hand to release magic, lighting fires for those who still had a breath of life. Only the last house remains. Jur pressed her shoulder. Miss Lily, we should stop and go back. Your face is very pale. Liliope panted for breath, cold sweat seeping from her forehead. It's just because I'm forcing myself to use magic before it's fully recovered. I can still hold on. Just one last house. Jur's eyes were full of worry. Suddenly, a black shadow swept past. Liliope's pupils contracted. A dangereux aura explodé d'instantané. Liliope cried out, Jur. Jur lunged forward, shielding her. Miss Lily, don't move. There's something here. Jur gripped his sword hilt, his thumb popping the guard. His gaze was sharp as a blade, staring fixedly at the empty street. Liliope looked around. What? I don't see anything. Jur let a roar. Miss Lily. He suddenly threw himself forward, pulling Liliope tightly into his arms. Blood splattered onto the snow. Jur let out a muffled groan as a bloody gash opened on his cheek. Liliope shrank into his embrace, her pupils dilating in fear. Jur gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to protect the person in his arms. Jur, you're hurt. Jur pressed down firmly on the back of Liliope's head. Blood dripped through his fingers, staining her golden hair red. Jur, you're bleeding. Let me go. Jur gritted his teeth. I'm Fine. Please don't move, Miss Lily. Liliope's pupils trembled violently. What is this? What on earth is happening? Invisible blades sliced through the air, emitting sharp whistles. Floods, plagues, monsters. The disasters sweeping the north came one after another. The next one was actually invisible evil spirits. Jur tightly held the person in his arms, isolated and helpless in the middle of the empty street. The air around them was being frantically torn apart as a transparent killing intent swept in like a gale. The invisible evil spirits appeared so soon. Usually, they only appeared after the plague had subsided. Liliope shrank into Jur's arms, gritting her teeth. This was my mistake. I should have prepared in advance. A blue light shield exploded in the center of the street. Jur desperately protected the person in his arms, resisting the frantic impacts from all sides. Blood stained his shoulder. Liliope struggled to get up. Jur, are you okay? Let me see your wound. Jur knelt on one knee. No, Miss Lily, listen to me. Liliope raised her voice. Don't say no. Let me see the wound now. Jur suddenly grabbed her wrist. Miss Lily, there's no time. The barrier won't hold for long. I will lead them away. Jur stared into Liliope's eyes. Take this chance to open a teleportation gate. Go back to the Duke's mansion immediately. Liliope's pupils trembled. Then what about you? What will you do? There was blood on the corner of Jur's mouth. His tone brooked no argument. If this continues, you will be in danger, Miss Lily. Liliope suddenly threw off his hand, her gaze resolute. No, if there's a fight, we fight together. Jur let out an anxious, low roar. Miss Lily, please listen to me. Jur. Liliope screamed. Jur's body suddenly went limp, falling heavily into her arms. Liliope reached out with trembling hands. Jur, wake up. If I blindly burn everything now, the entire village will be destroyed. Liliope looked around, her gaze anxious. There had to be another way. Linux suddenly appeared, its massive red wings cutting through the sky. Flames instantly engulfed the street. Linux. Liliope looked up at the sky. Linux was burning those evil spirits. It seemed it couldn't see the enemy's location either, only circling blindly in the air. Flames danced frantically on the rooftops. Linux let out a long cry. Liliope tightly held the unconscious Jur, watching this uncontrolled rain of fire. Liliope stood in the center of the street. Linux circled in the air, flames surrounding its massive wings. For now, let the flames cover the area around Linux. Linux suddenly stopped its movements, its neck heaving violently as it let out a dull swallowing sound. Its pupils contracted in pain. Liliope looked up, her expression filled with suspicion. Why is Linux like this? Could it be it swallowed an evil spirit? Linux opened its beak and let out a shrill, long cry. Flames exploded frantically all over its body, and a heat wave swept through the entire street. Liliope's pupils suddenly contracted, reflecting the strange phenomenon in the sky. A pitch-black aura churned within the flames. Linux's body, Dot began to twist. Lynx's claws turned pitch black, and its wings were eroded by shadows. Its originally red eyes emitted an eerie light. It struggled in agony. A giant black bird separated from the flames, possessing several blood-red eyes that stared fixedly at Liliope below. Lynx has been completely parasitized by an evil spirit. I can see those evil spirits now. Lynx circled in midair, the flames around it burning fiercely. Several pitch-black, monstrous birds surrounded it. It suddenly dove down, making a piercing, screeching sound. Liliope turned her face, blood on the corner of her mouth. Her gaze was cold as iron, fixed on the movements of the monstrous birds. She suddenly swung her arm, a brilliant flash of fire erupting from her palm. It accurately struck a diving, monstrous bird, instantly turning it to ash. The flock of monstrous birds let out shrill screams, struggling and twisting in the flames. Liliope stood in the middle of the street, letting her cloak flap violently in the wind. Dancing flames were reflected in her eyes. The blood on her cheek had not yet dried. With a cold expression, she watched the embers flying across the sky. Liliope stood in the center of the street. Lynx suddenly dove down, and flames instantly engulfed the pitch-black monstrous birds, fire soaring into the sky. Jur lay on the bed, white gauze on his cheek, his eyes tightly closed as he fell into a deep sleep. Gemma stood by the bed, her expression anxious. "Miss Lily, what on earth happened in the north?" Liliope sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes full of exhaustion. Invisible evil spirits appeared. Gemma cried out in surprise. What? Such things actually appeared in the north? Liliope lowered her eyes. "Gemma, listen to me. When I was attacked, Lynx suddenly appeared and saved me. But I didn't bring her to the north at all." Liliope turned to look out the window. How could she have flown so far on her own? Lynx perched on the windowsill, shaking its red wings and letting out a low cry, small sparks puffing from its nostrils. Gemma crossed her hands in front of her. "No matter where you are, Lynx will follow you, Miss Lily." Liliope turned her head, her gaze showing confusion. "Lynx will?" Gemma nodded gently. "Yes, when Lynx was created, you said yourself that she is a child born at the cost of your life. She is one with you." Lynx flapped its wings in the flames, its massive red wings blotting out the sky. Its talons gripped the void as it let out an earth-shattering long cry. "So, no matter where you are, she can always find you. You also said she is more reliable than Lord Jur. After all, Lord Jur is only a mortal." Liliope stood in the center of a golden magic circle, holding her right hand high as brilliant holy light erupted from her fingertips. Her long dress that surged in the mana fluctuations. "Is that how it is?" Liliope lowered her eyes, looking a bit dazed. "I thought she was just composed of the fire of life. If she was forged using my life force." Liliope watched Lynx on the windowsill. No wonder when she swallowed the evil spirits, I could see those things as well. Lynx folded its wings and stood quietly in the sunlight, its fiery red feathers shimmering with a faint light. Gemma looked at the unconscious Jur on the bed. "Lord Jur is so badly injured. What should we do? The Duke often summons him. If the Duke finds out you were injured," Gemma bit her finger, "he will surely be furious." Liliope lowered her eyes. The story had gone off track. Although she had felt uneasy for a while, she chose to ignore it because the changes weren't drastic. She suddenly clenched the corner of her clothes, her knuckles turning white from the force. Jur was so badly injured, and the evil spirits appeared ahead of time. None of this should have happened. If the situation is allowed to develop, perhaps even more terrifying disasters will occur in the north. These are variables never recorded in the original work. Where exactly did things go wrong? Liliope stared into the void. If I can find the source of the distortion and correct it, perhaps the disasters won't continue to worsen. As long as I can revoke the part one changed. She took a deep breath, her gaze becoming firm again. "Gemma, Miss Lily?" Gemma whispered. Liliope suddenly stood up. "Gemma, contact Adil immediately and have him confirm if there are any survivors in the burned village." Gemma froze in place. "Huh? Okay." Liliope walked quickly toward the door and warned him that in places where the plague spreads, invisible evil spirits will soon appear. "Tell Lord Theo and Rosalind to have them prepare in advance." Liliope walked quickly through the corridor. "Absolutely do not mention Jur's injury or mine. Do you understand?" Gemma followed closely behind, bowing in response. "As you command, Miss Lily." Liliope pushed open the door. "I'll be in my room alone for a while." She walked to the table, and her fingertip touched a newspaper. The headline read, "Rumors of the Grand Duke's Change of Heart." Liliope's finger trembled. Why is Theo's name appearing here? She suddenly grabbed the newspaper, her pupils trembling with shock. Gemma looked panicked and tried to step forward to stop her. "Miss Lily, that's..." Liliope fell into silence, her profile hidden in the shadows. "Gemma," her voice was low, "I'm gonna rest in my room now. If anyone looks for me, say I'm unavailable to see guests." Gemma stood in place, her hands tightly clenched at her chest, regretting that she hadn't hidden the newspaper in time. Liliope walked away holding the newspaper, her boots clicking in the empty corridor. She clenched the paper so hard her knuckles turned white. The headline was glaring. "Northern Grand Duke Theo's change of heart, betraying his fiancée. Liliope is in love with the Count's youngest daughter, Rosalind." The Empress stood in the center of the garden, the edge of the newspaper pinched between her fingers, a mocking smile on her lips. "You handled things with great efficiency, Miss Surginal." The Empress folded the newspaper, her gaze cold. "Well done. It's now only a matter of time before Theo breaks his engagement with that young lady." Miss Surginal Surgeonal bowed slightly, her eyes full of calculation. I only spread the rumors according to your instructions. I didn't expect them to end up directly in the newspaper. It is my honor to satisfy you. The pearls in her hair trembled. Once a misunderstanding spreads in print, it will be like a plague, impossible to stop. The Empress gave a cold smile, gazing at the grand palace in the distance. Liliope stood alone in the empty room. Their relationship had begun to crack. Tiny suspicions sprouted from rumors. For lovers, this was fatal. She looked down at the newspaper in her hand. Her fingers, wrapped in white bandages, trembled slightly. Tears dripped onto the paper, blurring the ink. The girl who had once sworn to devote her life to love would soon realize the truth, how foolish it all was. Liliope collapsed to her knees, her body curling up on the cold floor. Her long hair was disheveled as her hands tightly clutched the collar of her dress. The Empress closed the newspaper, a mocking smile on her lips. At this rate, the Grand Duke and Liliope would soon break their engagement. Miss Surgeonal, yes, Your Majesty. If they truly break their engagement, regarding my previous promise to grant your wish. The Empress turned around, her eyes full of amusement. That's right, just speak up, and I will fulfill any request you have. Miss Surgeonal gripped her skirt. Then, please consider letting me become the Crown Prince's partner. The Empress's pupils shrank slightly, and then her smile deepened. Of course, I will positively consider making you my son's partner. Miss Surgeonal folded her hands over her chest, her expression ecstatic. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. The Empress waved her hand. No need to worry. You may withdraw now. Miss Surgeonal bowed deeply. Yes, then I shall take my leave and come to see you again another day. She turned and left, her steps light, even humming a little tune. A maid walked up to the Empress, looking worried. Your Majesty, do you really intend to agree to Miss Surgeonal's request? The Empress tilted her head, her gaze icy. Why not? She raised her hand, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. I can consider anything, can I? The Empress's lips curved upward, her eyes full of mockery. In any case, the result won't change. Theo's boots made a heavy sound on the stone floor. The frequency of monster appearances had dropped significantly, and the plague had mostly subsided. He stopped and turned to ask the attendant behind him, have any new cases been found recently? The attendant bowed and reported, no, my lord. At this rate, the village lockdown can be lifted in a few days. Theo relaxed his furrowed brow. I can finally breathe. Bring me the communicator. He could finally contact Liliope. Theo took the communicator, his fingers brushing against the metal casing. Quick, give me the communicator. The attendant hurriedly handed over the device. Grand Duke. Adir handed over the communicator, looking panicked. Grand Duke, here is the communicator. Theo took the device, his tone cold. Adir, I need to contact Liliope. Speak quickly. Adir's voice came from the other end. Your Grace, why haven't you been answering my calls? Theo frowned slightly. I've been busy subjugating monsters. How could I answer the phone? Adir's voice was near collapse. Do you know what has happened? Have you seen the newspaper? The newspaper? Theo looked confused. The newspaper? No, what's wrong? Rosalind let out a wail. Your Grace. Theo suddenly grabbed a newspaper. What on earth is this report? He stared at the headline, his pupils suddenly contracting. The newspaper clearly read, Grand Duke Altine has a change of heart, breaks engagement with Princess Stella. Rosalind's face was grim. What does this even mean? Theo gripped the newspaper so hard his knuckles turned white. Spent the night together in a carriage with Miss Melzerbien, who wrote this garbage article. Adir's voice trembled. The rumors started when you two entered the lockdown zone together. Now the report is very detailed. Everyone seems to believe it's true. Theo stared at the paper. What? Adir added. The report says you spent a long time in the carriage. Rosalind screamed, clutching her hair. I was never even in the Grand Duke's carriage. This is insane. Theo squeezed the newspaper, his knuckles white from the force. I wasn't even in the village at that time. I was out hunting monsters. Adir waved his hands frantically on the other end of the communicator, looking anxious. I know you're both innocent, but that's not the point right now. He pushed up his glasses, his tone growing heavier. Miss Liliope must have seen the report. She definitely misunderstood the situation. Theo grit his teeth, his eyes full of irritation. Liliope couldn't possibly believe such a trashy article. Rosalind was silent for a moment, her voice low. I think she already believes it. Theo suddenly looked up, his pupils shaking. What? Rosalind. Dot lowered her head, tears sliding down her cheeks and wetting the bow on her chest. She won't take my calls. She bit her lip, her shoulders trembling slightly as tears fell like broken strings of pearls. Theo stared intently at the words in the newspaper, his breathing becoming rapid. I don't think Liliope would truly believe it, but Rosalind suddenly looked up. If the misunderstanding isn't cleared, she really hates me because of this. Fire ignited in her emerald eyes. Her finger trembled as she pointed forward. I will never forgive you, Your Grace. Her voice was hoarse and resolute. Do you understand? Theo froze in place. The newspaper in his hand crumpled into a ball. Cold sweat ran down his temples. Theo gazed into the distance. The North owes Miss Melzerbien a huge favor. Let her be. Gemma knocked lightly on the door. Miss Liliope, the young lady from Count Melzerbien's house, called. She says the content of the report is not true. She paused for a moment and continued her report through the door. She also said, you should be able to contact the Grand Duke now. Do you want to try calling him? Liliope sat inside. Forget about that. How is Zuli? Gemma lowered her eyes, looking worried. Lord Zuli hasn't woken up yet. If we had holy water, he would recover faster, but we just ran out. Liliope suddenly pushed open the door. No more holy water? Can't we get some from the Imperial Palace? She walked out of the room, looking anxious. Father is at the palace right now. Contact him and ask for some. Gemma looked troubled. But if the Duke finds out that both you and Lord Zuli are injured, what will happen? Liliope froze. She held out her bandaged hand. Give me the communicator. Gemma handed over the glowing crystal ball. Are you going to ask the Grand Duke for help? Liliope took the ball. No, I'll handle the holy water myself. You can leave now, Gemma. Gemma turned to leave, her brow showing her helplessness. You really should try to contact him. Inside the palace, rumors were flying. Grand Duke Altine and the lady from the Melzerbian family have fallen in love. The North is suffering a disaster, yet he's busy romancing. Cardin shook the newspaper, a mocking smile on his face. The people in the capital are certainly leisurely writing this kind of romance report. This country is running quite well. An attendant walked in quickly and bowed. Crown Prince, Princess Stella has sent a communication request. Cardin turned around abruptly, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Liliope, she contacted me voluntarily? He looked down at the scandal headline in the newspaper. Is it because of this report? The opportunity has actually arrived like this. Cardin walked quickly to his seat, looking excited. Quick, bring me the communicator. He took the glowing ball, his fingers lightly stroking his chin, his lips curving into a gentle arc. What is it, Liliope? I never expected you to contact me first. Liliope's image appeared above the crystal ball, her expression solemn. I have something to ask of you. I need holy water. Please give me as much as possible. Cardin froze, his smile instantly hardening. He stared intently at the image in the ball. Liliope looked puzzled. What? Cardin suddenly leaned closer to the ball, his breathing quickening. What happened to your face? Why do you look so haggard? It's as if you haven't eaten for days. Liliope lowered her eyes. I'm just a little tired. Anyway, I'll send someone over. Please have the holy water ready. Cardin was silent for a moment, his gaze turning sharp. No. Liliope's brow furrowed, her expression displeased. No. Cardin stood up abruptly, his tone firm. If you need holy water, come to the Crown Prince's palace yourself. Liliope let out a huff. You're not serious, are you? Cardin looked straight at her. I am very serious. Unless you come yourself, I won't give you a single drop. Liliope stood inside the palace, her arms folded over her chest, her gaze cold. I'll come in person. Now you can give it to me, right? Cardin spread his hands and laughed loudly. Since you're here, have a cup of tea with me. Then I'll give it to you. No tea, no holy water. Liliope stared at his back, her eyes full of annoyance. What on earth did he want? The two sat opposite each other. Cardin picked up his teacup and whispered, Liliope, about that report regarding Theo and Miss Melzerbian. Liliope held her teacup, her face expressionless. I don't care about that report. She set down her cup, her tone cold. Even if the report is true, it's not something you need to worry about, Your Highness. Cardin leaned closer to her face, his gaze deep. Stop lying. You're clearly devastated by that report. He looked into her eyes, his voice low. Besides, when you're in such pain, how could I not care? Cardin leaned forward, anxiety showing in his eyes. You're going through such a difficult time. How can I not worry? You haven't been able to contact that bastard Theo at all during this time, have you? As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze fell on the back of Liliope's hand. That report. What happened here? Cardin suddenly reached out and tightly gripped her wrist. What exactly did you do? Got to get an injury like this? Liliope quickly pulled her hand back, her eyes dodging his. It's nothing. Cardin slammed the table and stood up, his tone forceful. What do you mean nothing? Wait a moment, I'll apply medicine for you. He turned to get ointment and bandages, deftly opening the packaging. Liliope frowned and kept pulling her hand back. I told you I'm fine. I don't need medicine. Cardin pressed her shoulder, his expression serious. If you keep this up, I won't give you the holy water. Liliope froze instantly, her eyes full of helplessness. He leaned in toward her hand injury, his movements becoming gentle. I'm applying the medicine. Stay still. Liliope lowered her eyes. So, you haven't been able to contact Theo all this time, right? Cardin lowered his head, his movements slightly clumsy as he wrapped the bandage. He's busy subjugating monsters in the north. Of course you can't reach him. But doesn't it seem strange for a romance scandal to break out at a time like this? Liliope suddenly pulled her hand back, her brow showing anger. What exactly are you trying to say? Cardin was silent for a moment, his profile sharp. What I'm saying is that the report isn't true at all. Liliope froze, her eyes full of surprise. Cardin continued to work on the wound. I know Theo's character better than anyone. He suffered a lot as a child, so it's hard for him to open his heart to people. But once he's decided on someone, he'll stick with them to the end and never let go. Cardin let out an exclamation. Theo falling in love with Miss Rosalind? That's pure nonsense. Although that guy is indeed a troublesome person, he is definitely not an unfaithful man. Liliope stared at Cardin, a flash of doubt in her eyes. What's wrong with him? I thought he would definitely take the chance to drive a wedge between us. Cardin clumsily tied the bandage, looking a bit embarrassed. This thing is harder to handle than I thought. thought. Liliope looked at her bandaged hand, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. So, he occasionally speaks well of Theo. Cardin let go of her hand, his expression certain. Theo will never let the people who wrote that fake report go. So, stop moping and act like your usual self, understand? Liliope looked at him, the coldness in her eyes dissipating as she nodded gently. Okay, she looked at her hand, which was wrapped in thick layers of bandages, and said helplessly, actually, there was no need to wrap it so thickly. Cardin looked embarrassed and retorted loudly, I know, it's just my first time doing this. Night shrouded the palace. Duke Stella stood behind Theo, bowing slightly. Thank you for taking the time to see me despite your busy schedule, Your Grace. Theo's expression was grave. Are you waiting for an explanation regarding that report? First, I want to declare that there isn't a single word of truth in the report. He paused, his voice low. Regarding this matter, I must report to you. Duke Stella's face was grim, his eyes full of resolve. You don't need to explain anything to me. He tilted his head slightly, a cold smile on his lips. To me, Your Grace is already world-class trash. Theo remained silent, an oppressive aura radiating from him. I will personally go see Liliope to clear up the misunderstanding, so please don't worry. Duke Stella's tone was icy. It's already too late. Because of those rumors and reports about you, she has already been deeply hurt. Even if you go to see her now, she probably won't see you. Liliope. Duke Stella gazed into the distance, his expression complex. My daughter once truly loved you, Your Grace. He recalled the past, how Liliope had talked about Theo with a face full of happiness. That was completely different from her obsession with the Crown Prince. That was the first time I saw her so happy. In the memory, Liliope held Theo's arm, laughing brilliantly. Duke Stella stood at a distance, his eyes full of loneliness. Duke Stella's gaze was cold. The more she liked you, the stronger the sense of betrayal. Ever since that report appeared, she has locked herself in her room, refusing to step foot outside. She just stares out the window in a daze, never smiling anymore. She's even become the laughingstock of high society. Theo suddenly looked up, his eyes full of anxiety. Those rumors are all lies. It's just a misunderstanding. Duke Stella looked straight at him, his tone growing heavier. Watching my child suffer because of you, as a father, I can no longer stand by and do nothing. I'm going to cancel this engagement. From now on, please do not see my daughter again. Theo's pupils shook and his body froze. What? Duke Stella turned around and began to walk away. The documents to dissolve the engagement will be delivered soon. Theo asked urgently, does Liliope agree? Does she also want to break the engagement with me? Duke Stella stopped. Even if she were willing to clear up the misunderstanding, nothing would change. Whether the rumors are true or false, I will never hand my daughter over to a man who can get himself embroiled in such a scandal during his engagement. Duke Stella turned his back, his tone resolute. I cannot give my daughter to you. Theo suddenly took a step forward and shouted, Father-in-law. Duke Stella shuddered and turned back in shock. Who are you calling father-in-law? Theo clenched his fists. Whether it's the reports or the rumors, I will clean them all up. I cannot let Liliope leave me like this. Please trust me one more time. Give me one last chance. He dropped to one knee, his head bowed. I cannot live without Liliope. Sunlight spilled into the manor. Liliope pushed open the door. Gemma, I'm back. Gemma stepped forward quickly to greet her. Welcome back, Miss Liliope. Liliope handed over the holy water. Yes, I brought the holy water. Quickly, give it to Zuli. Before she could finish, she suddenly stopped. Adir, why are you here? Has something happened in the north again? Adir bowed slightly. No, I'm here to pick you up, Miss Liliope. Liliope looked confused. Take me where? Adir spread his arms, and a huge purple teleportation gate appeared behind him. Where else? To the Grand Duke's castle, of course. His Grace ordered me to bring you there with the highest courtesy. Two attendants suddenly stepped forward, flanking Liliope and picking her up. She struggled in panic. Why? This is so sudden. I'm not going. Let me go. Liliope turned her head and shouted, Gemma, quick, call my father. Father. Gemma stood to the side, waving goodbye. The Duke has already given his permission, Miss Liliope. Please take this opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding. Night fell as the Grand Duke's castle stood atop the mountain. Theo stood before a door, his gaze cold. Is Liliope not inside? Adir stood behind him. She was clamoring to go back to the duchy just now, but she's quiet now. Theo pushed the door open. Is that so? She's probably tired from the fuss and has fallen asleep. Theo pushed the door open and turned to give an order outside. No one is allowed to enter until I come out. He stepped inside and looked around the empty room. Liliope? How thou in? Could she have escaped? Liliope? He walked quickly toward the inner chamber and pushed open the partition door. Liliope? Theo suddenly froze, his pupils shaking and his cheeks instantly flushing red. Liliope was standing in the bath, her hands lifting her long hair. Water droplets slid down her back. She turned her head in shock, and their gazes met. Liliope's eyes widened, and she let out a piercing scream. Theo froze on the spot, his mouth agape, his face turning pale. Get out right now, you pervert. He scrambled out of the room, his cloak swaying violently behind him, his movements clumsy. I am innocent. Theo stood outside the door, clutching his collar tightly, his cheeks burning red. He argued loudly, I really didn't see anything. Liliope, wrapped tightly in a bathrobe, sat at the dressing table, anger in her eyes. What do you mean you didn't see anything? She turned her head abruptly to look straight at Theo. We clearly made eye contact just now. Stop lying. Theo stood with his back to her, his body stiff, a hint of grievance in his tone. I'm serious. If I had really seen everything, I wouldn't be this flustered. Liliope grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. What did you just say? Are you disappointed that you didn't see? Theo covered his nose and mouth, a blush rising on his cheeks. If I had really seen it, my heart would have beaten so fast I wouldn't be able to breathe. Liliope wrapped her white robe tighter, her eyes full of suspicion. Putting that aside, why did you bring me here? Theo lowered his eyes, his gaze deep. Why do you think? He turned around. Because you misunderstood my relationship with Rosalind. Those rumors were bad enough, but they even made it into the newspaper. Liliope thought of the report. Grand Duke Theo has a change of heart, falls in love with the Count's youngest daughter, Rosalind, using divine power to purify the plague. The two have grown closer in the north. Theo's expression was solemn. I know the situation is easy to misunderstand, but it's absolutely not the truth. I have no feelings for the Count's daughter. He suddenly gripped the metal on his chest, his gaze turning sharp. I have never been moved by her. I swear, not even for a moment has my heart wavered. In the north, we were hardly ever together. He lowered his head, looking at Liliope's reflection in the mirror. This is my fault. If I had found a way to contact you, that no matter how difficult the situation, you wouldn't have had this misunderstanding. But frankly, I don't understand why you believe the rumors so easily. In the past, whenever something happened, you were always the first to speak your mind. He took a step forward, his tone becoming urgent. You would demand to confirm the truth of the rumors, questioning me on how I could do such a thing. The Liliope I know would have rushed over immediately to confront me. Theo stopped behind Liliope, his eyes burning. Why did you just stay silent this time? Liliope sat before the mirror, looking down as she tidied her long hair. I thought those rumors were true, and things were supposed to develop that way anyway. Theo's expression froze, his eyes full of confusion. Supposed to be that way? What do you mean by that? Liliope turned her face. That is your destiny. You two are the fated pair. Theo, you were originally destined to fall in love with Rosalind, not me. Liliope lowered her eyes, her finger lightly touching her chest. In a novel I read, that's how the story was written. Theo stood in silence, his gaze focusing on the void. So to summarize, this world is a novel you read, and you are someone from another world. That who occupied Liliope Stella's body. Liliope nodded in confirmation. That's right. Theo looked thoughtful. In that novel, the Count's daughter and I are the protagonists. And that novel's world is here. Liliope responded again, yes. Theo rested his chin on one hand, falling into a long silence. I see. I understand. He suddenly looked up, his gaze clear again. No problem. No wonder you sometimes seem like a prophet. Liliope looked up, her eyes full of disbelief. You believe me? How not that? It explains everything. Liliope was stunned. You just accepted it like that? Theo reached out to stroke his chin, his finger brushing his lip. I've said it before. As long as it's you saying it, I will believe it. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, his gaze gentle. At a time like this, to still make my heart race. You're a dangerous man. Theo's expression turned serious, his gaze sharp. Back to the point. So this is why you believe that report. Liliope avoided his gaze. I just felt that things had finally returned to the path of destiny. Theo swung his arm abruptly. That's ridiculous. If you think I'll be trapped by a novel or destiny and fall in love with that woman named Rosalind, you are dead wrong. Now, I only have eyes for you. I don't care about any novel or destiny. I will never leave you. Theo stepped closer, his manner forceful. So, you better not have any of those crooked ideas. Liliope looked blank. When did I say I wanted to break up? Theo froze, letting out a short sound of confusion. Huh? Liliope frowned slightly. Since you say the report is fake, why would we break up? Theo turned his face, his gaze hesitant. I heard that you were deeply hurt because of me. And locked yourself in your room, refusing to come out. How dare you betray my daughter? Theo recalled the Duke's questioning. He said you stared out the window in a daze all day and hardly smiled anymore. Duke Stella told me all of this himself. Liliope blinked, her expression a bit awkward. My father really said that? He must have been very worried about me. Theo turned around. So, you weren't hiding because of a misunderstanding? I also heard you refused all communications from Lady Melzerbian. Liliope lowered her eyes, a flash of complex emotion in her pupils. That. She looked up, her expression becoming calm. That was because I didn't want to be disturbed. Theo frowned slightly, repeating her words. Didn't want to be disturbed? Liliope nodded gently. Yes. I wanted to confirm if the changes in the north were caused by me. Whether those disasters that deviated from the original story were my fault. She gazed out the window, her thoughts drifting far away. Ever since I occupied this body, I've been slowly twisting the plot of the novel for myself and for others. Liliope turned to look at Theo. Perhaps because of that, the most important disaster in the north, the core turning point of the story, began to develop in a direction completely different from the original work. The plague spreading, monsters roaring in the shadows. All of this was supposed to happen in the novel, but never so tragically. Liliope's fingers trembled as she pieced together the fragments of her memory. Those invisible evil spirits are rampaging on an unprecedented scale. I was afraid something even more terrifying that was about to arrive. She had locked herself in her room, flipping through the original story in her mind over and over, trying to find the root of the deteriorating situation, only to find the conclusion was always the same. Liliope lowered her head. It's all my fault. Because I twisted the original plot, things turned out this bad. She suddenly looked up, a fire of determination in her eyes. So, no matter the cost, I will take responsibility and save the North. Even if the North falls into a greater crisis, even if I become a laughingstock because of those ridiculous reports, I will never back down. Liliope looked at Theo. Even if your fated woman appears and confesses to you, I will stay by your side and protect this place. Theo suddenly clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white from the force. Then, you never thought about breaking up with me? Liliope lowered her eyes, a hint of bitterness on her lips. To be honest, I did consider whether I should step aside for you and Rosalind, but I really don't want to leave you. Liliope folded her hands over her chest, a brilliant smile on her face. Besides, I love you too much. I've even changed your destiny. If I give up now, it would be such a waste. I don't want to think about that original novel anymore. Theo suddenly stepped forward, his arms pulling her forcefully into his embrace. He buried his head in the crook of her neck. As long as you don't leave me, that's enough. Liliope leaned against his shoulder, tears shimmering in her eyes. I'm sorry for changing your destiny without permission. Theo tightened his arms. The destiny you changed for me, I will gladly accept. The two embraced tightly before the mirror as sunlight fell on their intertwined figures. Liliope looked up at the spires under the starry sky, her thoughts drifting far away. The world I used to live in was completely different from here. She leaned in Theo's arms, softly recounting the past. There were no teleportation gates or carriages. People rode in cars, trains, and planes. I was just an ordinary child until that accident happened. When I opened my eyes, I was here. Theo's brow furrowed, concern in his eyes. You were in an accident? Liliope closed her eyes, leaning against his shoulder. I don't remember the details, but when I woke up, I was already here. In that world, I'm afraid I'm an untimely end. Theo tightened his arms, holding her even closer. So you can't go back anymore. Liliope felt his warmth. It's a kind of relief, I suppose. I didn't want to go back anyway. Maybe it's because I like that story so much that I came here. Rosalind and Theo were both so charming, and the plot was so interesting. Theo's face darkened, his eyes full of distaste. That novel, Punto is pure garbage. Liliope sat up abruptly, her face full of shock. What? That's my favorite novel. Take that back right now. Theo's expression was complex. Since you like that novel so much, was getting engaged to me also part of the novel's plot? Liliope's eyes wandered as she twirled a strand of hair. No, she recalled. Thought the panic when she first arrived. That was the first thing I did after I realized who I was. How so good, Dakin? So the first thing you did after crossing over was to get engaged to me? As soon as you entered the novel's world, you were in a hurry to grab the male lead? The corners of his mouth curved up, a teasing look in his eyes. Liliope, you're quite the little strategist. Liliope waved her hands hurriedly. It wasn't like that. At first, I really didn't want to change the original story. Theo pressed further. Then why did you twist the plot later? Liliope bit her fingertip, a flash of fear in her eyes. Because in the original story, Crown Prince Cardin cut off my head. Theo froze completely. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. He suddenly erupted into a roar. Which will cut off whose head? Theo swung his arm in fury. Pass down the order. The North declares war on the Empire immediately. Assemble all troops. Liliope shrank back in fear. No. I was talking about the plot of the novel. It didn't happen in reality. She explained at a rapid pace. In the original story, Cardin liked Rosalind. Liliope ended up like that because she tormented her out of extreme jealousy. Theo stopped his movements, his expression still icy. Enough. He gazed at Liliope, his eyes returning to their usual depth. Since you aren't tormenting Rosalind now, there's no reason for that Cardin to kill you. I will never. Don't let something like that happen. Theo became thoughtful. What if the events in the novel happen in reality? Liliope waved her hands hurriedly. While that's true, the current Crown Prince Cardin has no reason to kill me. Theo's gaze was cold and stern. Even though you are engaged to me, your connection with Cardin still exists, doesn't it? We cannot let our guard down. That fool wouldn't behead a duke's daughter just because of jealousy. There must be a conspiracy hidden behind this. Were there no other details mentioned in the original work? Liliope covered her face with an annoyed expression. Maybe I shouldn't have told him about the transmigration. I just wanted to forget the original story and live a good life. She looked at Theo's serious profile, her mind racing. Why is the male lead so obsessed with the original setting? Theo rested his chin on his hand, his eyes deep. Since the original story developed that way, then this time, a newspaper headline was starkly visible. Official statement from the Grand Duke's residence. All rumors are fabricated. Strong legal action will be taken against those spreading false information. Rosalind held the newspaper with a bright smile. Lily, the misunderstanding is finally resolved. I'm so happy. Her eyes reddened, and her voice trembled slightly. You don't know how worried I was, fearing you would hate me because of this. Liliope looked at Rosalind, who was tearing up again. She's crying again. Liliope picked up her teacup. I'm sorry I couldn't contact you during this time. Rosalind. Rosalind put down her cup. So you've been staying at the Grand Duke's mansion all this time? Liliope nodded. My father told Theo he would never break the engagement. So now Theo insists on not letting me return to the Stella Duchy. Theo held Liliope tightly, his eyes cold and possessive. I won't let the Duke take you away from me. Rosalind lowered her eyes, looking lonely. If you stay in the North, I won't be able to see you often, Liliope. Liliope took her hand. It's not like that. Even if I'm in the North, I'll come back to the capital often to see you. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted as a wall collapsed. Debris flew everywhere. Screams tore through the air. It's a monster. Run. A giant beast wreathed in flames burst through the wall. Its rocky shell glowed red as a heat wave swept through the street. Pedestrians fled in all directions. Rosalind, watch out. Liliope lunged forward. The flaming beast swung a heavy fist, smashing the ground. Dust and snakes of fire instantly consumed their vision. Liliope shielded Rosalind, and the two fell at the edge of the ruins. Are you okay? Rosalind clutched Liliope's sleeve, responding in a panic. Yes. Liliope looked around, her brow furrowed. How could a monster appear in the center of the capital? Is it a dark mage targeting Rosalind? And both of them happen to be fire tribute flaming beasts. The monsters roared as they approached, the heat distorting the air. Liliope suddenly pushed Rosalind away. You have to leave here right now. Rosalind's pupils trembled, her face full of terror. What? What about you? Liliope stood in front of her with a determined gaze. I'll stay here to draw their attention. Rosalind shook her head desperately, tears welling in her eyes. No, it's too dangerous. Liliope swung a burning, heavy fist and smashed the ground while dodging to the side. Rosalind, they are fire tribute. You can't handle them alone. Liliope shouted without looking back. It's fine. I just need to hold out until the Imperial army arrives. Go. Rosalind screamed her name, Lily. Flames soared into the sky, licking the broken walls. Even though we have the same attribute, and I can't attack directly, my fighting spirit, that won't lose to you. A fireball whistled through the air, hitting the ground beside her. The shockwave knocked her down. Liliope propped herself up with her hands, her fingertips turning white from the force. Damn it. She grit her teeth and stood up, sweat beading on her forehead. As expected, fighting monsters of the same attribute is too taxing. I had to find a way. Liliope suddenly looked back, her pupils shrinking. Rosalind was clutching a mop tightly, standing in front of Liliope. Her body was shaking violently with fear. Lily, I will protect you. Rosalind brandished the mop. Even though I don't have a combat attribute, my will is as strong as yours. Get away from Lily. Liliope screamed. No, Rosaline. This isn't an opponent you can defeat with just willpower. The flaming beast roared and dived, the heat almost scorching their skin. Liliope shielded Rosalind as they retreated. When on Earth is the Imperial army going to get here? A cold flash of light tore through the sea of fire. Sword energy surged, instantly severing the beast's momentum. Sparks flew everywhere. Heavy boots stepped on the rubble with a crisp sound. Liliope looked up, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Jur, the flaming beast roared again, its lava-like body trembling violently. Jur remained expressionless, his right hand firmly gripping his sword hilt. The long sword was unsheathed, its cold light instantly piercing through the ruins. He moved like lightning, leaping into the air against the flames. The blade sliced through the sky, leaving a cold arc of light. Jur's eyes were icy as he precisely struck the beast's core. The firelight got shattered with a boom. Jur sheathed his sword. Liliope rushed forward. When did you wake up? Is your body okay now? Jur nodded slightly. I'm fine now, Miss Lily. Atop a distant tower, a purple orb of light reflected a grim face. Failed again. The mysterious person, draped in a dark cloak, touched the orb with a fingertip. Even after sending the invisible wraiths, she still survived. Her life is tougher than I thought. He grit his teeth, an angry hiss escaping his mouth. By right, the Northern Grand Duke's daughter should have been completely consumed by dark magic by now. She ruined my plans. That woman ruined everything. The mysterious person faded into the shadows of his hood. As long as Duke Stella's daughter is alive, my great plan will never succeed. He stared intently at Liliope's figure in the orb, his gaze cold. Next time, I will make you disappear completely. Liliope Stella. Theo's voice was urgent and stern. That's why I told you that you must bring guards. Liliope closed her eyes, two pieces of white medical tape on her cheeks, silently enduring the scolding. I was really worried about you. You always say you're fine, so I'll let you leave, and then you end up fighting monsters there. Didn't we say to run if you encounter a monster, not fight it? Liliope turned her head slightly, her eyes evasive. I can understand why Theo is so scared. After all, who would have thought a monster would suddenly appear in the center of the capital? I didn't realize I was so useless. Useless? Theo raised a hand to cover his nose and mouth, his eyes showing exhaustion and self-reproach. Weren't there rumors that I had a fiancé, but fell for another woman? You almost died at the hands of a monster, yet I was only focused on official business and didn't even know about it. Theo suddenly stood up, his fists clenched. I am the most useless bastard in the world. Adir pushed up his round glasses and cleared his throat. May I raise a slight objection to those words? When the rumors about Countess Melzerbienne spread, people didn't blame your grace. The general view is that you are a charming man, enough to make two women weep for you. Adir closed his documents with a calm expression, so there's absolutely no need for such self-loathing. A vein popped on Theo's temple as he pointed at the door. Shut up and get back to work. Adir turned around. Please mind your manners. Theo stared at Adir's retreating back, his voice cold. Has life been too comfortable lately? Do you want more work? Adir ran down the corridor without looking back, shouting his refusal. No. Theo turned to Liliope, his expression serious. Lily, from now on, Jur must follow you. Liliope argued quietly. It's fine. This kind of thing isn't common. I just happened to run into it. Theo flatly denied it. No, it definitely wasn't a coincidence. Monsters usually act on instinct and attack anyone they see. But the monsters that appeared today completely ignored everyone else. There's a high probability they were controlled by a dark mage. And both were fire tribute monsters. This shows the target was very specific. They definitely wanted your life. Liliope's pupils trembled. Want to kill me? Not Rosalind. Theo looked at her with certainty. If the target were the Countess, there would be no need to use two monsters. Without a doubt, the Dark Mage's target was you. Liliope lowered her eyes. Theo might be right. The invisible wraiths controlled by the Dark Mage don't just appear out of thin air. Black mist twists in midair, transforming into hideous beasts. They need human souls as nourishment. In the snow-covered northern villages, fires were extinguished, and villagers died in droves in the cold. Those attempts to freeze the villagers were likely to collect souls to create these wraiths. The mysterious person remained hidden under a dark cloak, his face blurred. I always appear at those moments to ruin his plans. Liliope walked through the flames, her cloak fluttering in the wind. The Dark Mage must think that I am interfering with his plans. Theo reached out and placed his hand over the back of hers, his fingers firm. There's no need to be anxious about being targeted by a Dark Mage. I promise he won't be able to lay a single finger. Not on you. He gently caressed Liliope's cheek. But during this time, you still need to be extra careful. Understood? Liliope looked up at him and responded softly, I know. I'll be careful. Liliope turned her face. Theo, do you have any clues about the Dark Mage? Theo sat beside her, looking down and playing with her fingers. We haven't locked down the specific location yet, but we've gathered many clues. Liliope lowered her eyes. If the book didn't say where he is, then Theo squeezed her hand. Exactly. If we knew who he was and where he was, things would have been resolved long ago. Liliope's eyes darted around. Does the book mention who hired the Dark Mage? She held her breath, waiting for the answer. Theo lifted her hand, his fingertips touching her lips. It does. Liliope pressed, too. In the novel, Theo found out himself. Liliope watched him. If you can guess who it is, then it's that person. Theo let go, his index finger against his lower lip, falling into thought. Theo's expression was grave. As expected, perhaps it's the Empress. Liliope nodded slightly. Exactly. To create those invisible wraiths, one needs not only human souls, but also soul stones to house them. Manufacturing soul stones requires astronomical funds. The only person who has the wealth to fund a Dark Mage and harbors a grudge against the North is the Empress. The Empress was hidden among purple roses and thorns, a faint smile on her lips. Liliope withdrew her gaze. But in the original work, the Empress was merely a pawn used by the Dark Mage. Theo sat on the sofa and pulled her into his arms. Why? What happened to the Empress later? Liliope folded her hands over her chest. Theo exposed the Empress's true face. She was deposed and exiled. The Empress knelt on the cold stone floor, having lost everything. She had sold her soul to the Dark Mage. The Dark Mage, in a wide cloak, looked down at the woman. To gain power, the Empress tried to kill Theo, who had driven her into a corner. The Dark Mage let out a wild laugh, reaching out with pale claws to consume the Empress's power, dragging the entire empire into darkness. Liliope patted Theo's arm. Don't worry too much. Rosalind and Theo will save the empire from the Dark Mage. Theo remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distance outside the window, his expression solemn. Theo crossed his arms. I see, just as Liliope said. He stood before a tall, arched window. I already planned to expose the Empress's true face. The fire in the hearth crackled. In the process of hunting the Dark Mage, I've gathered multiple pieces of evidence. Enough to prove her collusion with him. I intend to use this evidence to drag the Empress down from her position. She must pay the price for her attempt to destroy the North. But because of this, the entire empire will fall into crisis. A deer walked in, his leather shoes clicking on the floor. The documents to be sent to the Imperial Palace are ready, Your Grace. Theo turned around. All of them? A deer flipped through the files in his hand, the paper making a crisp sound. Yes, including the progress report on the Northern disaster and a separate dossier on the Empress. He pushed up his glasses, his expression precise. It contains evidence of the fund flows, proving the money for manufacturing soul stones came from the Empress's palace. A deer handed over the documents. There are also multiple records showing the Empress did indeed hire the Dark Mage. Theo had his back to a deer. Give me the materials regarding the Empress. Send the rest to the palace. A deer bowed slightly. Understood. Theo looked down at the documents in his hand. As long as the Empress is in power, the North will always be in danger. He loosened his fingers, and the papers fell into the fireplace. The flames instantly consumed them, turning them into charred fragments. But I cannot let the citizens of the Empire get caught in the struggle between the Empress and me. Theo stood before the fire, his face grim. News of invisible wraiths attacking villages had already reached their ears. The blazing fire reflected his cold silhouette. A few days later, the Dark Mage had previously only attacked the North, but now he began attacking the entire Empire for unknown reasons. One thing was certain. The battle against dark magic was no longer someone else's problem for the Empire to watch from the sidelines. Cardin sat at the end of a long table, looking down at the nobles. As long as we get a few drops of Countess Melzerbian's blood, we can see those invisible wraiths. Of course, they can also be seen through physical contact, but an elderly noble stroked his beard and turned to Cardin. Your Highness, is Grand Duke Altine not coming to the court meeting? Cardin looked straight ahead. The Grand Duke said he needs to focus on hunting the Dark Mage, so he asked us to handle court affairs. Another red-haired, noble frowned. The North has already dealt with the invisible wraiths. Wouldn't it be better if the Grand Duke could attend? Cardin lowered his eyes. But this incident occurred within the Empire's borders. It should be handled by the capital. The red-haired noble turned his head. The villages attacked this time are all near the North. If that's the case, why not just let the North handle it? Duke Stella turned his head. This is an internal imperial matter and should be handled by the Empire. The red-haired noble said, but sending all of us to the counties seems a bit excessive. Cardin looked up, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Is that so? His Majesty has never issued such an order before, so you might not be clear on this. Cardin crossed his hands. After reviewing the situation, I don't believe we need to mobilize the nobility. Isn't it enough to issue an order and dispatch the Night Order? Or simply order the North to handle it? Cardin's brow furrowed, his fingers gripping the table. I think. He walked quickly down the corridor, his cloak billowing with his movements. Can Rosalind handle all the attacked villages alone? Theo walked ahead. That's a problem you need to solve, since you're in charge of this matter. Cardin stopped. I see. This is the first time I've led something like this, since we already know how to fight the invisible wraiths. Cardin followed closely behind Theo. What should I say at the upcoming Noble Council? Theo remained silent, his eyes full of sternness. Force it through. Cardin raised a hand to his ear. What? Theo stopped and turned. No matter what those nobles say, as long as you believe it's right, force it through. Cardin stood alone in the center of the council hall, listening to the noisy discussions around him. Leave it to the North, or dispatch the Night Order first. He straightened his back, facing everyone's doubts. No, this matter needs to be controlled and suppressed quickly. I will conscript all elemental mages with combat capabilities and deploy them all to the front lines to settle the situation. An elderly noble looked troubled. That means calling upon all nobles of Earl rank and above. Is that really necessary? Cardin suddenly slammed the table. Do you even deserve to be called nobles of the Empire? Duke Stella and the noble beside him shrank back in intimidation, looking terrified. Cardin stood up, leaning on the table. When the North faced a crisis, you turn a blind eye. Now that the Empire is in danger, you want to push it onto the North again. Do you think the Empire granted you titles and privileges out of mere favoritism? Cardin looked around the room. The conscription allows no exceptions. Rosalind sat among them, her eyes full of surprise. Cardin's voice echoed in the hall. Fulfill your responsibilities as nobles and protect the citizens of the Empire. He looked resolute. Fight the dark magic and defend the Empire. The spire stood tall in the morning light as birds flew over the castle roof. Liliope was buried in soft pillows, rubbing her sleepy eyes and murmuring, "Is it morning already?" She turned over, her consciousness slowly returning. I slept so well. Liliope suddenly froze. A strange warmth came from beside her. Theo's arm was still draped over her waist, and he let out a low hum. Liliope screamed and threw off the silk duvet, scrambling to the corner of the bed. What's going on? She clutched the edge of the duvet to cover her chest, pointing at the man before her. How long have you been here? Theo sat up and blinked calmly. I've been sleeping here the whole time. Liliope grit her teeth. Why are you sleeping here? Theo tilted his head slightly, watching her panic. Because this is my bed. Liliope froze. But you said I could use this room however I wanted. Theo leaned against the headboard. Exactly. Treat this place like home with me. Is there a problem? Liliope huddled in the duvet, her fingertips trembling. Didn't you mean I sleep here and you sleep somewhere else? Theo brushed aside the stray hair on his forehead, looking perfectly natural. This isn't the first time we've shared a bed. Why are you so surprised? Liliope's voice rose. That's not the point at all. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Theo was shirtless, leaning against the headboard, his muscle lines well defined. I'm used to sleeping naked. Clothes are uncomfortable. Out of consideration for you, I even made an effort to wear pants this time. Liliope stared at the torso before her, and suddenly, a surge of heat rushed into her nose. Crimson liquid dripped from the corner of her lip. Theo suddenly leaned in, looking worried. Are you okay? Let me see. Liliope covered her nose and mouth, leaning back. I'm Fina. If you insist on sleeping here, then I'll go sleep in another room. Theo grabbed the corner of the duvet and shouted like a child, "No, I want to sleep with Lily." Liliope covered her face and sighed. He's throwing a tantrum again. Then at least put some clothes on. Theo argued reasonably. Why? We're gonna get married sooner or later anyway, aren't we? Liliope clutched the duvet. What does that have to do with you being naked? Do you plan to walk around like this all the time after we're married? Hurry up and get dressed. Theo's bare feet stepped on the carpet with a soft thud. I thought my physique was quite good. He showed off his broad back muscles. Other noble ladies would scream if they saw this. Lily, is there something you're dissatisfied with? Liliope stared at his back. It's not that I'm dissatisfied. The problem is it's too perfect. This man, she lowered her head helplessly. I'm begging you, just put on some clothes. Theo turned his face slightly, looking a bit aggrieved. Oh, that's really uncomfortable. He suddenly grabbed a black shirt and held it out to Liliope with a brisk motion. Liliope took the garment blankly. What's this for? Theo gave a brilliant smile. Help me put it on. Liliope sat on the edge of the bed, clutching the heavy fabric. It's only morning, and I already feel exhausted. Theo swayed his body like a child, waiting for her to dress him. Outside the window, withered branches stretched out. Theo, now in his neat military uniform, stood by the window, looking into the distance. I really didn't expect you to personally come all the way to the north. Theo had a smile on his face. What wind blew you here, father-in-law? Duke Stella's temple throbbed slightly, his eyes full of annoyance. Who is your father-in-law? He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. His Highness the Crown Prince requested that we share intelligence to assist in hunting the Dark Mage. Theo rested his cheek on his hand, tapping his face with a finger. Is that so? I thought he was busy dealing with the Wraiths attacking the Empire. Duke Stella puffed out his chest. Under his Highness's command, the Wraiths have been almost entirely purged. Cardan held a long sword, its blade flashing with blue light. Rosalind followed closely behind, holy power flowing from her fingertips. Duke Stella spoke with pride. Thanks to Miss Melzerbien's holy power, the situation is quickly settling, and troops have been freed up. He stared at Theo. Dark magic is no longer just a northern problem. Helping each other is only natural. Theo, turn around. That's good news. Duke Stella pointed to a mark on the map. That fellow is as slippery as an eel. I'm considering increasing the manpower. He traced 3 unsearched areas with his fingertip. My flank will take care of these 2. Please make sure the Imperial Army handles this remaining one well. Absolutely no information must be leaked. Duke Stella nodded slightly. Understood. Also, Duke Stella's gaze sharpened, and he lowered his voice. This is a personal question. When do you plan to send my daughter back to the Stella Duchy? Theo put down the documents in his hand, looking composed. Why should I send her back? Liliope is destined to be the future Grand Duchess. It's only right she stays in the Northern Grand Duke's castle. Duke Stella swung his arm suddenly. She is still the young lady of the Stella family. Theo turned his head slightly. After we marry, we'll have plenty of time to be together until we're sick of it. Why be so impatient, father-in-law? You've already monopolized her for over a decade. You're being quite greedy. Vane stood out on Duke Stella's temple. Liliope is a very picky eater. I'm afraid northern food won't suit her palate. Theo looked indifferent. That's not true. You should see how much she eats. Liliope was sitting at the dining table, gulping down food with a pile of empty plates beside her. Duke Stella grit his teeth. She's also very sensitive to the cold. Theo's lips curled up. Perhaps because it rarely snows in the capital, she wants to run outside as soon as she sees snow, even clamoring to build a snowman together. Theo patted Duke Stella's shoulder. Don't worry, father-in-law. She's adapting very well. She's practically like a native northerner. Duke Stella erupted in a roar. Enough. She is my daughter. My only daughter. He grabbed Theo's collar and shook him violently. Give my daughter back to me. You thief who stole my daughter. His eyes were burning with fire. Even if Lily forgives you, I will absolutely never forgive you. Liliope pushed the door open, looking startled. Father, what are you doing? Duke Stella froze and let go. Liliope's brow furrowed as she quickly stepped between the two. Is it because of those rumors? I explained they were all fake. Even so, how could you harass his grace like this? Duke Stella looked flustered, his hands waving wildly in the air. I wasn't harassing him, Lily. Liliope turned to Theo. Lord Theo, I apologize for my father's rudeness. She explained softly, he only acts like this because he loves me too much. Please understand. Theo remained silent, his gaze deep. He suddenly lowered his eyes. It's fine. To win you over, these trials are something I must endure. Liliope felt pity and reached out to gently pat his back. There. Lord Theo. Duke Stella was dumbstruck. That brat from the Grand Duke's house is as cunning as a fox. He felt as if he saw Theo turn into a black cat, snuggling triumphantly into Liliope's arms. He was so angry he almost had a nosebleed. Sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, spilling onto the town streets where residents hurried about. 2 figures draped in dark cloaks walked through the alleys. The Empress stopped. Wait here for a moment. Her subordinate looked worried. But your majesty. The Empress pulled down her hood to cover half her face. A mere dark mage wouldn't dare do anything to me. I'll be out soon. Don't worry. She stood alone in an empty room. A low male voice came from behind her. Long time no see, your majesty. The Empress turned around abruptly, her gaze cold. Long time no see. You are truly shameless, daring to act so recklessly within the Empire. She loosened the collar of her cloak. I must hear your explanation. Why are you acting outside of my orders? The mysterious person, hidden under a wide black robe, spoke in a raspy voice. Did you not tell me to destroy the North until it could not be rebuilt? He stood before a towering bookshelf. To achieve that goal, I need a massive number of souls. The Empress turned her face, her expression tense. The mysterious person let out a soft chuckle. However, I haven't been able to collect enough. He spread his hands. Miss Stella interfered with all my plans. And now the Grand Duke knows too much about dark magic. Northern souls have become difficult to obtain. So what should I do? A strange curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. To make up the numbers, I could only target the citizens of the Empire. The Empress erupted in a roar. I have no interest in hearing your pathetic excuses. She swung her arm, her fingers trembling. Do you really think you can harm the territory my son will rule in the future and still walk away unscathed? Her fingers shook. If you don't stop immediately, I will make sure you can never use dark magic again. The mysterious person reached out with a pale claw, his nails black and sharp. A ball of black mist surged in his palm. Don't you think it's too late to try and stop me now? He lifted his hood, revealing a deathly pale face. His eyes were hollow like black holes, and his mouth split into an exaggerated arc. Thanks to you, your majesty, I have finally brought this power into the light. The mysterious person let out a piercing, wild laugh. Since it has seen the light, I will never let it return to the shadows. The Empress grit her teeth, her eyes full of fury. You bastard. She swung her arm, and a blue blade of light sliced through the air, heading straight straight forward. You dare threaten me? The mysterious person dodged the attack, his black robe fluttering in the wind. Thanks to you, it won't be long before this world falls into my hands. His body turned into a thick black smoke, quickly retreating and vanishing into the deep shadows. Truly, I am most grateful, Your Majesty. The Empress stood alone in the empty room, her hands clenched into fists, nails digging deep into her palms. I was too short-sighted. I should have kept that dog on a tighter leash. She stood in the empty library, looking anxious. How will this end? The heavy wooden door was suddenly pushed open with a harsh scraping sound. The Empress looked back in shock, her pupils shrinking. Cardian stood outside the door, his tall silhouette outlined by the sunlight. Behind him followed a pair of fully armed knights. His attendants followed closely behind, looking flustered. Your Majesty, Cardian said, looking directly at his mother, his eyes filled with suspicion. Mother. Crown Prince Cardian had arrested Her Majesty the Empress. Liliope stopped in her tracks and looked at the man beside her. She had heard he went to the Black Mage's stronghold and was caught on the spot. Liliope took his arm. If that's the case, her crimes are already plain for all to see. Theo's expression was cold as he stared ahead. She seemed to feel she had nowhere left to run. She didn't resist. She confessed to everything. What happens next? A hint of coldness flickered in Theo's eyes. His Majesty the Emperor is considering stripping her of her title. Liliope lowered her eyes. The plot had returned to its starting point. Lord Theo, didn't we decide not to make the Empress's relationship with the Black Mages public? I thought that would change her fate. She remembered the direction of the original novel. After being deposed, she would sell her soul to the Black Mages, wouldn't she? Theo squeezed her hand. We need to monitor her for a while. The Empress believes being deposed is all my fault, which is why she made that choice. Liliope looked up. But this time, Lord Theo, you weren't truly involved. Maybe things will be different. It's hard to say. She's the kind of person who would blame me, even if the sky was too blue. Liliope gave a bitter smile. That's true. Theo's expression shifted slightly as he added, and Cardian seems deeply affected as well. Ever since the Empress was arrested, Cardian hasn't gone to see her once. He pretends to be calm on the surface, but he's actually terrible at hiding his emotions. I think he's blaming himself for the destruction of the North. If I could use holy power to purify the entire region, it might make him feel better. Liliope leaned into his arms, a bit surprised. Oh, is Lord Theo worried about Cardian? Theo continued. Anyway, once the Empress is deposed, a representative will be chosen from among the noble women. For that, I'll have to go to the Imperial Palace again soon. Liliope's eyes lit up. Then please take me with you. Rosalind has been staying in the palace lately. I was just thinking of going to see her. Theo stopped and looked down at her. Miss Melzepian, you want to see her? Liliope responded softly, yes. The Empress was ultimately deposed and exiled to the monster-infested borderlands. According to Imperial law, she had to spend the rest of her life there in atonement, using her spirit power to protect the nearby villages. Cardian leaned his hands on the table, his fingertips pressing hard. Even if she is banished, vengeful spirits still remain in this land. If only I could purify this place with holy energy. Liliope pushed open the heavy doors and burst into the room. Cardian whipped his head around. The Empress was screaming hoarsely. Cardian. She stumbled forward, her hands tightly clutching her skirt. Let me talk to my son just for a minute. Two knights slammed the doors open. She's in there. Pull her out quickly. The Empress struggled as she was dragged toward the door. Please, I have something important to tell him. Let go of me. I haven't even had a proper word with my son. Cardian slowly turned around, his gaze icy. Release the former Empress. Let her stay for a moment. The Empress collapsed to the floor, then suddenly lunged forward. Cardian, I know I was wrong, but all of this, that was for you. She looked up, her eyes full of pleading. You said you wanted to marry that lady, so that's why Cardian looked down at her, his voice devoid of emotion. I told you that I would handle the matter regarding Liliope myself. He shook off the Empress's hand. You ignored my words and even colluded with Black Mages. Mother, stop using Liliope as an excuse. The Empress gripped Cardian's hem tightly. I know you're only doing this because you want to get rid of Theo. You hate him too, don't you? Her eyes were full of madness. If the Grand Duke dies, you can have that lady all to yourself. This was all for you. Why can't you understand? Cardian suddenly clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking from the force. I indeed do not like Theo, but I never once thought of wanting him dead. He pushed the Empress's hand away. I only wanted to defeat him with my own strength, to prove that I am more suitable to inherit the throne than he is. That was all I wanted to prove. Cardian stared at his mother, his gaze cold and resolute. I will not snatch what belongs to others just to satisfy my greed, and I certainly won't kill out of hatred. I will never rule the Empire in such a way. He took a deep breath, his voice echoing in the empty room. Because I don't want to become a monster like you. The Empress was struck as if by lightning, her body freezing in place. What? She reached out with trembling hands and grabbed Cardian's wrist. Cardian, you used to love your mother so much. The Empress clung to his arm. You always used to say that everything I did was right. My dear child, you must just be too sad right now. Cardian violently shook off her hand. I don't even want. Not to hear you call me that. I am no longer your dear child, mother. The Empress stood frozen as tears streamed down her face, her trembling fingertips hanging in midair. Cardian turned his back, his voice as hard as iron. Take the former Empress away. The knights stepped forward and seized her arms. Cardian, wait. I was wrong. The Empress was forcibly dragged toward the door. Cardian, please wait. Cardian, Cardian. He gripped the doorknob tightly and slammed the door shut with a heavy thud. He leaned against the door panel, sliding down the wall to sit on the floor. With his hands propped on the cold ground, he lowered his head into a dead silence. Cardian? She looked back, her expression concerned. What's wrong? Did something happen? Are you hurt? A young Cardian was sobbing. Mother, father hates me. The Empress knelt down and held her son's shoulders. How could His Majesty hate you? It's true. Cardian wiped his tears with the back of his hand. I've tried so hard, but Theo does everything better than me. Father always praises him, but only scolds me. He must hate me. A soft light appeared in the Empress's eyes as she comforted him gently. His Majesty doesn't hate you, Cardian. He's just stricter with you because you are the one who will become the Emperor in the future. Cardian buried his head in his mother's embrace. I wish I could be as excellent as Theo. The Empress held him tightly and patted his back. You don't need to be like that, Cardian. It's okay, even if you aren't perfect. Whether you do well or not, I will always love you the most. Cardian snapped out of the memory, his eyes red and his breathing ragged. Rosalind walked closer slowly, her hands folded in front of her, her expression complex. Cardian looked up sharply. Miss Rosalind. Rosalind stopped a few steps away. You shouldn't have seen that scene. Cardian covered his mouth and nose, his fingertips trembling slightly. Keep talking. Finish what you were saying just now. Rosalind stepped forward and took him into her arms, her fingers running through his golden hair. If you want to cry, just cry, Your Highness. Cardian leaned on her shoulder, his pupils trembling. Tears that finally burst forth, sliding silently down his cheeks. Rosalind patted his back gently and slowly. The two sat quietly on the cold floor, letting the sadness spread. Cardian sat at the head of the conference table, looking around at the nobles. His Majesty has ordered the appointment of an acting empress. I believe Miss Rosalind is the most suitable candidate. I witnessed her abilities firsthand when we were fighting the vengeful spirits together. She has a clear understanding of the Empire's current state. She is fully qualified to fulfill the duties of an acting empress. The Melzipian family, that is trustworthy. An elderly noble nodded in agreement. Their holy power saved the Empire. She is indeed suitable for an important position. Another noble frowned and raised an objection. But isn't the rank of Count Melzipian too low for this position? His Majesty letting the crown prince choose the acting empress is clearly paving the way for the future crown princess. In that case, the prestige of the family must be prioritized. Marchioness Trivian might be more appropriate. Cardian's brow furrowed slightly. Marchioness Trivian? You mean Sergio Nel Trivian? The woman who can't even figure out which villages are being attacked by monsters? The noble awkwardly avoided his gaze. Noble ladies are usually not good at combat. That's normal. Theo, sitting at the end of the long table, spoke in a cold tone. But Miss Rosalind is different. When the plague spread in the north, and when the invisible spirits were rampaging, she showed insight, got far beyond ordinary people. He looked around at everyone. I can guarantee on my personal honor that she is more suitable for this position than the Marchioness. Liliope walked alone down the corridor, her skirt fluttering. Rosalind said she's waiting for me in the annex. I need to get there quickly. She looked toward the distant palace. Theo should still be in the meeting, right? Hey, a voice called out from behind her. Liliope stopped and turned around. It was Theo and Cardian. Hey, I'm talking to you. Theo and Cardian stood facing each other, the atmosphere heavy. Liliope hid behind a stone pillar and poked her head out. What's going on? This doesn't look good. She held her breath and watched. Did something unexpected happen at the meeting? Theo turned sideways, his gaze cold and chilling. Cardian was expressionless, his gaze deep and sharp. The two stood in a silent standoff, the air seemingly frozen. Liliope poked half her head out from behind the pillar. What happened at the meeting? Theo and Cardian stood facing each other, their capes hanging behind them. Thanks for earlier. Theo turned his face, a hint of doubt in his eyes. I didn't actually do anything. Cardian stared ahead. Thank you for taking my side when they suggested Rosalind serve as the acting empress. Theo pulled his gaze back. That wasn't for you. If the Count's daughter becomes busy, it's more beneficial for me. Cardian turned his head, confusion in his expression. Why would Rosalind being busy be good for you? Theo paused for a moment. If she's stuck in the palace, she won't have time to see Liliope. I have something to say, but never mind. A question mark appeared over Cardian's head. What? Why did you stop halfway? Theo walked straight ahead, throwing back a word without looking. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you. Anyway, aren't things moving in the direction you hoped for? Cardian suddenly clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. That's the strange part. You would never take my side, yet you did. You should resent me instead of helping me. Theo stopped and turned half his face. Cardian, let me be clear. He lowered his eyelids, his voice cold. Don't expect me to ever forgive the former empress. I will never forget what she did to the north. Cardian was startled, his pupils contracting. I understand. I certainly know what kind of person you are. He lowered his head, his bangs covering his eyes. But Theo turned around and looked directly at Cardian. Just as the former empress's sins do not belong to you, my resentment and anger toward her will never be directed at you. What happened in the north was not your fault. Cardian looked up. His eyes were full of shock. Theo started walking. So, whether it's in front of me or anyone else, don't hang your head like a criminal. His back was to Cardian as his voice grew distant. It makes you look stupid. Cardian stood frozen on the spot, a vein throbbing at his temple, his face flushing red. This guy, Cardian roared at the receding back. You annoying bastard, what the hell are you talking about? Liliope, holding onto the balcony railing, watched the two arguing below. Honestly, I thought they were gonna fight. She lightly touched her chest and let out a sigh. I got nervous for nothing. Rosalind must be getting impatient. Liliope turned to leave. In the original novel, Theo and Cardian were set up as arch rivals. They did indeed clash frequently. I always thought they truly hated each other, but perhaps the description in the original work wasn't accurate. They know each other better than anyone else. The corners of Theo's mouth curled up slightly into a fleeting smile. He was definitely not the type of person to abandon a friend. Cardian stood on the spot, his expression looking somewhat shaken. In truth, deep down, they cared about each other more than anyone. Liliope stopped and looked back at the two backs standing side by side, a smile appearing on her lips. Liliope sat on the sofa. If you're going to serve as the acting empress, will you be living in the palace? Rosalind picked up her teacup. Yes, I'll be staying in the empress's quarters for the time being. Although it's a lot of pressure, I'll do my best. Liliope propped her chin on her hand, her gaze full of concern. You already worked so hard traveling across the empire to expel evil spirits. Aren't you going to be even busier now? Rosalind gave a gentle smile. It's not that hard. Lately, the invisible spirits have almost stopped appearing. How have you been, Miss Liliope? Liliope leaned back in her chair and said lightly, I've been slacking off at the Grand Duke's mansion lately. Rosalind blinked and leaned in curiously. Aren't you preparing for the wedding? Liliope lowered her eyes. There are no specific plans yet. Father insists on holding a formal engagement ceremony before the wedding. Duke Stella puffed out his beard and stood in front of Theo. There's no need to rush at all, right? Theo's face was grim. It's very necessary. Liliope sighed helplessly. Theo insists on skipping the engagement and getting married directly, so the negotiations that aren't going smoothly. Rosalind's expression shifted slightly. But you're going to get married eventually, right? Liliope smiled. Of course. It'll happen one day. Rosalind lowered her head, her hands tightly interlaced. I don't like the idea of the Grand Duke monopolizing you, Miss Liliope. She suddenly looked up, her eyes turning red. But as long as you're happy, I'm willing to let go. Rosalind propped her chin on one hand, a smile on her lips. Thank you for being willing to let go. She changed her posture, her eyes full of curiosity. So, what exactly do you see in the Grand Duke? Liliope tilted her head. How? He's very handsome. Rosalind shook her head. It's not just handsome. He's as perfect as a statue of David. Don't you think? Liliope softly countered. The word handsome has different meanings. That feeling is very special. Lonely yet beautiful. Cute yet cold. Theo's figure appeared in her mind. That all these qualities are blended together. Rosalind looked puzzled. That sounds more like a description of Crown Prince Cardian than the Grand Duke. Liliope covered her cheeks. Cardian? Liliope looked at her. Although the Crown Prince is handsome, I prefer the masculine type. Rosalind was a bit surprised. Oh my, Crown Prince Cardian is masculine enough. When the invisible spirits first appeared, the charm he showed was simply incredible. Rosalind narrowed her eyes. You don't happen to have a crush on Cardian, do you? Liliope picked up her teacup, her fingertips lightly rubbing the rim. So, Rosalind will ultimately choose Cardian instead of Theo. That's quite unexpected. Liliope leaned against the sofa cushions. I thought Rosalind would like the type like Theo rather than the Crown Prince. Rosalind waved her hands repeatedly. Not at all, not even close. Liliope made a half-dead expression. In the original novel, she clearly chose Theo. Rosalind covered her mouth and giggled. I see. So Rosalind really likes Crown Prince Cardian. Rosalind waved her hands in a panic. No, it's not like that. Liliope leaned closer to her face. Oh, is that true? Look how flustered you are. Rosalind covered her burning face with her hands. It's really not. Theo sat on the grass. The Count's daughter and Cardian? Liliope leaned into his arms. Yes, she definitely seems interested in him. Theo's brow furrowed slightly. When did they become so close? Liliope looked up. Maybe their feelings deepened while fighting the invisible spirits together, just like Rosalind and Theo in a northern turmoil in the original story. Theo's gaze turned cold. Such a thing never happened. Liliope placed a white flower in Theo's hair and giggled. I meant in the original story. Liliope leaned in Theo's embrace. Cardian was the second male lead in the original. It's not strange for him to fall for Rosalind, but back then Rosalind wasn't interested in him. She looked into the distance. Perhaps because I chose Theo, it changed Rosalind's fate along with it. In that case, I really hope she can end up with Cardian. Liliope lowered her eyes, her fingertips entwining the invisible threads of fate. To be honest, I always felt a bit guilty, like I stole Theo away from Rosalind. Theo held her hand. You don't need to feel guilty for something that never happened. If Rosalind can find a good partner, I'll feel much better. That way, I can love you without any reservations. Theo, wearing the flower crown, looked a bit helpless. In that case, I can only wish that idiot and the Count's daughter have a successful ending. Liliope suddenly sat up and stared at Theo's profile. Ah, Theo, don't you have work today? Theo pulled her back in his arms. I'm on leave, he said, his voice deep and steady. The black mages have completely disappeared. After falling out with the former empress, it should be hard for them to get any more soul stones. Theo held Liliope tightly. The chaos had finally subsided, and the Empire's situation was stabilizing. Theo looked at the distant city. I gave the knights who participated in the campaign a holiday. This is just a brief respite. Everything is not yet completely over. Liliope lightly touched his sleeve. That's good too. You and everyone else have hardly rested. Theo turned his head, his gaze gentle. Since we have some free time, do you want to go on a trip? Surprise flashed in Liliope's eyes. Where are we going? Theo's lip curled up slightly. Anywhere you want to go. Liliope thought for a moment. How about the Ice Rock Cliff? I heard that because of the dam, agriculture there has developed very well. I'd love to see the changes for myself. Theo nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go there. Liliope seemed to suddenly remember something. Wait, we have to bring Julie along. Theo suddenly flipped over and pinned her down in the flower bushes, his movements swift and forceful. Liliope bumped into his chest, her breath catching and her pupils trembling slightly. Theo leaned close to her ear, his voice deep and dangerous. Since you already have me, do you really still need Julie? Theo pulled Liliope into his arms. We haven't had a formal date in a long time, have we? Liliope's cheeks turned red. Then let's just go. Just the two of us. The carriage sped under the sun, passing through meadows filled with flowers. Liliope leaned out the window and waved her hands excitedly. Theo protected her waist from behind, his gaze always following her smiling face. Liliope suddenly widened her eyes, her mouth hanging open. What happened here? She propped her hands on the edge of the stone bricks and leaned forward. Wasn't the ice rock cliff melting? It looks exactly the same as the last time I came. Theo stood by her side with one hand on his hip. I used elemental magic to repair the melted parts. He looked down at the glacier below. This is a landmark of the north. We can't let it disappear. Theo stared at the ice rock cliff. It would be a pity to let it melt, so I put some thought into it. Liliope looked up. Ice attribute is a higher level power than water attribute. That must not have been easy. Theo, you're really amazing. Theo propped his chin on one hand. That's right. Not just anyone can do this. Only someone with a powerful water attribute, like me, can accomplish something like this. Liliope looked at his proud expression. Though he's showing off a bit, it's the truth. I can't even argue. The people of the north should know about the effort you've put in. Theo's smile faded, and his expression became calm. I didn't do it to get recognition, so it's okay. He turned his head, his gaze landing on Liliope. And Theo leaned down and kissed her lips. As long as you recognize it, that's enough. Liliope suddenly recoiled, covering her mouth with her hands, her pupils trembling violently. What was that for just now? Theo's expression was normal. It was just a kiss. Why are you so surprised? Liliope's cheeks were flushed red, her gaze panicked. But why? Why kiss me so suddenly for no reason? Theo looked into her eyes. Given our current relationship, do we need a reason to kiss? Liliope lowered her head, her fingers tightly clutching her clothes. What if someone sees? Theo leaned down and kissed her again. There are only the two of us here. Who would see? Liliope shrugged her shoulders and pressed her hands against his chest. Even so, it's not okay. Let's go look at the village quickly. She broke free from his embrace and ran forward, stopping in front of a giant greenhouse and letting out a gasp of wonder. Are these all greenhouses? A farmer was standing on a ladder picking apples. Farmers were busy under the trees, the branches laden with red fruit. Theo walked up behind her and looked at the scene inside the glass. After the glacier melted, getting water became easier and production increased as well. Liliope pressed her hands against the glass, her eyes reflecting the greenery. There were buildings like this where I used to live. It seems people's ideas are similar no matter where they are. A farmer stopped his work and took off his hat. Isn't this His Grace the Grand Duke? Theo nodded slightly. It's been a long time. The farmer scratched the back of his head, grinning from ear to ear. What wind blew you here? If you'd given us a heads up, we would have prepared a meal. Theo turned sideways. I'm just here for a visit. Don't trouble yourself. The farmer looked surprised. You're always working. I never thought you'd come for sightseeing. Theo reached out and put his arm around Liliope's shoulder, his fingers lightly touching her face. I'm on a date with my fiancée. Liliope raised her hand to wave, a smile on her face. The farmer widened his eyes and bowed. So you're the Grand Duke's fiancée. I've heard so much about you. Sorry for the intrusion while you're working. The farmer bowed again. Saintess, it is a great honor to have you visit our village. Liliope stood frozen, her pupils trembling, her expression full of shock. The farmer stepped away. Please enjoy your time alone together. I won't disturb you. Liliope watched the farmer's receding back. Did he just call me Saintess? Why would I be a Saintess? Theo turned his head to look at her. Lipe, are you hungry? He started walking forward. Let's go to the town. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Liliope took a bite of a snack, her cheeks bulging and her eyes welling with tears. This is really delicious. Theo looked at her. Is it good? Liliope nodded vigorously. It's really, really delicious. Theo stared at the crumbs on the corner of her mouth. Should I have a taste too? Liliope smiled and handed over the bamboo skewer. Really? Here. Theo reached out and pinched her chin, his thumb wiping the corner of her lips. Liliope stood frozen, her pupils suddenly dilating. Theo pulled his hand back and put his fingertip in his mouth. He licked it lightly. It's indeed not bad. Theo touched his lower lip with his fingertip, his gaze playful after licking away the residue in public. Liliope was completely frozen. This guy, he actually did that in front of so many people. Young women passing by turned their heads, covering their mouths, and gasping softly, their gazes shifting between the two. How astet naijali? Lipe, do you want something to drink? I'll go buy it for you. Liliope was incoherent. Okay. Theo turned toward the stall. Wait for me there. Liliope stood alone in the middle of the street, clutching the half-eaten snack. You really just wiped that off my mouth and ate it, right? Liliope took a deep breath, trying to calm her heartbeat. Stay calm, stay calm. A red rose was held out in front of her. She looked down in confusion. A little girl held up the flower, her smile brilliant. Is this for me? The little girl nodded vigorously. Yes, this is for the saintess. Liliope's expression faltered. I'm a saintess? Why? The little girl held the flower stem. Because the saintess saved the North. Save the North. Liliope looked into the distance, lost in thought. Did people mistake me for Rosalind? Rosalind clasped her hands. In the original story, after she solved the plague, she was revered by the people as the saintess of the North. Liliope bit her snack, her brow furrowed. And back then, the whole country was saying Theo and Rosalind had fallen in love. Right, that must be it. Liliope leaned down and took the red rose from the little girl's hand. Can I take this? The little girl jumped happily. For you, saintess. Theo put down his wine glass, his gaze suggesting it was a matter of course. What are you talking about? You are the saintess. Liliope turned around sharply. What? Theo leaned back in his chair, swirling his red wine. What? You actually didn't know? Back then, the fires in the towns were going out one after another. I was busy dealing with the plague and couldn't get away. It was you who relit the fires, preventing the people of the North from freezing to death. Theo took a sip of wine. From then on, the people of the North began calling you the saintess of the North. Liliope lowered her head and gave a dry laugh. Huh. Theo lowered his eyelids. In the North, no one at all believed those rumors about me and the Count's daughter. Liliope gripped her cup. So that's how it was. I had no idea. Theo held his glass. When you received the flower earlier, your expression was strange. Was it because of this? He tilted his head. And took a sip of wine. I thought you were just tired, so I brought you back early. Liliope sat on the edge of the bed. It's okay. I've already had a lot of fun. She turned her head and looked out the window. This time, I confirmed one thing. Theo put down the wine bottle and sat beside her, reaching out to put his arm around her shoulder. Liliope leaned into his embrace. I like it here. The North is cold, but the food is delicious, and looking at the snow makes me feel peaceful. She turned her face, a smile on her lips. Most importantly, being able to share all of this with the person I love makes me really happy. Theo lowered his eyes. So, I don't want to delay any longer. Liliope looked up. Delay what? Our marriage. A look of determination flashed in Liliope's eyes. I'll go talk to Dad. We'll skip the engagement ceremony and hold the wedding directly. Theo's expression shifted as he gazed at the girl before him. Let's get married quickly. How? A curve appeared on Theo's lips. I couldn't ask for more. Liliope closed her eyes. I want to become a family with you as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Theo reached out and cupped the back of her head, and the two embraced and kissed in front of the window. The starlight fell on their overlapping silhouettes. Absolutely not. Duke Stella suddenly stood up, his roar echoing through the magnificent mansion. Skip the engagement ceremony? Liliope sat on a red cushioned chair, facing her father's fury. The Stella family. The House of Stella is a family of dignity, Lily. Duke Stella put his hands on his hips. Marriage has procedures. Liliope turned her head and puffed out her cheeks. An engagement ceremony and a wedding. It's all the same thing anyway. I think the two are mostly just formalities. Did that damn grand Duke teach you to say that? Duke Stella's beard trembled with rage. If you rush in a marriage like this and want to cancel the engagement later, it will become very troublesome. Liliope put down her teaspoon. Why would we cancel the engagement? Does Dad want his daughter to get a divorce? Duke Stella leaned down. Lily, do you really think a man who has caused trouble with women won't do it a second time? He straightened up and pointed to his chest. Look at me. In my life, I've only had your late mother in my heart. Duke Stella picked up a photo frame, tears hanging from the corners of his eyes. A real man should only look at one woman in his life, dear. Liliope stared expressionlessly at her father, who was lost in self-indulgence. Theo isn't that kind of person, Dad. Duke Stella waved his arms wildly on the sofa. You can't trust men so easily, Lily. He suddenly stopped and covered his mouth. Whether it's that man or you, why are you both in such a hurry to get married? Duke Stella's face turned pale. Could it be Lily? Are you pregnant? Liliope froze in place, her pupils trembling violently as her face instantly went white. Liliope turned her face away and remained silent for a moment. If I were pregnant, could we hold the wedding immediately? Duke Stella's mouth fell open, and his entire body froze. So that was the reason? He suddenly grabbed his head and roared toward the window. How dare you let an unmarried, noble lady get pregnant? Liliope hurriedly waved her hands. No. Dad, you've misunderstood. She stood up. She explained loudly. I said I'm not pregnant. Duke Stella stopped and clutched his hair, looking confused. But you just said. Liliope sat back down and picked up her teacup. I was only speaking hypothetically. You have to let me finish. She took a sip of tea and glanced sideways at her father. Anyway, we're gonna get married. Even if I were actually pregnant, what would it matter? Duke Stella's eyes widened. What did you say? Liliope looked directly at her father. To be honest, if I were pregnant, wouldn't Dad be happy? You get a grandson, right? Duke Stella covered his mouth, his gaze wavering. A grandson? A light flashed in Liliope's eyes. Think about it, Dad. If we marry early, you can see your grandson sooner. Duke Stella fell into a fantasy. 3 young children surrounded him, some pulling his hair, others kissing his cheeks. Grandpa, they called out. He folded his hands over his chest, his expression becoming dazed. That's right. If you marry early, I can see my grandson sooner. Duke Stella's shoulders slumped and his tone softened. In that case, it's fine to hold the wedding directly. He lowered his head and tugged at his cuffs. It's just, thinking about Lily leaving me so soon makes my heart a little sad. Liliope watched her father with a gentle smile. Duke Stella opened his arms as if still cradling a baby. It feels like just yesterday I was holding you in my arms. Liliope leaned into her father's embrace and called out softly, Dad. Even if I get married, it doesn't mean I'll never see you again. I'll come back back to the duchy to visit you often. Duke Stella held his daughter tightly, sitting on the red bench for a long time without letting go. Finally, he released her and looked at her face. Since you want to get married so badly, what else can I do? His eyes were filled with worry. But Lily, is marrying the Grand Duke truly the happiness you want? Liliope lowered her eyes, a firm light reflecting in her pupils. She suddenly looked up, a brilliant smile blooming on her face. Yes, I'm happiest when I'm with Theo. Duke Stella looked at his daughter's smiling face, his expression becoming complex. So that's how it is. He lowered his head, his brow filled with relief. Before, when she had a one-sided crush on the Crown Prince, she was hurt and crying every day. As long as Lily could find that happiness, that was enough. Duke Stella hugged his daughter tightly again. As long as you're happy, Dad has no objections. Liliope leaned her head on her father's shoulder. I'd be even happier if you could get along well with Theo. Duke Stella closed his eyes. I'll try. Liliope pushed open the dressing room doors and spread her arms, facing a room full of dresses. Let me see. She turned to the maid behind her. Gemma, I don't need to bring thick clothes, do I? Gemma picked up a heavy blue gown. In the north, it's very cold, even in the middle of summer. I will prepare more thick clothes to be sent to the Grand Duke's castle. Gemma flipped through the dresses on the rack. Miss Lily, we should move all your frequently used items to the Grand Duke's castle. Liliope nodded. That's right. After all, from now on, I'll be living in Theo's castle. The purple crystal ball on the table began to hum. Liliope stepped away from the door and walked quickly to the table. Who is it? Calden's face appeared in the crystal ball. Lily, I heard you've returned to the Duke's mansion. Liliope frowned, her eyes showing distaste. How do you know that? Why are you contacting me again? Calden's lips curled up. I have my ways. Since you're in the capital, come to the palace for a meal before you leave. Liliope stared at the crystal ball. Just the two of us? Why on earth would you want that? She bit her lower lip. She thought he had settled down lately. Why was he starting again? Calden leaned closer to the crystal ball. It'll be 3 people, together with Rosalind. She said she wanted to see you. Liliope's expression softened slightly. Oh, really? In that case, I'll go. Calden cut the communication. I'll send a carriage to the Duke's mansion to pick you up. Just hop in. Liliope rested her chin on her hand. Calden actually called her Rosa. Is there really something between them? The carriage passed through the neatly manicured gardens and stopped in front of the magnificent palace gates. Liliope stepped out of the carriage. Is Rosalind doing well? Calden walked beside her down the long corridor. She's doing well. She's been the type to handle everything calmly since our academy days. Calden had a faint smile on his face. Did that guy say anything about you seeing me? Liliope looked straight ahead. He didn't say anything. He just gave me a look. Calden burst into a fit of laughter. When I told her the 3 of us were meeting, she pouted and looked like she hated the idea even more. Exactly that expression. Liliope stopped and turned her head to stare at him. Your Highness, have you taken the wrong medicine? You're actually concerned about Theo's thoughts? Before, no matter what Theo said, didn't you keep pestering me? Calden stopped laughing and scratched the back of his head. Well, at the time, I thought you were just pretending to like Theo. He looked at Liliope. Now, I completely understand. You truly love that guy. I won't pester you to cancel the engagement anymore. Calden looked away, especially since I don't want to do anything else to wrong Theo. Even knowing that my mother attacked the North, he still forgave me. A flash of complexity crossed his eyes. If it were me, I would never be able to forgive. I would have stripped them of their titles and exiled them beyond the Empire's borders. Calden stopped in front of a window. Theo holds a stable political position. Calden lowered his eyes. He could have used this incident at any time to drag me down from the position of Crown Prince. Forgiving me was no small feat. Liliope walked to his side and gave a bright smile. Your Highness, there is nothing that needs forgiving. What happened in the North wasn't your fault from the beginning. Calden turned his head sharply, his expression bewildered. He said something similar. Liliope closed her eyes, a certain smile on her lips. Because it's the truth, and even if it were your fault, he would have forgiven you in the end. Because Theo is very fond of you, Your Highness. Calden froze in place, his pupils trembling. What? That bastard likes me? How lie me? The phrase Theo likes me echoed repeatedly in his mind. Calden's pale cheeks flushed red, and his gaze began to wander. He likes me. Liliope looked at his shy appearance and chuckled. Yes, more than you think. Calden took a large stride forward. Whether that guy likes me or not is none of my business. He hummed a light tune, his steps becoming jaunty. His back revealed an unhideable joy. Liliope shook her head helplessly. He clearly looked so excited. What at Sundara? Just like Theo. Calden looked back, his face beaming with a smile. Hurry up, Rosalind is waiting. The scene shifted past lush flower bushes and withered tree trunks, settling on a lonely wooden cabin deep in the forest. A cold wind whistled through the trees. An unknown woman stood by the window. I heard the position of Regent Empress has been given to Rosalind Melzerpian. It was the result of the Crown Prince's strong recommendation. The Empress sat at a table, her scissors suddenly snapping a rose stem. Calden, he actually let a Count's daughter become Regent Empress? Not even a Marquis's daughter. The woman lowered her head slightly. Yes, it seems that during the journey to suppress the invisible monsters, His Highness confirmed her true value. The Empress's eyes were cold. The Melzerpian girl is certainly busy. Not long ago, there were rumors of her seducing the Grand Duke in his territory, and now she's clinging to our Crown Prince. What is Calden thinking? At a time like this, he should be finding ways to win over the Stella family. The Empress clenched her fist. If the Grand Duke really steals the throne, what will he do? My being deposed must have already weakened his position. This situation must be reversed. The Empress turned her head sharply, her gaze sharp. Find the black magicians for me. The woman looked troubled. Are you going to see them again? It won't be easy to meet them. After all, you cannot leave this place. The Empress stared out the window. Find a way. Have them contact me secretly. It must not be discovered. The woman bowed. Understood. The Empress rubbed a pink petal between her fingers. Calden's position has become unstable because of me. I must fix all of this with my own hands. A murderous intent appeared in her eyes. That's right. As long as I kill the Grand Duke, it will be fine. Everything started because of that Grand Duke. As long as he is dealt with, Calden will forgive me. The Empress's lips curled up in a distorted smile, tears sliding down her cheeks. She suddenly clutched the fabric over her chest, her nails digging deep into her palms. As long as he's dead, everything will return to how it was. Calden stabbed a piece of food. Lily, an engagement ceremony is a sacred vow before marriage. No matter what Theo told you, holding a formal ceremony is the right way to do things. Liliope gave a helpless smile. So, you can accept me moving in with Theo, but you're shocked by skipping the ceremony? She put down her utensils. Theo said if we want it, he doesn't mind holding an engagement ceremony, but he suggested we could just have the wedding the day after the ceremony. Calden stopped his movements and looked sideways at Liliope. Does anyone actually get married the day after engagement? Of course not. A look of realization flashed in his eyes. It seems he's already impatient to have you all to himself. Liliope lowered her eyes, her cheeks flushing slightly. Actually, I'm the one who wants to get married quickly. She cupped her hot face with her hands, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I want to become a family with Lord Theo as soon as possible. Rosalind rested her cheek on her hand. Hearing this, I think I can understand your feelings, Miss Liliope. Calden turned his head abruptly. What? Rosalind, you think so too? Rosalind put her hand down. Skipping the engagement ceremony is indeed disrespectful to both families. But when you truly love someone, you naturally want to be by their side at all times. Then tell me, if someone asked you to skip the ceremony and get married directly, could you do it? Rosalind crossed her hands over her chest, her fingertips trembling slightly. Yes, if I truly loved him, I think I could do it. She looked up and gazed at Calden with burning eyes. Doesn't your highness think so? Calden swallowed his food, his expression becoming serious. No, Rosaline, I actually very much agree with your view. He looked straight ahead, his tone firm. If you truly love someone, it's perfectly fine to skip the engagement ceremony. Liliope peeked at him from behind her cup. He clearly wasn't saying that just a moment ago. What contradictory guy? Liliope looked directly at Calden. By the way, your highness, were you just calling Miss Rosalind by a nickname? Calden's eyes started to dodge. Well, because we're together often, I started calling her that without realizing it. Rosalind smiled and took over the conversation. I suggested it first. Long titles made us both feel uncomfortable. Liliope rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully. I see. But Rosalind, shouldn't you also consider finding a partner? Rosalind froze and lowered her head, stammering. That. Liliope continued to press. Who will inherit your family's title? My brother will inherit it. Liliope gave a brilliant smile. Is that so? I think you're very suited to be the head of the family. Calden cut a piece of meat on his plate with elegant movements. You certainly have the ability to manage the Malzerpian family well, but palace work is clearly more suited to you. He put down his utensils, his expression softening. Rosalind is considerate and always thinks of others first. Though a noble, she lives simply and is never extravagant. Calden stabbed a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, a smile spreading across his face. I'm afraid there's no one more suited to be empress than her. Liliope narrowed her eyes, staring at him. More suited than who? Calden waved his hands frantically, looking panicked. No, I didn't mean it like that. Liliope turned her head with a teasing smile. Did you hear that, Rosalind? His Highness said you're the most perfect candidate for Empress. Rosalind cupped her face with her hands. No, how could I possibly become Empress? Calden pressed his hand to the back of his neck, shifting his gaze to the table. Shyness filled the air between the two. Liliope watched them. They were practically flirting. Why were they so cute? I really hope they start dating soon. Night shrouded the palace. Theo stood in front of a bookshelf, unbuttoning his collar. How'd he look? Liliope sat on the bench. Calden said you had lunch with him and the Count's daughter. Is he still afraid of you? Theo picked up a wine glass and took a sip of red wine. No, he's the same as always. Liliope lowered her eyes. I see. Liliope swirled her wine glass. If you're worried about him, you can go see him. How snot gon Lee? Worried about me? Worried about that idiot? Liliope took a sip of red wine. He clearly cared, yet he had to pretend to be indifferent. She put down her glass, her gaze tender. I think Miss Rosalind staying by his side can give him strength. His Highness was indeed very dependent on her today. Really? Liliope nodded affirmatively. Yes, it's obvious you both like each other. I think you'll start dating soon. That way, you won't come pestering me anymore. She excitedly leaned closer to Theo. When they're officially together, let's go on a double date. Theo refused flatly. No, Liliope wouldn't give up. Why not? It's fun for two couples to date together. Just say yes. In my original world, I never got to try something like that because I didn't have friends. Theo reached out to cup her face, his fingertips lightly stroking her skin. Why include that idiot and the Count's daughter in our precious date? He leaned down and kissed her lips. I still don't want to agree. Liliope held Theo tightly. Theo rested his forehead against hers and whispered, "No, you think this will make me change my mind?" Liliope kissed his lips again. Theo's cheeks flushed and his breathing became heavy. "Fine, whatever makes you happy. We'll do the 4-person date." Liliope cheered. Adir suddenly pushed open the door. "Your Grace, an urgent report from Swindley Village." Theo was holding Liliope tightly as they were entangled on the sofa. Adir froze in place, his gaze lingering on the two for a second before he quickly lowered his head. "I'll come back to report tomorrow. Please continue what you were doing." Liliope's cheeks were bright red. "It's okay, Adir." Theo let go of her and straightened his messy shirt. "What happened? News about Swindley Village?" Adir pushed up his glasses, his expression returning to professional. "We received a report. The water there is flowing diagonally." "How thou in?" "Diagonally?" Adir opened the file in his hand. "Normally, water falls vertically, but the report says the water there is flowing at an angle, as if defying gravity." Theo's expression grew solemn. "Water flowing diagonally. That is indeed abnormal. I'll go check it personally tomorrow." Liliope hid behind him. "Black magic? Could this be related to black magic?" "Theo, turn around. I've heard that when black magic is cast, water flow can change. Go check the old records to see if there's a connection." Liliope quickly followed him. "If it's black magic, I want to go with you." Theo refused sternly. "No, have you forgotten that black magicians are targeting you?" Adir pushed up his glasses. "Actually, it might be good for the lady to come along. That village hasn't received the eternal fire yet. This is a good opportunity." Theo turned his head sharply, his gaze sharp. "Are your requests getting bolder? Have I spoiled you?" Adir shrunk his neck in fear, cold sweat dripping. Did he think Liliope was just an igniter? Theo grabbed Adir by the collar and lifted him off the ground. "It seems I need to discipline you today." Liliope rushed forward and spread her arms, protecting Adir. "Don't get mad at Adir. I asked him to do this before. I told him if any village hadn't received the eternal fire yet, he must inform me." Theo's expression was cold. "I said that unless necessary. I don't want you overusing your power. I can handle everything." Liliope released Adir and put her hands on her hips. "Do you think I'm doing this because I don't trust your ability? Once I marry Lord Theo, I'll be the Grand Duchess. As the Grand Duchess, I want to make life easier for the people of the North." "What's wrong with that?" Liliope pointed at Theo. Her tone brooked no argument. "I'm going with you. Remember that." Adir hid behind Liliope and pushed up his glasses. "The future Grand Duchess said she's going." Theo's temple twitched. He turned back abruptly. "Adir, you've really become more brazen lately." Liliope sat in the carriage, adjusting her pink beret. "That's because you keep praising him." Theo had changed into a dark military-style suit and was looking out the window as the sound of horse hooves echoed through the forest. Liliope sat in the carriage. "Adir is indeed very good at his job. And Lord Theo, you must stop trying to bear everything alone." She raised an index finger, her expression serious. "You have a powerful partner who can control the fire of life and the eternal fire, and can even see the future." Linux appeared in the void, surrounded by scorching flames, letting out a long cry. Liliope flipped through a thick book, fire jumping at her fingertips, her smile brilliant. Theo lowered his eyes and tugged at the gold thread on his sleeve. "Why do you always want to solve everything alone?" "You're right." He looked up, a hint of a smile on his lips. "In that case, tell me more about the future." Liliope froze. "The story from the original book?" Theo gazed into her eyes. "You said black magicians would steal the Empress's soul and plunge the Empire into darkness." The carriage sped along the forest path, wheels crunching over gravel. Liliope nodded in confirmation. "That's right. The black magicians will summon him." "How thou in?" "Him?" Liliope's expression was solemn. "Death. He will summon the Reaper to descend." Liliope looked down at her fingertips, her pupils trembling slightly. "If the prophecy comes true, the entire empire will become an altar. According to the original book, the black magicians planned to use the Reaper to eliminate all nobles with elemental magic." A pale hand reached out from a black robe, black claws growing from the fingertips. Theo's palm condensed water, while light surrounded Kaladin. Rosalind clasped her hands in prayer. They believed black magic was looked down upon only because of the existence of elemental magic. The black magicians believed nobles craved even greater power, which was why black magic was banned. If these nobles disappeared, they could use black magic without limits. That's absurd. Black magic was banned because it uses humans as sacrifices. Liliope turned her head. "So, the deposed Empress's soul will become the most dangerous weapon in the black magician's hands. A soul voluntarily sold to black magic is far more powerful than the soul of the dead. In exchange, the black magicians must unconditionally fulfill the sacrificer's wish. Only then can they completely control that power." Liliope looked out the window. "So, they summoned the Reaper to kill me first." Theo sat opposite her. "That's right, but in the end, they failed to kill Lord Theo. Therefore, they couldn't fulfill the deposed Empress's wish." Liliope crossed her hands. The Reaper was defeated by Rosalind's holy power and Lord Theo's elemental magic. Ordinary people can't see the Reaper, just like they can't see the invisible evil spirits. An image appeared in her mind. Theo held Rosalind's hand, light and water intertwining to fight the shadow in the void. That's why they won. Liliope, that raised 2 red glow sticks and wore a heart headband, hand, waving them excitedly. This was my favorite part of the original book. Liliope waved the red glow sticks. I didn't like the content of that novel, but at least the ending was decent. Reading that ending made me sigh in relief. I really wish Lord Theo could read that book too. Theo rested his chin on one hand, his finger against his lips, lost in thought. The Reaper. There are indeed records in ancient texts, but I always thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it would actually appear in this world. A blood-red, moon hung high as a black-robed figure holding a giant scythe stood atop a hill of bones. An ancient parchment scroll slowly unfurled, covered in twisted script. Theo lowered his eyes, Liliope's reflection in his pupils. However, the most unbelievable thing is still my fiancée from another world. Not the day she suddenly appeared before me, but that unbelievable luck. Liliope had a smile on her face. What are you thinking about? Theo's expression was calm. I was bored, so I was thinking about whether or not to kiss you. The carriage traveled smoothly through the forest, the wheels crunching over the grass in a rhythmic beat. Liliope's cheeks turned red, and she coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment. The glacier sparkled in the sunlight as a massive waterfall cascaded from the mountain peak. The water flowed diagonally across the rock wall, splashing white spray. Liliope stood on the ice, looking up at the wonder. The water really is flowing diagonally. Theo held an umbrella to block the flying mist, standing behind her and watching the rushing glacial water. Theo opened a white umbrella to shield them from spray. Seeing in person is indeed fascinating. Liliope looked up at the sight, her pupils suddenly shrinking. How could this happen? She pointed toward the depths of the waterfall. Lord Theo, look over there. There's faint black smoke coming from that spot. Theo followed her finger. Where's the smoke? Liliope's expression was anxious. Right around the waterfall. Can't you see the black smoke? Theo looked around, his tone calm. I can't see it. Is there really black smoke there? Liliope pressed her finger to her lower lip. Can only I see it? Those are traces left by black magic. She remembered the previous battle. Linux had swallowed the invisible evil spirits, so only she could sense those auras. Calden's voice came from the communication ball. Lily, are you contacting me now? Lily, hello. Liliope held the purple light ball in her palm, her expression solemn. I found traces of black magic and want you to confirm them personally. Calden waved in the light screen. What's wrong, Miss Lily? Liliope turned her face, her tone decisive. No, I definitely never did such a thing. 30 minutes later, Theo held the white umbrella, looking sideways with a cold gaze. Why on earth did you bring this idiot along? Calden held a light purple lace umbrella for Rosalind. I couldn't let Rosalind go to a place with black magicians alone, could I? Besides, isn't it natural for royalty to visit the North? Theo's gaze was cold. Since when did the people of the North become subjects of the imperial family? Hasn't the imperial family always treated the North like a separate country? Calden suddenly leaned in. No, I've never done that. Liliope took Rosalind's arm. Stop arguing. Let's go. She pulled Rosalind forward as the sounds of Theo and Calden provoking each other continued behind them. Rosalind, that waterfall over there is flowing diagonally. Is it related to black magic? Rosalind lifted her skirt and stepped onto the snow, making a crunching sound. Yes, diagonal water flow is one of the typical traces left by black magic. Liliope stopped and pointed ahead. Right there. Tell me everything you see. Rosalind looked where she pointed, her pupils trembling. I really don't see anything. Liliope froze in place, bewildered. You don't see anything? Liliope looked at the waterfall. The water is falling vertically now, right? Rosalind cried out in surprise. Heavens, has it already returned to normal? Liliope looked around. It seems all traces of black magic here have vanished. Did the black magicians run away because they sensed Rosalind was coming? Theo's gaze swept across the ice field. Perhaps they moved their hiding place to another part of the village. Liliope nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Even for the North, it's exceptionally cold here. With snow that never melts all year round, there's no better place for black magicians to hide. Calden held his umbrella handle, looking confused. What are you talking about? He looked at Theo and Liliope beside him. Where's there any snow here? Rosalind had a gentle smile on her face. The spirits used by black magic dissipate over time, but in low-temperature environments, souls can be preserved for much longer. After attacking the Empire, the black magician's power was greatly reduced. They will surely find ways to keep their remaining souls, so it's highly likely they chose a cold village like Swindley as a hiding place. Calden suddenly understood and gave a confident smile. So even if they ran away, they must still be hiding nearby, right? Theo stepped forward with his umbrella, his eyes showing distaste. This is why you shouldn't take an idiot out. I actually have to explain all this. Liliope gave a brilliant smile. In that case, let's go check the village first. Liliope called out, Rosalind, look around. If you find anything strange, tell me. Rosalind walked ahead, her footsteps heavy in the snow. Suddenly, she let out a gasp, her pupils shrinking. She pointed into the distance. That tower! I can see very obvious traces of black magic there. A tall stone tower stood at the end of the village, surrounded by a cold aura nearly invisible to the naked eye, as if the air itself was being forcibly twisted. Liliope stared at the top of the tower. To me, that power seems very weak. Rosalind must have extremely strong holy power to see it so clearly. Liliope looked up at the stone tower. What is that tower? Theo stepped inside, his leather boots clicking sharply against the stone tiles. This was the flame tower, built to prevent heavy snow from accumulating on the roof. Liliope looked around. Lord Theo, where did you just go? Theo came to a halt. I just want to see the village chief. The flame tower's fire, which is supposed to burn year-round, has gone out. The chief says it's because the snow was too heavy heavy this morning, but this must be the work of black magic. I have to go inside the tower to investigate. Cardian stepped aside, shielding Rosalind. I will reignite the flames for you in a moment. Ah, Rosalind, don't get too close. It might be dangerous there. Liliope stopped in front of the tower door. Is there a place to hide here? Theo pushed open the heavy tower door. There is a spacious area underground. Liliope's expression turned resolute. Then they must be hiding down there. I can sense the black magic. I'll lead the way. She was the first to step into the darkness of the tower, with Cardian following closely behind, his long umbrella tilted slightly. As Cardian descended the steps, he whispered, Rosalind, be careful not to touch anything, okay? Rosalind replied softly, all right. Theo, walking at the very back, fixed his gaze on the figure ahead. Your Highness, you really are overprotective of Rosalind. Cardian didn't even turn around, taking it as a matter of course. Rosalind is the only genius in the Empire who possesses the holy power to rival black magic. And besides, she is. An image of himself standing in front of her with open arms flashed through his mind, as if announcing the passage of a VIP. She is a precious talent currently acting as the Empress. Shouldn't I protect her? Cardian raised his index finger with a smug expression. Anyone who dares to trouble Rosalind, I will. Theo looked at him with cold indifference. What an irredeemable fool. Cardian's tone turned fierce. I swear I'll cut off their heads. Liliope's face went pale. Please don't say things like that, Your Highness. Memories of being brutally murdered instantly resurfaced, and fear flooded over her like a tide. She clutched the fabric at her chest tightly. Cardian shrunk his neck back, looking embarrassed. I was only speaking metaphorically. Theo noticed something was wrong and leaned down close to Liliope. Miss Liliope, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Liliope shook her head repeatedly. No, I'm just a bit short of breath. Theo reached out to steady her shoulders. Lipe, are you okay? Cardian turned around with a scrutinizing gaze. Is it because the north is too cold? You've been staying in the Grand Duchy's castle all this time. Has your physical strength declined? He looked suspicious. They were clearly going down the stairs, not up, so why would she be out of breath? Theo fell silent. If that's the case, why did you twist the original story? Liliope leaned into his arms with a sorrowful look. In the original story, His Highness Cardian cut off my head. Cardian cut off my head. Cut off my head. A vein throbbed on Theo's temple as fury ignited in his eyes. He dared to point a sword at my fated partner? It was simply unforgivable. Cardian walked quickly down the steps. Lily, even if the north is cold, you should go out more, understand? He continued to instruct her in a stiff tone. And eat well. You need to stay healthy. Liliope froze in place, her hands tightly covering her neck, her pupils trembling with terror. Theo suddenly lunged forward and delivered a heavy kick to Cardian's back, knocking him face first onto the ground. Rosalind covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide as she watched the sudden outburst of violence. Cardian scrambled to get up, looking utterly incredulous. What is this sudden madness? Theo leaned down, grabbed Cardian by the collar, and pinned him to the ground, shaking him frantically. This is your karmic retribution, you fool. Cardian struggled desperately, letting out a shrill cry. What retribution? What on earth are you talking about? Several pieces of medical tape were now stuck to Cardian's face, and his eyes glinted coldly. Try doing that one more time. I won't let you off easily next time. Theo placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. You'd better keep your word. Act like a man. Cardian jumped up. Then what exactly do you think I did? Liliope spread her arms, standing between the two men. Everyone, I think there's something over there. Rosalind suddenly turned her head toward the depths of the stone walls, her pupils trembling. The aura of black magic is leaking from behind that door. A heavy iron door was tightly shut, with thick black smoke seeping through the cracks and curling around the doorframe. Liliope stared at the smoke. It's real. I can even see it clearly. Cardian pushed open the heavy iron door. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Liliope held out her right hand, and a ball of fire rose from her palm. I'll light the way. The firelight instantly dispelled the darkness. Liliope's pupils contracted. A black mage. They really were hiding here. Large bones were scattered across the floor, and hideous beast claws lay among the rubble. Judging by the traces left behind, they had left in a great hurry. Theo stepped into the secret room, looking down at the remains beneath his feet. But what is with these monster corpses? Cardian looked around. It seems they were conducting some kind of experiment. There are traces of black magic remaining on the monster carcasses. We can't just leave this alone. Rosalind looked at Cardian. Your Highness, please give me your hand. Cardian turned his face, looking confused. Oh, all right. Liliope took his hand, and a faint light emanated from her fingertips. Cardian's pupils flickered as he watched their joined hands. Rosalind said with a serious expression, Can you see the black smoke now? Cardian nodded in response. I see it. I just need to clear it out, right? Rosalind gave an affirmative answer. Yes. Cardian suddenly swept his hand, and a burst of intense light erupted from his palm, instantly pulverizing the remains on the ground. Theo surveyed the scattered debris. What exactly are the black mages trying to do? Rosalind followed closely behind as Liliope held up the fireball to illuminate the path ahead. Cardian walked at the front, his sword hanging low. Outside the window, snowflakes fell, covering the town streets in white. Guards patrolled beneath the city walls. Is this not just a matter of capturing black mages? Cardian turned his head toward Theo. Should we order the entire Imperial Knights to conduct a search? Theo's gaze was cold. The Imperial Knights are busy with other tasks. I'm afraid it will be difficult to provide support for the North. Cardian's brow furrowed slightly. Isn't arresting black mages the top priority? That fellow is even performing bizarre experiments. Theo turned his head, his gaze deep. What exactly is that black mage planning? According to the novel Liliope mentioned, that experiment is definitely related to the god of death. Linux circled in the sky, its body wreathed in flames. Feathers fell like sparks. Liliope looked up at the Firebird with a smile. Although the exact connection wasn't clear yet, she was sure they could find clues if they consulted ancient documents. Cardian looked at Theo. So, what do you plan to do next? Theo gazed into the distance. For now, I will start an investigation within the territory. My father-in-law is assisting me, so there's no need to mobilize the Imperial Knights. Cardian's expression froze, his eyes filled with shock. Father-in-law? Are you talking about Duke Stella? You aren't even married yet. Why are you saying father-in-law? Theo remained expressionless. It will be soon. Cardian lowered his head, his brow showing regret. I really shouldn't have asked. The town below the snow-capped mountains was brightly lit, and everything returned to calm. Liliope's eyes widened. Are you saying there's nothing about the god of death in the ancient documents? Theo sat among piles of books, flipping through a heavy tome. To be precise, the black mages have disposed of the relevant parts. Liliope leaned over the table to look at the open pages. The same page had been torn out of every single ancient document. Theo's finger traced the jagged paper edge. All books regarding black magic within the Empire have been destroyed. The torn out parts likely contained records of the god of death. Liliope looked grave. It seems the black mages took action in advance to hide their plans. Are these all the documents regarding black magic? Theo closed the book. Yes, these are all the books from the Imperial Palace, the temples, and the academies. Liliope stood by the table. Do you think Rosalind's family might have black magic documents? Theo stopped what he was doing and turned to her. What are you talking about? No family in the Empire would secretly keep black magic books. Is it because you're a transmigrator that you don't know much about the Empire's history? Liliope looked hesitant. History? Theo nodded in confirmation. That's right, history. After black magic was banned in the Empire, almost all related documents were committed to the flames. Although there was no explicit ban on possession at the time, the social atmosphere forced every major family to clear them out themselves. Having forbidden books would make one the primary target of suspicion. Liliope realized the truth. So that's how it was. Theo cleared his throat, a smile playing on his lips. It was satisfying to be able to teach her things she didn't know. He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes filled with amusement. To be honest, I was a bit jealous before, because you know so much and can even predict the future. Liliope glanced at him. So you're jealous, huh? Theo continued. It seems you're not very good at history. I'll teach you more in the future. Anyway, the Melzerbian territory won't have any related documents either. Liliope lowered her eyes. But they're a family that uses holy power. Don't they have even one book? She looked up at Theo with a hint of hope. Don't you think they'd have at least one? Theo closed the book in his hand, his tone flat. In that case, you can go and ask them. Liliope immediately contacted Rosalind. As expected, the Melzerbian family did indeed possess an ancient book about black magic. Rosalind gave a bright smile. Yes, my family does have one. Liliope immediately had the ancient book brought in. A thick book with a dark red cover sat on the table, its cover engraved with a complex pentagram magic circle and a metal clasp. It was perfectly sealed. She leaned in to examine the pages. It looks like there are no signs of it being torn, right? Theo rested his chin on his hand, his expression cold. It seems even the black mages didn't know the Melzerbian family hid such a document. Liliope urged him, quick, look at the part about the god of death. Theo reached out and flipped open the pages, the paper making a crisp, rustling sound. Found it. 500 years ago, a black mage deceived a member of the imperial family into sacrificing their soul to summon the god of death, plunging the entire empire into crisis. The illustration showed a long-haired woman collapsed in the center of a magic circle, her body becoming transparent as her fingertips touched a faint blue light. Below, a giant skeletal hand burst from the earth. The god of death, draped in a tattered black robe, stared at the offering with hollow eye sockets. An ancestor of the Melzerbian family, possessing powerful holy strength, ultimately sacrificed their life to seal the god of death. Theo held the ancient book, his eyes scanning the dense text. To break the seal, a noble must voluntarily sacrifice their life, and the shell of a powerful monster is required. Liliope stood behind him, her hands braced on the table. So that's why they were experimenting on monsters. Theo's finger stopped at the end of page. Wait, there's more recorded here. Finally, 100 souls with elemental abilities are needed. He frowned deeply. However, if the sacrificer's wish is not fulfilled, the seal will not be completely broken, and the god of death will not be able to exert its full power. Theo slammed his hand onto the table. Damn it. Liliope stood to the side. The future you spoke of. It seems it's really going to happen. What should we do? Theo rested his hands on the edge of the table, lost in thought. According to the original story, it was a happy ending, but it would be best if the god of death didn't appear at all. Liliope looked stern. We must catch that black mage as soon as possible. She stared ahead. Does it really have to follow the original plot? A figure in a black robe already loomed over the Empress. They could infiltrate the palace and the temple to tear out documents. Their movements were ghostly. If the black mage was determined to summon the god of death, even if the deposed Empress was hidden away, they would surely find her. Liliope grabbed a red apple and took a hard bite, her cheeks bulging with frustration. If only the original had written where the Black Mage was, then everything could be solved easily. Why didn't the author tell me? She suddenly stopped, her eyes lighting up. Why don't we ask His Highness Cardian for help? Let him go see the deposed Empress. Liliope looked at Theo. After all, the Empress only cares about His Highness Cardian's safety. If he goes to persuade her, she might change her mind. Theo picked up a slender wine bottle, pouring the deep red liquid into a glass. I've considered that, but it won't be easy. He set the bottle down, his finger touching the rim of the glass. Without concrete evidence that the deposed Empress will sacrifice her soul, Cardian will only see it as slander if I bring it up. Cardian stood alone in an open space with his back to the camera, his figure looking lonely. The deposed Empress's actions had already deeply hurt him. Liliope lowered her eyes, looking melancholy. True, that would be too cruel for His Highness Cardian. Theo turned around, his eyes solemn. But the situation is too serious. We cannot just sit by and watch. Theo picked up the wine glass and took a sip. I need to think about what to do. Night shrouded the spire buildings, with a faint light peeking through the curtains. It was rumored that summoning the god of death required a noble soul. Liliope sat alone on the edge of the bed. The Black Mage had likely targeted the deposed Empress. She hadn't expected the ancient book to contain such things. She pondered. Did you tell His Highness Cardian about this? Liliope shook her head gently. No. Theo is still hesitating over whether to tell him. Rosalind's pupils trembled. I can understand why he's so conflicted. Although Liliope's deduction is logical, there is currently no evidence that the Empress is still in contact with the Black Mage after being deposed. Liliope leaned against a soft pillow, looking grave. Exactly. That's why I'm being so cautious. She looked at the orb of light in the air. Rosalind, please don't mention this to His Highness Cardian either. Rosalind flickered with a faint light. I understand. I'll act as if I know nothing. Theo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his posture straight, with Adier standing behind him. Adier held a document. Theo turned his face slightly, his profile looking cold in the moonlight. Are you sure? Adier looked solemn. Yes, I am very certain. We have discovered signs that the deposed Empress is attempting to contact the Black Mage. Theo lowered his eyelids, his gaze falling on nothingness, his expression becoming increasingly icy. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Drawing a conclusion based solely on the contents of an ancient book is far too far-fetched. Cardian pressed his hand onto the open page, his fingertips exerting force. Do you have evidence that my mother contacted a Black Mage, or even that she intends to sacrifice her own soul? Theo stood opposite him, his face calm. No. Cardian suddenly turned around, his questioning voice echoing in the room. Since there's no evidence, what right do you have to speak so certainly? His eyes were filled with sorrow. Wasn't it enough to strip her of her status and exile her? Isn't that enough to earn forgiveness? Cardian leaned over and braced himself on the table. Is this the reason for all of this? Theo remained silent, his gaze cold. If I wanted to frame the deposed Empress, I wouldn't have come to talk to you like this. He took a step forward, his voice low. Given the current situation, the Black Mage has clearly decided to summon the god of death. They need a noble soul. In other words, the Imperial bloodline. Cardian froze in place, his fingertips trembling slightly. Once the Empress makes contact with the Black Mage, it will be too late. It wouldn't be hard for the Black Mage to brainwash an isolated Empress who has lost everything, and making her sacrifice her soul would be even easier. Theo turned aside, his gaze sweeping across the bookshelf. The deposed Empress has already tried to contact the Black Mage more than once. But many times, he looked directly at Cardian. If the people knew that the Empress was still colluding with Black Mages after being deposed, do you think the citizens of the Empire would remain silent? Public opinion and the nobility would all demand her execution. Cardian stood by the desk, his eyes showing hesitation. That is why you need to go see her and persuade her. He suddenly clenched his teeth and turned his face away, avoiding Theo's gaze. I don't want to go. If she needs to be persuaded, you go. I'm not ready to see her yet. Theo took a step forward, his leather boots making a dull thud on the thick carpet. I know you're still angry with the deposed Empress. He stopped in front of Cardian, his tone level. You were once a close mother and son. I can understand. About how deep your disappointment is. Theo looked him straight in the eye. But you're the crown prince of the Empire. The Empire's interests must come before personal feelings. Right now, there's no need to interrogate her about her intentions with the Black Mage. What's important is to soothe her desperate heart and stop her from making a foolish choice. Cardian fell into a memory. In the image, he once sat side by side with the Empress, their hands clasped. You're the only one who can do this. Theo stared ahead, his gaze icy. I will not report the deposed Empress's attempts to contact the Black Mage to His Majesty the Emperor. It's not too late yet. Consider it carefully and make a wise decision. Theo walked away, leaving Cardian standing alone, watching his retreating back with a complex expression. Hell, ultimately, the contents of the ancient book were reported to the Emperor. Shortly after, the entire Empire entered a state of emergency. To obtain the final condition for summoning the God of Death, the Black Mages needed 100 souls with elemental magic. Imperial guards stood atop the city walls, holding long spears as they patrolled. The dark cloud of an impending Black Mage attack loomed over the city. Rosalind appeared in a communication image, looking much more relaxed. I heard the deposed Empress has calmed down quite a bit after seeing you. Liliope rested her chin on her hand, a slight smile on her lips. That's good. How have you been been lately, Rosalind? Security in the capital must have been tightened, right? She toyed with a lock of hair. After all, most nobles with elemental abilities live in the capital. The Imperial Knights and the Praetorian Guard must have been working very hard lately. A purple orb of light floated in front of Liliope, flickering as it replied. Aside from being busy preparing for the family succession ceremony, I'm doing well. Liliope blinked. Succession ceremony? Sister, are you going to become the head of the family? Rosalind nodded slightly. Yes, the ceremony is planned for after the state of emergency is lifted. So, I'm going to boutique tomorrow to buy some clothes. If you're free, would you like to have lunch together tomorrow? Theo stood to the side, his brow furrowed, looking somewhat displeased. Liliope gave a brilliant smile. Of course, then I'll see you at the boutique tomorrow. Rosalind responded softly. Great. We'll buy clothes first, then have lunch together. See you tomorrow. Liliope reached out and pressed the light orb to cut the communication. How suitably spoke. What do you think you're going at a time like this? Liliope gave a sudden start, her shoulders stiffening. Liliope turned her head away, her eyes showing dissatisfaction. Why? It's not like there's a ban on going out. She twisted her fingers. I'm just going to see Rosalind. I'll be back soon. Theo remained silent, his gaze like a saw, staring fixedly at Liliope. She hunched her shoulders, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. I'll definitely be back before sunset. Theo still maintained his silence, casually flipping through the book in his hand. The air seemed to freeze. Liliope hurriedly added, I'll even take Zul with me. Theo closed the book, his tone flat. All right, you may go. Liliope froze in place, looking utterly incredulous. How come you agreed so easily this time? Theo adjusted his cravat. I have a meeting at the palace tomorrow, and I'll be heading to the capital anyway. If anything happens, I can get there immediately. So tomorrow is fine. Usually, it would be out of the question. Liliope rested her chin on her hand. Actually, I'm very strong too. I can handle most things myself. A ranking of the world's strongest flashed through her mind. First place, Theo. Second place, Cardian. Third place, Zul. Fourth place, herself. Or maybe not. The sign for the Faroche boutique glinted in the sunlight. Inside, the shop was filled with magnificent gowns. The shopkeeper adjusted her spectacles, her finger gliding over the fabric. You'll be wearing this for the succession ceremony, right? I will make it perfect, without a single flaw. She let out an exaggerated laugh, and suddenly unfurled a bolt of golden silk. The silk billowed in the air. Rosalind sat on the sofa and picked up a teacup. I am Sore Liliope. We agreed to meet, but I'm making you stay with me while I try on clothes. Liliope waved her hand with a bright smile. What's there to apologize for? I wanted to come with you. You were a huge help to us when the plague was spreading in the north. I've always felt like I haven't properly repaid you. Rosalind touched her cheek. I didn't do it for a reward. But still, thank you, Liliope. Liliope looked around, her brow furrowing slightly. But shouldn't this kind of rule that be changed? Rosalind looked confused. Liliope pointed at the shop's decor. The rule that only families of marquis rank or higher can have custom clothing made at Faroche. Who exactly set that? The shopkeeper, carrying fabric, walked towards Zul. Sir Zul, you have the height of a model. Would you consider being one? Zul replied coldly. No need. Didn't you know? That was a rule set by the former empress. Liliope's pupils contracted. The former empress? You mean the one who was just deposed? Rosalind nodded. Yes. Madame Faroche designs are extremely exquisite and have high collectible value. She continued to fiddle with the fabric. Since it's a rule set by the imperial family, it's not so easy to change. Otherwise, it would cause a backlash from families of marquis rank and above. Liliope crossed her arms, lost in thought. So this absurd setting was also because of that deposed empress? Liliope looked around. There are only me and Miss Sergiona in the marquis rank families now, right? Do you think Miss Sergiona would object? Rosalind let out a light laugh. Probably. Sunlight spilled over the imperial city walls as flags fluttered in the wind. A guard let out a yawn. How much longer is this emergency alert state going to last? He adjusted his helmet, his expression showing exhaustion. There hasn't even been a shadow of a monster. It's deadly quiet. Another guard gripped his spear. Isn't it all because of His Grace the Grand Duke? He lowered his voice. I heard the Grand Duke got intel that black mages would attack the Empire. The guard threw down his spear. I'm sick of this. I'm going to sleep. His companion hurriedly whispered a warning. Hey, what if you get caught? The guard walked away without looking back. Whatever. I'm exhausted. I can't even go home. The sky suddenly shook violently. A black crack burst open, and rubble and airwaves swept over the city walls. A massive black pillar of light pierced through the clouds and fell straight into the center of the city. Houses instantly collapsed, and dust blotted out the sun. Shrill screams echoed through the streets. Monsters! Monsters have appeared. Rosalind stood up abruptly, her face pale. Liliope looked out the window. Monsters! Liliope pushed open the door and rushed onto the balcony. A giant black beast tore through the clouds, opening its blood-filled maw lined with sharp teeth and letting out an ear-shattering roar. Swarms of wyverns streaked across the sky, diving toward the terrified crowds. Screams rose from everywhere. It's monsters. Monsters have appeared. Liliope stared at the chaotic streets. These must have been sent by the Black Mage. They're all high-level monsters. There are just too many of them. Zul held his sword horizontally in front of him. Miss Liliope, it's dangerous here. Please hide behind me. Liliope turned her head. Zul, take Rosalind and Madame Faroche to the shelter immediately. Rosalind looked stern. Lily, I want to fight too. Zul blocked her with his arm. Miss, it's too dangerous here. Please retreat. Rosalind stared out the window. Lily, I can sense black magic from those monsters. A black mage seems to be controlling them. Liliope held out her right hand. hand, aiming her palm at the sky. A blue magic circle instantly expanded, its light swallowing the surrounding shadows. Zul followed close behind, his cloak snapping in the wind. The two stood side by side on high ground. A giant beast's claws crushed a stone wall, its massive body looming over the street as it threw its head back and let out a howl. A foul-smelling blast of air swept past. Zul held his sword in front of him. "Miss Liliope, please leave this place. I'll handle it." Liliope's gaze was resolute. "No, we'll fight together. I'll support you." Zul suddenly turned his head. "No, you must stay in a safe place until the knights arrive." Liliope looked at the devastated streets. "There are too many monsters. At this rate, the Imperial City will be completely destroyed. There's no time to wait for the knights." Zul gripped his sword hilt, his knuckles turning white from the force. "I'm definitely going to get an earful from the master for this." He took a deep breath, his eyes becoming sharp. "Then, I'll leave it to you. Miss Liliope." Zul dove forward with his sword, the blade piercing the giant beast's throat. Black blood splattered. The wild wind whipped his silver hair. The giant beast let out a shrill roar, its massive body struggling violently. Its teeth snapped frantically in the air, trying to shake off the intruder on its back. Zul pressed down hard on the sword hilt, his arm muscles taut and his gaze determined. "Miss Liliope now." The giant beast opened its maw, a destructive aura churning deep within its throat. Its claws crushed the hard stone tiles, sending debris flying everywhere. Zul leapt into the air, his cloak billowing violently in the gale. He landed on the beast's back, his long sword drawing a silver arc. Liliope leveled her right hand, and crimson flames erupted from her palm. The wave of fire instantly consumed the air, heat sweeping over the balcony. Linux appeared within the flames, letting out a sharp, long cry as it dived toward the struggling beast. Liliope's long hair flew as she manipulated a massive amount of magic power to completely surround the monster. The giant beast collapsed in the sea of fire, its black body smashing into the stone wall and kicking up clouds of dust before finally losing its life. Madame Faroche lifted her skirt and hurried through the corridor. "Heavens, what on earth is going on?" Madame Faroche looked at the remains of the fallen beast and let out a scream, her body trembling so violently she could barely stand. She clutched her forehead, her breathing becoming rapid and her vision blurring as she began to fall backward. Rosalind rushed forward and caught the limp Madame Faroche. "Madam, wake up." Liliope looked at them anxiously. "Rosalind, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" Rosalind slowly opened her eyes. "Miss Liliope, I'm fine." Rosalind's eyes widened in terror. "Miss Liliope, there's a monster behind you." A giant beast opened its maw and dived from midair, its claws aiming straight for Liliope's back. Zul suddenly turned around. "Miss Liliope." A silver flash of sword light appeared out of nowhere, instantly piercing the giant beast's head. The black remains exploded in midair, scattering into countless fragments. Liliope steadied herself, her skirt swaying gently in the wind. She looked down at her toes. "I'm Fine." Zul let out a cry of surprise, his gaze locking onto a touch of red. "Miss Liliope, you're bleeding." Liliope clenched her teeth. "This is nothing. Focus on destroying the monsters." Liliope shouted. "It's not over yet." The giant beast roared again. It suddenly lunged up from the sea of fire, its claws tearing through the air. Liliope let out a startled cry. Theo appeared at the edge of the balcony, gazing coldly at the battlefield. "How?" Liliope looked up. Crown Prince Cardian was actually here too. The giant beast spread its wings, blotting out the sky, and let out an ear-splitting roar. Its claws tore through the clouds as it dove straight for the two on the ground. Theo suddenly swept his arm, and golden light erupted from his palm, turning into countless sharp swords that instantly pierced through the giant beast's body. Kalden, a surge of crystal blue water droplets spiraled through the air. He elegantly manipulated his magic to extinguish the remaining flames. The giant beast exploded midair, its black torso pierced by crimson fire. The blast shattered the clouds as charred remains and sparks rained down. The monster crashed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The massive body twitched violently before finally turning into black ash and dissipating. The smoke cleared, and the sky returned to a clear blue. In the distance, the snowy mountains stood in silent majesty, and the town's rooftops were bathed in tranquility. Black boots stepped across the marble floor. Hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. "Rosalind, Liliope, are you two all right?" Theo rushed to the scene, his gaze landing in the distance. "Is that Madame Faroche? Is she injured?" Rosalind shook her head gently. "No, she just fainted from the shock of seeing the monster." Theo's expression softened slightly as his eyes scanned the surrounding wreckage. A swarm of monsters appearing in the center of the capital. "It's truly unbelievable." "Liliope, you aren't hurt, are you?" Theo called out Liliope's name in a low voice. His fingertips lightly touched the bloodstain on her cheek. "Let me see your face." Liliope's eyes darted away, trying to avoid that cold gaze. "It's really nothing." Theo suddenly gritted his teeth, his jawline tensing as anger surged in his eyes. Zul bowed his head in apology. "I am sorry, Your Grace." Liliope quickly stepped in front of Zul. "No, it was my choice to fight alongside Zul. This isn't Zul's fault. I need to treat your wounds. Come with me." Theo grabbed her wrist, his grip unquestionable. "Kalden, I'm returning to the Grand Duke's estate. I'll leave the cleanup to you." Kalden spread his hands helplessly. "All right, Lady Liliope, those wounds contain traces of black magic." Rosalind followed for a few steps with a worried look. "Let me see them." Kalden waved his hand, signaling Rosalind not to follow. But Rosalind stopped, her brow furrowed with concern. Just let them go. Calden's smile faded, his eyes turning deep. I know Theo's temper all too well. He's in an absolute rage right now. Theo half dragged her along, his black cloak trailing across the stone floor, his steps hurried and stiff. This is strange. The atmosphere is completely off. Liliope, with a bandage on her forehead, glanced around uneasily with her emerald eyes. Usually, Theo would have already started his endless nagging. He would be shouting, asking why she didn't listen, why she wasn't careful. Liliope, imagine him exploding in anger. It would be a nagging hell. Why isn't he saying anything? Is he really that angry? Liliope quietly observed the man beside her. Theo was expressionless, showing only a cold profile. Theo, she called out softly, testing the waters. Are you angry because I want to fight the monster just now? Theo stood with his back to the sofa, silence filling the spacious room. He must be furious. Liliope sat nervously on the edge of the sofa. Her hands were tightly interlaced. Don't you want to talk? She asked, carefully breaking the dead silence. Theo remained with his back to her, head bowed, offering no response. Then, let's talk after you've calmed down. Liliope stood up abruptly, lifting her skirt to flee. I'm leaving now. Suddenly, a hand blocked the doorframe, stopping her path. Liliope, she stopped in shock. Theo! From behind, he suddenly tightened his arms, pulling her entirely into his embrace. His chin rested on her shoulder, his eyes hidden in shadow. Theo gripped her wrists with startling strength. Do you know how scared I was? His voice was raspy, his breath brushing against her ear. Liliope froze, her pupils dilating in shock. She could feel the violent heaving of his chest. I knew you would rush into danger regardless of the consequences. Theo closed his eyes, the image of her facing the beast alone flashing in his mind. I know why you fought so hard, but seeing you battle that monster, my heart nearly stopped. This anxiety is driving me insane. I really want to lock you up so you can't go anywhere, so you can only stay by my side, Theo whispered. Only then would this suffocating fear ease a little. I'm sorry for making you worry, Theo. Liliope placed her hand over the back of his, her fingertips touching his cold military uniform sleeve. What could have happened? She turned her head, looking at the black hair pressed against her neck. In the original story, you said you had already died once. Theo tightened his arms. That is exactly why I am so anxious. Liliope lowered her eyes, a helpless smile on her lips. Your current worry is exactly like mine when I first possessed this body. There's really no need to worry. I will stay by your side forever, Theo. Theo buried his face deep in her hair, one hand gently cradling the back of her head while the other wrapped tightly around her waist. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a golden glow on the embracing pair. Despite the ongoing pursuit, they still hadn't captured the Black Magician. Soldiers marched through the stone corridors, searching every dark corner. A few days later, the state of emergency was lifted. Evidence showed he had fled to another country. Since he failed to collect 100 souls of those with special abilities, the summoning ritual was a total failure. Even if he occupied a monster's body or bewitched the deposed empress, he couldn't awaken the god of death. Peace arrived just as suddenly. Zul carried a tray full of desserts down the long corridor, followed by Zema with a steaming teapot. Adir hurried through the stairs with a tall stack of documents. Everyone was back on track. However, there was one person still in a state of extreme emergency. Liliope held her head, her messy blonde hair peeking through her fingers. A murderous level of wedding. Thought preparations have begun. Liliope collapsed into a pile of documents, her limbs splayed out weakly. Lists of wedding dress designs, makeup styles, guest invitations, and venue candidates. These papers buried her like a mountain. Liliope sat at the dining table, flipping through the registry. The guest list is finalized, and the invitation design is chosen. She gently set the paper down. We just need to custom make the attire. Theo sat opposite her, his gaze on her face. Will it be custom made at the Faroche boutique? Liliope shook her head slightly. No, the designers from the Great Temple are in charge of the wedding attire. Theo looked somewhat puzzled. The Great Temple has designers? Liliope watched him and explained about those special priests. They were specifically in charge of royal weddings, because engagement and marriage are sacred contracts. Their logic was that the attire should also be made by those who spread the divine word. Theo looked enlightened. So there are such rules. Then the wedding gifts should also come from the temple. He leaned forward slightly and suggested, after the measurements, let's go to the Mist Forest. Liliope stopped her quill. Mist Forest? Her expression became serious. Why go to a place like that? Theo quickly waved his hands. No, it's not what you think. It's just named that because the ground is perpetually covered in mist. He recalled the scenery his subordinates mentioned. Adir said the moonlight reflecting off the lake there is as beautiful as a painting. Theo picked up a fork and offered a small piece of cake to her lips. It's not far from the temple. Since we're going out, let's go on a date while we're at it. Liliope took the cake in her mouth. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Theo watched her eat the dessert. Does it taste good? Want another macaron? Liliope nodded vigorously. Yes. Theo picked up the utensil, selecting her favorite flavor. I'll get you your favorite one. Liliope chewed with her cheeks puffed out, still holding her quill as she fell into a brief thought. Theo, people here don't usually do this, do they? Theo stopped his movements and turned to look at her. Do what? Liliope stopped writing. For example, a man personally feeding a woman. Except for you. I don't think I've seen anyone else do this. Even my father never did these things for me. Theo scooped up another spoonful of dessert and brought it to her mouth. That's normal, because this is considered a breach of etiquette. Liliope mumbled with her mouth full. I see. In the place where I used to live, this was quite common. Even in the drama starring the person I liked for 5 years. You like someone for 5 whole years? Liliope turned pale at this sudden questioning, her whole body freezing in her seat. Theo put down the utensil, his voice carrying unmistakable irritation. What exactly was so special about that guy that you liked him for 5 years? What did he look like? Be honest, did that bastard feed you cake and macarons like this too? Liliope waved her hands frantically. No, he didn't do that to me. I saw it in a drama. A drama? What is that? Liliope explained hesitantly. It's like a stage play. A stage play? Is that bastard's profession an actor? Theo's face was grim. Under one red sun, there can only be one favorite. Who is your true bias? Liliope's eyes wandered. I guess you could say that. Actually, he was an idol. It wasn't a close relationship. I was just a fan. Back then, he was my only bias. Liliope's mouth hung open as if struck by an invisible sword. Cold sweat rolled down her temples. He was my 3D bias, and you're my 2D bias. They aren't even in the same lane. Theo rested his chin on his hand, his gaze deep and searching. He was clearly unsatisfied with this explanation. Liliope put down her teacup. That was all a long time ago. I have no interest in him now. Besides, he isn't even here. Theo rested his chin on his hand, staring at her with piercing eyes. Tell me the truth. Is that bastard more handsome than me? Liliope held up the teacup to hide her face, whispering softly. To be honest, he was quite handsome. The veins on Theo's temple throbbed. Then is he richer than me? Liliope lowered her eyes. Very wealthy. Theo gritted his teeth. What about his voice? Liliope fell into memory. His voice was amazing. He was an incredible singer. Theo suddenly clenched his fist, his face turning so dark it looked like it might drip. A nameless fire surged in his chest. Liliope shrank back. I was just a fan. Why are you so jealous? Theo suddenly reached out and pulled open his collar, revealing his firm chest. In that case, let's use our bodies to confirm who your true bias is. Theo abruptly tore open his clothes, exposing his well-defined chest. Does that bastard have a better body than mine? Liliope spat out her tea, frantically wiping the corner of her mouth. What are you doing? Put your clothes back on. Theo was completely unmoved, pointing at his tight abdominal muscles. Does that guy have chocolate abs like these? Liliope blushed, her eyes finding nowhere to look. What a cunning fox. Liliope sat before the mirror, letting the maid comb her long hair. He's always tempting me everywhere, anytime. It's driving me crazy. Zema stopped her movements. The Grand Duke must be so deeply in love that he can't help himself. Lady Liliope, you must take this opportunity to settle your life together. Liliope turned her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Settle our life together, Zema? Zema continued brushing, her tone becoming excited. That's right. Make it so he can never leave you. Take this chance to completely capture his heart and make him obey your every word. Liliope sighed helplessly. I've already induced him to marry me. How much more can I capture him? Zema put down the comb, her expression becoming serious and mysterious. You don't understand. Now is the perfect time to claim the Grand Duke entirely. I have a brilliant method. Liliope's eyes widened slightly. A brilliant method? Liliope stood before the mirror, looking down at the garment on her body. A narrow strap had slipped to one side, and a lace edge barely covered the tops of her thighs. Zema, what is this? Zema clasped her hands to her chest, watching her mistress with delight. It suits you perfectly. What else could it be? It's a nightgown, of course. Liliope turned around stiffly, looking at her nearly naked reflection in the mirror. Zema, isn't this design a bit too much? Zema puffed out her chest, her tone firm. I specifically chose the sexiest style. As the saying goes, a man should be conquered in bed. Since you're already sharing a bed anyway, this is definitely the best weapon to capture the Grand Duke. Liliope gripped the hem of the gown. But we really haven't done anything. We just sleep. Zema leaned in, frustrated. That's what frustrates me the most. As long as you wear this, you could do other things in bed. A man facing a surprise like this will definitely go wild. Liliope looked down at the thin nightgown, her finger hooking the slender strap. A surprise? Since the wedding date is set, there's no need to be shy. When I mentioned my bias earlier, Theo did look a bit sulky. To make him feel better, should I take the initiative tonight? Theo pushed open the door, rubbing his temples with his fingertips, his expression weary. Is this day finally over? Theo gripped a towel in one hand, drying his wet hair, his dark robe hanging loosely off his shoulders. He tossed the towel onto the sofa. Stepping onto the carpet with bare feet, he walked slowly toward the bed. Liliope, are you cold? Liliope was curled up entirely under the covers, with only her startled eyes showing. Her hands gripped the edge of the blanket tightly. No, I'm not cold. Theo stopped by the bed. Then why are you huddled under the covers like that? You look stifled. He reached for the edge of the blanket, preparing to pull it back. Liliope, what's wrong? Theo pulled the blanket firmly. If you're like this, I can't get under the covers. Liliope held onto the other end for dear life, her fingertips trembling from the effort. It's just. Theo looked down at her in silence. a hint of suspicion in his eyes. You aren't naked, are you? Liliope shrieked, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. No, what are you thinking? Theo applied force, expressionless. In that case, let go of the blanket. Liliope cried out as she was suddenly pulled up with the blanket, the white silk fluttering in the air. She looked down at the bed, her pupils shrinking and her breath catching in an instant. Liliope was exposed defenselessly to his gaze. The thin camisole nightgown clung to her body, its lace edges outlining her curves. She curled her legs, raising her hands flusteredly to cover herself. It's because you seemed in a bad mood earlier. Theo looked down at her silently, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as his gaze became deep and dark. Lily. He leaned down, one hand propped beside her ear, trapping her between his arms and the bed. You were the one who said we must be properly dressed when sleeping. How? Dot loomed over her from above, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Do you plan to stay like this, almost completely naked? Liliope looked up at him, her eyes darting away. I'm not naked. Theo lowered his body, but this can't be considered properly dressed either. I never imagined you'd wear this. That just to make me happy. Liliope's heart drummed in her chest as she felt his scorching breath, her cheeks burning. Theo chuckled softly, his fingertips brushing past her ear. It seems from now on, I should stay in a bad mood every day. I wonder who taught you this. You've learned such a wicked trick. He reached out, his palm gently cradling her face, his thumb grazing her delicate skin. Theo leaned down to kiss her neck. If you intended to seduce me. Liliope closed her eyes, her arms weakly clinging to his shoulders as she let his scent overwhelm her. Theo whispered against her ear, his voice low and raspy. Then you have completely succeeded. He flipped over, pinning her beneath him as they embraced tightly. Theo suddenly pressed down on her. Liliope cried out as she was swept into the bedding. Wait a minute. How? A sharp knock came from outside the door. Adir reported in a low voice through the door. Your Grace, His Majesty has an urgent matter and summons you. Theo poked his head out from the blankets, his brow furrowed with the anger of being interrupted. What? Adir stood outside, waiting. Seeing no movement inside, he tried again tentatively. Your Grace? A muffled thud of something heavy hitting an object came from inside, followed by Theo's irritable cursing. Damn it! Adir flinched at the loud noise. The door was suddenly yanked open. Theo stood there, one hand on the doorframe, his dark robe hanging loosely. Tell him I'll be right there. Adir bowed slightly, awaiting further instructions. Prepare the teleportation circle. Theo turned his head, his expression softening slightly. That curse just now wasn't aimed at you. That damn old man, calling for me at a time like this. Liliope sat alone on the messy bed, her fingers running through her long hair, her eyes a bit vacant. Did I really just do that with him? The Empress, clad in a magnificent red court gown with her hands folded over her abdomen, majestically announced, I shall personally select the crown princess. The news flew like letters with wings across the empire's borders. Marriage proposals from princesses of various countries poured in as if they had been waiting for ages. The princess of the kingdom of Belza and the princess of the kingdom of Adrian became the final candidates. Of course, this also included two imperial princesses. A red-haired girl held a folding fan, covering half her face. She was the daughter of Marquis Trevan and one of the Empire's selected candidates. Rosalind picked up her teacup and took a sip of black tea. As the daughter of an earl, she was also on the list of candidates. Liliope sat at the round table, watching her friend opposite her. Although there are 4 candidates, the crown princess will definitely be you, Rosalind. Rosalind put down her teacup with a gentle smile. Lady Liliope, is there any good news? Liliope rested her chin on her hand, her lips curling up involuntarily. It's not exactly special news. I was just thinking about some things. I think from now on, I should change how I address you. Liliope's tone was teasing. Should I call you Her Highness the Crown Princess? Rosalind's eyes widened, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. What? Please don't say that. That's not a position I can just have because I want it. Liliope gave a light laugh, leaning back slightly. If not you, then who else? Besides, as far as I know, Prince Kaladin clearly likes you very much. Rosalind lowered her eyes, her expression becoming somewhat lonely. But actually, I'm still not sure about my own feelings. Liliope stopped smiling and watched her friend with concern. Oh, then Rosalind, how exactly do you feel about Prince Kaladin? Rosalind lowered her eyes, her fingertips touching her cheek. I always want to take care of him. I worry when he's not around, and I feel inexplicably anxious when he is. I'm not sure if this is what it feels like to like someone. Liliope put down her teacup, watching her confused friend. When you're puzzled, perhaps you could try thinking of it this way. Rosalind looked up, her eyes full of confusion. What kind of thought? Rosalind froze as an image of Kaladin standing beside someone else flashed through her mind. It was as if she were surrounded by dark clouds. Just imagining someone else standing next to Lord Theo, I already hate that feeling. Liliope leaned forward, her tone becoming serious. Imagine Prince Kaladin is with another woman right now, or that he is about to marry one of the other candidates. Liliope tilted her head, observing her friend's violent emotional shift. Rosalind clenched her fists. This unprecedented thought made a nameless fire burn in her chest. Prince Kaladin with another woman. This is absolutely infuriating. She slammed her hand on the table, the teacup jumping violently and spilling tea onto the tablecloth. This is absolutely not allowed. Rosalind covered her burning face, her voice thin as a mosquito's. Oh heavens, I think I really do like Prince Kaladin. Liliope let out a long sigh, leaning back against the chair in relief. You finally realized it. Theo strode down the corridor. You're going to reject all the proposals from the foreign princesses? Kaldin walked beside him. Yes, I will write back to those 2 princesses and reject them. Theo stopped, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Father said he hopes you will marry the princess of the kingdom of Belza. Kaldin turned his head. Why would father do that? Theo continued, walking expressionless, squinting against the light. Marrying a foreign princess is beneficial to the empire. Besides, Belza is rich in resources. Establishing a connection through marriage is a good choice. Kaldin suddenly turned around, waving his arms in anger. Father clearly married mother for love. So why is he forcing me to accept an arranged marriage? Hell, but stopped and glanced coldly at the crown prince beside him. Why are you asking me such a thing? Kaldin clenched his fists, venting his dissatisfaction. I don't want to marry a princess I've never even met, and I've already decided on a candidate. Theo's eyes showed a hint of scrutiny. Who? Kaldin stammered, avoiding his gaze. That. Theo gave a cold snort. Since you say you don't want to marry a princess you haven't met, then the choice must be the daughter of Marquis Trevan. Kaldin looked like his tail had been stepped on, his eyes bulging in horror. Are you crazy? Why would I marry the Marquis's daughter as my primary consort? Theo stopped, his cold gaze scanning his side. Since it's not the Marquis's daughter, the answer is obvious. You want the daughter of Earl Melizevian to be the crown princess, right? Kaldin froze instantly, a suspicious flush appearing on his cheeks. In that case, stop stalling. Send an engagement letter to the Earl's daughter immediately. Kaldin scratched his blonde hair somewhat hurriedly, his tone becoming hesitant. I wanna, but I don't know what to say to Rosalind. Theo rested his chin in one hand, a thoughtful look appearing. That's why I'm asking you. How did you confess to Lilio back then? Hell, Dot was slightly taken aback as the scene from that time flashed in his mind. Me? I just said I loved her with all my heart. Kaldin looked incredulous. Is that all it takes? Theo looked away, his tone returning to its usual coldness. Don't overthink it. Just convey your feelings as they are. Anyway, settle it quickly. I don't want to be summoned by His Majesty because of your marriage again. Lord Theo. Liliope walked in briskly, a bright smile on her face. Is the meeting over? Theo reached out and gently stroked the top of her head. He looked to his side. And you? Nothing happened, right? Couples really are wonderful. Kaldin stood not far away, watching the two of them with a hint of loneliness in his eyes. If only I could be that close to Rosalind. Theo turned his head and whispered instructions to the person in his arms. Let's go back to the estate, Lily. Liliope obediently turned and bid farewell to the crown prince. Prince Kaldin, see you later. Theo let her out, casually mentioning tomorrow's itinerary. By the way, we're going to the Mist Forest tomorrow, right? Kaldin stopped abruptly, turning back with a serious expression. Go to Mist Forest tomorrow? Wait, I'm going to the Mist Forest too. Theo lowered his eyes. Do you want to get hit? Liliope furrowed her brow. Haven't you learned when to step in and when to keep your mouth shut? Cold sweat broke out on Kaldin's temple. No, I didn't mean it like that. Kaldin spread his hands with a roguish smile. Who said I was going to ruin your date? I want to go with Rosalind. Theo stood expressionless, his cold gaze sweeping over him. Ah, so it's a double date. Kaldin held up his index finger, suggesting excitedly, the four of us can go together. Yes, let's have a double date. I'll go discuss it with Rosalind. Liliope, caught between the two, raised her hands high. She cheered. Great. Kaldin was determined to make Rosalind the crown princess. Since the appearance of the Black Magician, that the status of divine power had soared. Rosalind, as the daughter of an earl, won overwhelming support through her outstanding abilities and became the strongest contender for crown princess. However, not everyone was happy about this. Sergio Nell stared fixedly at the newspaper in her hand, her fingertips trembling with rage. That bitch actually wants to climb to the position of Regent Empress? She even covets the throne of the Empress. She turned abruptly, slamming the newspaper onto the floor. Her angry silhouette appeared exceptionally cold in the empty room. Sergio Nell turned her head sharply, cursing through gritted teeth. Does she even know her own status? The Marquis watched his daughter with concern. Sergio Nell, what's wrong? Sergio Nell grabbed her father's collar and screamed hysterically. Father, didn't you say I would be the crown princess? Now, that Rosalind looks more like the crown princess. The Marquis tried to steady her shoulders. Calm down, dear. Sergio Nell brushed his hands away, pacing the room anxiously. What if Prince Kaldin really marries Rosalind? Surely the imperial family wouldn't pass over a Marquis family to choose an earl's family. She clenched both fists, waving her arms angrily. The Melizevian family isn't just an ordinary earl's family anymore. Haven't you heard? Prince Kaldin personally attended their family meeting. Sergio Nell grew more agitated, her eyes full of resentment. Even a Grand Duke and Liliope went. What does that mean? It means the Melizevian family is no longer what it used to be. With the Imperial family and the Grand Duke's family behind them, they're the most powerful force in the Empire. Sergio Nell hung her head dejectedly. Enough. I don't care about any of that. We're completely finished. The Marquis stood by, watching his daughter who had fallen into madness, and let out a helpless sigh. The Melizevian family is nothing but a lowly earl's family. Sergio Nell. Sergio Nell bit her lower lip, tears welling in her eyes. Then, can I still become the crown princess? Marry Prince Kaldin? The Marquis reached out and gently patted his daughter's back. Leave everything to father. Don't worry. The position of crown princess belongs to you, Sergio Nell.